from a low life, but now people call me the king, tearing it up with every lyric that I bring to the table. Because I'm willing and able, I'm in more homes than Comcast cable. I got the skill that'll rattle your brain. I'm a threat like Saddam Hussein. Everybody know my name. Joe Habib's a top soldier. Kid, they should have told you. You really need to pack a lunch. My words hit hard just like a Tyson punch. So give me a chance. I bet you I can make it dance. Show me your girl. I bet you I get in her pants. I'm breaking egos and money is what I'm stacking. Joe Habib on the mic. You know I'm down for action. Shout out to Make Beats Sir and the Beat Smith and the whole Rope a Dope radio crew. Yeah.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Good morning. I had to make this video this morning because I was thinking back to all of the comments and the big narrative after Dmitry Bivol beat Canelo Alvarez. And the big thing, the focal point of what people were saying, mostly the majority of people were saying, well, Bivol beat Canelo because he was too big, right? That's what everyone was saying. Basically saying that if Canelo was the same height and had the same reach as Bivol, they were saying, not in so many words, that he would have won, right? But as I've said then, and I'll say now, just about all of Canelo's opponents at 168 have been taller and longer than him. When you look at Caleb Smith, you look at even Billy Joe Saunders, you look at Caleb Plant. These guys were taller and longer, and they were just as big as Dmitry Bivol, if not bigger than Dmitry Bivol. And I also argued that if you took Canelo Alvarez's walk-around weight and Dmitry Bivol's walk-around weight, they would probably be very close, within 2 to 3 or 4 pounds, right? So at the end of the day, people want to talk about size in fights, and I'm guilty of myself. I did think that Gilberto Ramirez's size would be a factor in this fight, and full disclosure, I picked Gilberto Ramirez to win this fight, and I was very, very wrong. But at the end of the day, if you look at history, right, even when the smaller guy has moved up, usually the smaller guy wins. I mean, we can go back in history and we can look at a lot of fights where the smaller guy moved up in weight, and most of the time the smaller guy does win because of the skill gap, right? So at the end of the day, you could be as big as you could be as big as anything, right? Doesn't matter how big you are, but if you don't have the skill and ability to use your physical advantages, if you don't know how to use your physical advantages, right, then your size is useless in a fight. As Gilberto Ramirez, was clearly shown last night, because he was not able to use his height and reach. In the beginning of the fight, it looked as though his reach was giving Bivol problems, but Bivol was able to adapt to it. And once he adapted to it, it is what it is. Again, people are going to continue to say that use this narrative. Bivol looked huge versus Canelo on the way in. No, he didn't. He looked taller. He did not look bigger. He did not look bigger. He looked taller. Once again, everybody is going to look taller than Canelo Alvarez at a weigh-in, because Canelo Alvarez is short. He's 5'8". So he's always going to look shorter, for the most part, than the majority of his opponents. He's going to look big. So here's the thing. When and if Canelo Alvarez fights David Benavidez, he's going to look significantly smaller in that fight. But no one's going to be saying he's too small for David Benavidez, but they're going to say he's too small for Dmitry Bivol. So when you say that, you're not fully appreciative of Dmitry Bivol's skills. That's the problem. And once again, if you looked at that fight last night, Dmitry Bivol beat Gilberto Ramirez in a very similar fashion as he did Canelo Alvarez. The performances were quite similar. Dmitry Bivol outmaneuvered, outthought, and beat Gilberto Ramirez to the punch last night. You know, you can sit there and say, why play the games of woulda, coulda, shoulda? Why did Gilberto Ramirez should have done this, should have done that? And I'm sure he woke up the morning of the fight having a lot of things in his mind that he was going to do. I'm sure his game plan was designed to do a lot of things. But when you have a guy who is constantly forcing you to reset, constantly forcing you to have to reset your feet, who's so good defensively, who gives you virtually nothing, gives you nothing to shoot at, to punch at, right? Gives you virtually no openings, right? The greatest fear in the world, in anything in life, is the fear of the unknown. So when you're in there with somebody like Dmitry Bivol, and you don't know when, where, or how these punches are going to be coming at you, and you're constantly having to guess, right? Then you're going to be reluctant to throw punches because no fighter wants to throw a punch and be caught out of position. Regardless of how hard a guy punches, no fighter wants to be hit repeatedly every time he throws a punch. That's a very uncomfortable, scary type of feeling. So we can sit there and say all we want about how Dmitry Bivol was bigger than Canelo. But once again, Dmitry Bivol was smaller than Joe Smith Jr., right? He was smaller than Gilberto Ramirez. And once again, his skill was able to pull him through the fight. And he dominated a much bigger opponent than himself. So it is what it is, guys. We can sit there and try to play this size game all we want, but I can show you in history, give you many examples of how the smaller guy beat the bigger guy with skill. Bernard Hopkins beat Kelly Pavlik, and Kelly Pavlik was significantly bigger than Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins beat Antonio Tarver. Antonio Tarver was significantly bigger than Bernard Hopkins, right? Sugar Ray Leonard moved up and beat Hagler. Leonard was the smaller guy moving up 2 weight classes, right? So, Roy Jones Jr. beating Johnny Ruiz. Evander Holyfield beating Riddick Bowe, right? How many times did Mike Tyson beat guys who were bigger and taller and longer than him, right? So the list goes on and on. We can go down this list and we can pick out a lot of instances where guys have moved up in weight and beat bigger opponents. So we're trying to overstate, right? We're trying to overstate how much of a factor size plays in a boxing match. And again, people go, oh, they're weight classes for a reason. Of course there's weight classes for a reason. Because a guy who's 160 pounds is not going to fight a guy who's 250 pounds. We get that. So we're not going to use extremes as examples here. But when you have a guy moving up a weight class or even 2 weight classes, history has shown us where even Sugar Ray Leonard, Donnie Lalonde, another example. We can go down the list of how smaller, more skilled guys will beat bigger guys. So skill is more important than size in the sport of boxing. Because if that was the case, if size was the determining factor in winning fights, then every big guy in the world would become a professional boxer and he would be a world champion. Okay, so we underestimate. Again, Centurion, stop it. Stop it, 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 stop it. You're not going to win the argument, bro. You're not going to win the argument. Your argument was proven. No history has not shown us that. No history has not shown us that. Again, I've given you examples where the smaller guy has beaten the bigger guy more times. Okay? Bernard Hopkins was an underdog against Antonio Tarver. He was an underdog against Kelly Pavlik. Okay, and he was giving up significant size in both fights. Big does not usually win because I've given you examples when it doesn't. Okay, big does not usually win in fights. There's several examples where the smaller guy has won. You know, Roberto Duran moving up from 135 2 weight classes beat Sugar Ray Leonard. Is Roberto Duran more skilled than Sugar Ray Leonard? Or is Sugar Ray Leonard more skilled than Roberto Duran? So there's many more examples of the smaller guy beating the bigger guy in the sport of boxing. And I've given you more. I've given you more examples where the smaller guy wins over the bigger guy. Once again, last night, the smaller guy, Floyd Mayweather, was smaller than the majority of opponents. He was smaller than Miguel Cotto. He was significantly smaller than Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya probably weighed 170 pounds the night of the fight against Floyd Mayweather, who weighed about 150 pounds. He was giving up 18 pounds. Floyd Mayweather was giving up probably 15 to 20 pounds against Canelo Alvarez, but the skill beat the size. I'm giving you examples. Skill beats size. It's not an exception. It's not an exception. So all these examples I'm giving you, are they exceptions? We can't. This is cognitive dissonance. You want something to be a certain way, and I'm giving you so many more examples of how the smaller, more skilled guy beats the bigger guy, and you don't want to accept it. Sugar Ray Robinson moved up from welterweight to middleweight and was beating guys who were bigger than him. Right? I'm giving you examples. Skills beats size. Usually a big skilled guy beats the spot. Again, no. Then why did Evander Holyfield beat Riddick Bowe? Riddick Bowe was a skilled heavyweight. How did he lose to Evander Holyfield? How did Holyfield outskill Riddick Bowe? How did Roy Jones outskill Johnny Ruiz? How are these fights happening? How did all this stuff happen? Willie Pep beat the much bigger Sandy Sadler. Exactly. In history, it has been proven that skill trumps size. That's the thing. And of course, there are weight classes for a reason, because middleweights can't beat heavyweights. We understand that. But some middleweights can beat heavyweights, as Roy Jones has proven. He beat Johnny Ruiz. So again, I think and even myself, I've been guilty of this. Guilty, admit it. We overvalue size in fights. Because at the end of the day, this is a sport based on skill. I pick Zerto too. And that's the thing. You have to admit when you're wrong. You have to admit when your analysis has been proven wrong to you. I overestimated or underestimated Dmitry Bivol's skill, and I overestimated how Gilberto Ramirez was going to be able to use his height and reach in this fight. And I was wrong. But I've given these guys several examples where skill has won fights over size, and and then no one's giving me examples. They're just disagreeing with me for the sake of disagreeing with me. Right? That's the thing. No one's going to debate me with logic. They're going to debate me with feelings. That's the thing. So if you go down like Alexander Usyk beat Anthony Joshua, much smaller than Anthony Joshua. How did that happen? Do I think Bivol would beat Usyk? I don't know. Maybe not. I would favor Usyk, but you could argue that Usyk is more skilled than Bivol. You know what I mean? You could argue that Usyk is more skilled than Bivol. I'd have to think about it. I'd have to think about it. Usyk is a very skilled fighter. Would I pick Usyk because he's bigger? No, I would pick Usyk because he's a southpaw and he's very skilled. But once again, we can go down the list. Terrence Crawford, much smaller than Jeff Horn, right? How many times was Manny Pacquiao? Manny Pacquiao, smaller than Miguel Cotto, smaller than Antonio Margarito, smaller than Joshua Clottey, right? We can go down the list. It's not a combination of skill and size. If you don't have the skill, if you're not skilled enough to be able to maximize your physical advantages, then at the end of the day, your size is virtually useless. How did Antonio Margarito's size play out against Manny Pacquiao? How did Antonio Margarito's size play out against Shane Mosley? How did Pernell Whitaker, right, beat guys who were bigger than him his whole career? How did that happen? How did that happen? So Pernell Whitaker was tiny. He was like 5'5", right? And he's beating guys who had 3-inch height advantage and reach advantage over him. So that's the thing, man. So you have to. No one's giving me any examples where the bigger guy beats the smaller man, and I'm sure there are some. I'm not going to deny that. I mean, Terry Norris did beat Meldrick Taylor, right? Oscar De La Hoya did beat Julio Cesar Chavez, right? But you can argue Pernell Whitaker was smaller than Chavez, and I think he was, and I think Pernell Whitaker won that fight, right? So again, skills pays the bills. We overestimate size. And history has shown us that the smaller, more skilled guy has beaten the bigger guy. Right? We've seen that. Margarito beat Cotto, but Cotto beat him in the rematch. Right? Roberto Duran beat Iran Barkley, another guy significantly smaller than Iran Barkley, and he beat him. Canelo and Bivol are not close skill-wise. Absolutely not. They're not. Bivol's is a much better technically skilled fighter than Canelo. His statistics prove that. Look at Bivol's statistics. He's the best defensive fighter in the sport. Fighters have landed the least amount of punches on Dmitry Bivol, and Dmitry Bivol has the highest connect percentage of any boxer in the sport. So you can't say that. H, you want to burn for a bit? Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, man, it was a great day of boxing. Shout outs to Dmitry Bivol. He put on a masterclass performance. He dominated Zurdo Ramirez. And remember, Dmitry Bivol just dominated Canelo Alvarez. And when he beat Canelo, they said because Canelo was too small. Canelo was moving up in weight. But now you see Dmitry Bivol dominate a guy that's bigger than him. And Zurdo Ramirez, like you said, Beeb, skills pay the bills. And Dmitry Bivol is a master boxer. He's one of the most skilled boxers in the sport. I think he might be the fighter of the year, Beeb. He beat Canelo when Canelo was at the top of the game. And now he beats another undefeated fighter in Zurdo Ramirez, man. This guy is a problem. Like you said, his defense, his footwork, his chin. He got a chin, bro. This guy is amazing. He's a great fighter, Beeb. Skills pay the bills at the end of the day, and that's why he was able to dominate Zurdo Ramirez. He made it look easy. I thought Zurdo, he only won one round. I only gave him one round in a whole fight.
Let me ask you a question. Who's bigger, Dmitry Bivol or Callum Smith?
Callum Smith.
Then how did Canelo beat Callum Smith, but he couldn't couldn't beat Dmitry Bivol. Why would you say that was the case?
Because Canelo has more skills than Callum Smith, but Canelo, he doesn't have more skills than Dmitry Bivol.
Who's more skilled, Dmitry Bivol or Callum Smith?
Dmitry Bivol by far is a way better boxer.
Okay, so how is Canelo Alvarez not too small for Caleb Smith, but he's too small for he's too small for Dmitry Bivol?
That's a great question.
Can anyone explain that? So let me ask you this, H. If Canelo Alvarez was 6 feet, right, would he beat Dmitry Bivol based off of what you saw in that fight? So the size, again, the size means nothing because Dmitry Bivol has beaten guys bigger than him. So the size means nothing. If you don't have the skill to utilize your physical advantages, then your size, you're big for nothing. You heard the term big for nothing, correct? There's a lot of guys in the sport of boxing who are tall and long, but don't know how to use their height and reach. They're not physical fighters. How did Usyk beat Joshua?
Because he has more skills.
Okay, so skills beats size most of the time, right? So why? So was this Canelo was too small narrative debunked last night because you had a guy who was 3 times the size of Canelo last night, who suffered the same fate, who lost 9 rounds to 3.
Exactly. And we seen Canelo Alvarez get outboxed by Floyd Mayweather, and Canelo is bigger than Floyd Mayweather. So we seen Floyd Mayweather, who was a smaller guy, beat Canelo. So Canelo got beat by guys that was smaller than him with better skills like Floyd Mayweather.
Centurion, if you want to come on and you want to debate the argument, right? I'm going to drop a link for you. Caleb Smith is a highly skilled super middleweight. He's much bigger than Dmitry Bivol. Canelo Alvarez beat him. David Benavidez is bigger than Dmitry Bivol, but nobody is saying David Benavidez is too big for Canelo Alvarez. So again, everyone wants to make excuses for Canelo Alvarez losing that fight to Dmitry Bivol. And again, we have to concede Bivol is arguably a top 3, top 5 best fighter in the world right now. You could argue that he's in the top 3 of best fighters in the world based on his stats alone. Based on his stats alone, Dmitry Bivol arguably is one of the most, if not the most skilled boxer in the sport of boxing today.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He's one of the best boxers in the whole sport. I believe he's just as skilled as a guy like Devin Haney, Alexander Usyk, Shakur Stevenson. He's one of the best boxers we got in the game. The footwork, the IQ, the defense, and just the speed, the jab. The guy's the total package. And then Khabib, he got a chin. We seen him in there with big punchers like Joe Smith Jr. This man has never hit the canvas. And I believe the style like a Dmitry Bivol, a Devin Haney, and Shakur Stevenson is the most difficult style to deal with in the sport of boxing.
This guy, Centurion's son, is utterly ridiculous. How could Caleb Smith not be skilled when he was a unified champion at 168 pounds? Come on, bro. He's not highly skilled. He's a top. He was considered the best super middleweight in the world before Canelo Alvarez beat him, but yet he's not skilled. Guys, I mean, stop it. You want something to be a certain. Hey, listen, I want to have a 15-inch penis. It's never going to happen. You can't. You have to deal with the world you have, not the world you want. I picked Zurdo Ramirez to win last night. My analysis was wrong. You guys are just saying things because you want things to be a certain way. You want to believe Canelo lost just because he was small. But it's not the case. You want to believe a narrative. Lomachenko was smaller than Luke Campbell. He was smaller than Luke Campbell. He was smaller than Jorge Linares. Okay? Now you're going to say, oh, Luke Campbell wasn't shit. Jorge Linares. No, again, Luke Campbell won a gold medal at the Olympics. Okay? Jorge Linares was a multi-weight champion. Okay? So again, Lomachenko has been smaller ever since he moved up to lightweight, right? And he beat guys who were taller and longer than him. Why? Because of his skill. Because of his skill. Now you could argue, oh, he's too small for Devin Haney, whatever. The only reason why he'll be too small for Devin Haney is because Devin Haney has the skill to know how to maximize his size. Not everybody can just be big and win fights. They have to know how to use their size, and that is based off of their skill level. So size means nothing if you don't know how to use it. So how did Joe Frazier, the much smaller guy, beat Muhammad Ali? How did Ken Norton beat Muhammad Ali? He was taller and longer and bigger than them. How does that happen? How does that happen? Because again, size means nothing if you don't have the skill to know how to use it. And that's just it. Nakatani was significantly smaller than Lomachenko, and he got blasted out of there. So skill is the number one determining factor in somebody winning fights. History has shown us that the smaller, more skilled guy will beat the bigger guy. Okay? Well, what if the bigger guy is more skilled? Well, you just proved my point. That means the more skilled guy will win fights 9 out of 10 times. So once again, this whole narrative that Canelo was too small, no, Bivol was too skilled. Bivol's a better fighter than Canelo. It's that simple. He's a better fighter than Canelo, and history will prove that. That's the thing. That's the thing. If you take two guys, one guy's smaller and one guy's bigger, but the smaller guy is more skilled than the bigger guy, 9 out of 10 times, the more skilled guy will beat the bigger guy. That's the argument. That's the argument. And then if you want to argue, well, what if they're equally skilled? Then the bigger guy would win? No, because Riddick Bowe was a more skilled fighter than Evander Holyfield because he could fight on the outside, he could fight on the inside. He was good all around. But he lost to Evander Holyfield. Why was that? Because Evander Holyfield had the discipline and he was skilled enough where he could maximize his advantages. He beat Riddick Bowe because he outsmarted him. He changed up his style in the second fight, and he beat Riddick Bowe. So again, the major determining factor in someone winning fights is skill. And no one's going to tell me, you could have your opinion, and I will vehemently disagree with you. Dmitry Bivol statistically is a much better fighter than Canelo Alvarez. And it's just that's why he beat Canelo Alvarez, because Canelo Alvarez beat guys who were bigger than Dmitry Bivol. So you can't say he was too small. He wasn't skilled enough. That's why he lost. Because if Canelo Alvarez was the same size as Dmitry Bivol and fought the same way he fought, he would lose to Dmitry Bivol. Now you go, Bivol, if he was the same size as Bivol, he wouldn't fight the same way again. But Canelo Alvarez does not have fast feet, and he's not as fast as Dmitry Bivol, and he's not as defensively sound as Dmitry Bivol. Stacey, go ahead, brother.
Salute, B, man. Great content, man. I just wanted to make a couple notes that was going on. I mean, first of all, Bivol showed boxing skills pay the bill, but more importantly, he showed that, you know, a boxing KO percentage isn't indicative of how hard that somebody hits. And I think that, you know, he kept Zurdo honest in that whole fight. You know, Zurdo, he may use his reach sometimes, but he didn't really use his height. You know, he crouches down a lot. You know, Bivol showed that he is probably one of the best combination punchers in the whole game. You know, he lit him up with 5 pieces in that whole fight. You know, there was no adjustments from Zurdo. It showed how shockingly low Zurdo's IQ was. He didn't do anything to really counteract that. I mean, I gave him rounds 2 in the beginning when I first saw it. I rewatched the fight this morning, and I gave him rounds 2 and 3. At best, I mean, some people might give him the 10th, but I gave him 2 rounds out of that whole fight. You know, Bivol's footwork, his speed, his accuracy, and as H Money said before, he showed a very good chin in that fight. I mean, Zurdo did hit him a couple times, and you know, Bivol just blinked. You know, he can crack Bivol. I mean, even Joe Smith said he's got some power. You know, and I think Zurdo just blowing up in weight. You know, to you know 205 pounds, cruiserweight. You know, kind of size. It just showed that you can become more of a bigger punching bag. You was just there to be hit for Bivol. You know, I just think he lit him up all night. You know, I think Zerdo tried to headhunt too much, and I think that was a bit of his downfall. And when Zerdo tried to be too aggressive, Bivol just kept him honest. You know, and the thing is, like, what I noticed about Bivol is he doesn't normally like to exchange. You know, he has kind of like a passive defense. So when he throws shots, you know, he throws it normally after that person throws shots. But for me, I just think like the corner work from Zerdo was bad. I don't know what the hell they were telling him, you know. And Bivol showed levels to this. He stood right in front of him, so nobody can come out with that crap and say, you know, he tried to run around. He stood right in front of him and he backed up the bigger fighter, you know. And after the round 3, I mean, he just grew in confidence, to be honest. And it was just a sublime performance from Bivol. You know, I had Bivol in the beginning, you know, and I had Bivol for a long time. I've always been quite high on Bivol, but, you know, he just showed the world that after that kind of fight, he should be at least fighter of the year. You know, it was just tremendous performance. And yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Bede, man. It was just a great performance from Bivol.
So if my argument that skills wins fights, not size, for someone to disprove my argument, they would have to come up with examples, more examples of the bigger guy beating the the smaller skilled guy. No one's been able to do that. So how is my argument wrong?
I don't think your argument's wrong. No, I don't think so.
Statistically, history has proven my argument right, because I've named several fights where the more skilled, smaller guy has won against the bigger guy.
Absolutely.
Right? And I was asked a question: oh, would Bivol beat Canelo Alvarez at 168 pounds? Probably, yeah. Why would he not? Why would he not? Unless he could not make the weight, why would he not? Mm-hmm. And you just proved my argument. So you would have to put Dmitry Bivol is that much more skilled than Canelo Alvarez that you would have to put him at a disadvantage in order to make the fight even. So by making that, that's like saying could Usyk beat Dmitry Bivol at 175 pounds?
Mm.
Could Usyk make 175?
No, not since the amateurs. No, not since the amateurs has he been a middleweight.
So again, you know, history has proven my argument correct, because I've come up with several examples of the smaller guy beating the bigger guy. Unless you can show me more examples of bigger guys beating smaller guys, then that's it.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, Klitschko beat Hay Centurion, but guess what? Tony Bellew beat David Hay twice. Tony Bellew is a cruiserweight, moving up to heavyweight.
Right.
Again, you're giving me examples. I'm giving you more examples. You need to give me more. Like I'm giving you an overwhelmingly amount of smaller guys beating bigger guys. You're giving me a few. Terry Norris beat Meldrick Taylor. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But once again, I'm giving you other examples. I'm giving you more examples. Skill has beaten size more often in history than size beating skill.
Absolutely.
Hay was washed up at one leg when he fought Bellew. Oh, okay. Whatever. And you could argue Klitschko who's a more skilled fighter, Klitschko or David Hay? Who's a more technically gifted fighter, Vladimir Klitschko or David Hay? Let's be honest. Who's the more skilled guy? In your opinion?
I'd give it to Klitschko. I'd give it to Klitschko.
Easily. Klitschko's a gold medalist. He's
absolutely
a standout amateur. So you think Klitschko beat David Hay just because he was bigger? No, he's much more skilled than David Hay. He's incredibly
David Hay just had the athleticism, I felt, and the power. But I mean, Klitschko by far better amateur system. You know, better
Tony
boxing.
Bellew. Yes, Lennox. Tony Bellew is a more technically skilled fighter than David Hay. David Hay is not a technically gifted fighter. He wins his fights with athleticism. Let's be real. Stop it. Mm-hmm. Yes, Tony Bellew is more skilled than David Hay. Absolutely. Look at Tony Bellew's performance against Usyk. He showed great skill in that fight.
Absolutely. I think in that fight, yeah. I think in that fight, actually, I think he just like mentally tired out. It was just the pressure that Usyk put on him. But I think he did really well in that fight before he got starfished. You know, I think it was a good performance from him.
So again, skills wins fights. Skills wins fights. It's not this fucking size thing. So again, this fight proved last night that Canelo was not too small for Bivol. He wasn't skilled enough. He was not skilled enough. Lennox, we can go back and forth all day. You have to make a decision in life. Do you want to just argue for the sake of arguing, or do you want to learn when you have discussions with people? Do you want to be able to attain the correct information? Do you want to expand your knowledge, or are you worried about just being right? Because I'll be wrong every day of the week if I can learn something every day. I'll be wrong every day of the week. I'll be wrong in everything I say if I'm able to broaden my knowledge. Right?
That's why I respect you. That's why I respect you, B.
You guys don't want to. These guys don't want to learn. They just want to be right.
Absolutely.
I'll be wrong every motherfucking day of this week if I can add intelligence to myself.
Absolutely. And I know you picked Zerdo in the fight, but I mean, you saw what happened, and you admit you see the levels to this shit, the game, the skills, and that's why you're honest with it. And at least the people were more honest, because we've all had crazy picks. Listen, man, I picked Kell Brook against Crawford. You know, I'm not ashamed to admit it. I picked Kell Brook, but you know, levels. You know, and I got shown, and you got to be honest with it. You know, so
listen to this one. Listen to this one, Kid Stacy. Do you think Roy Jones would have beaten Lennox Lewis? Absolutely not. Lennox Lewis was a gold medalist. He was a standout amateur. Lennox Lewis was an incredibly skilled fighter. Lennox Lewis is a much, much more skilled fighter than Roy Jones. Once again, you're proving my argument. Roy Jones beat guys with athleticism, not with skill. Not with skill. That's why once Roy Jones got older and his athletic attributes started to fade, that's when he started getting knocked out. But when Bernard Hopkins got older and he was able to win in his 50s, it's because he won with skill. Once again, keep proving my points, you idiots, because you're giving me examples where the bigger guy is also the more skilled guy. How come Valuev couldn't beat David Haye? Because he was not more skilled. Keep proving my point, idiots. And I apologize for using ad hominem, but these guys are they're just ridiculously, they just don't know how to fucking make points. Yes, Lennox Lewis is 1,000 times more skilled than Roy Jones. He won a gold medal in the Olympics. He was a standout amateur. Look at the jab Lennox Lewis had. Look at how he was able to throw that short uppercut on the inside. Roy Jones won fights because he was athletically gifted. That's not to say he didn't know how to fight, but he was not as athletic. He was not as skilled as other guys. How did Bernard Hopkins beat Roy Jones in the rematch then? Oh, here we go. Bernard Hopkins was winning because of headbutts. Again, stop it. Stop it. Stop it. You want, again, deal with the world you have, not with the world you want. Deal with what happens, not with what you want to happen. Deal with what is, not what you want to believe. You want to believe that Canelo lost because he was smaller, but he beat guys who were bigger than Dmitry Bivol. So how do you prove your argument? Is Caleb Smith bigger than Dmitry Bivol, Kid Stacy?
Much bigger. He's like 6'3" or something.
Much bigger.
He's got a bigger frame as well. Yeah.
How did Canelo beat him, but he couldn't beat Bivol?
6'4". There you go.
Now is people are going to say, oh, Caleb Smith's not a skilled fighter? He was a unified champion. He was a standout amateur. Caleb Smith is a very good fighter. He's a skilled fighter, but Canelo just was probably more skilled. Beat him. Yeah. So Canelo, if Canelo was 6 feet, he still wouldn't beat Dmitry Bivol. If Canelo was 6 feet and he still had slower feet than Bivol, right? And he couldn't fight as good as Bivol, he wasn't as defensively sound as Bivol, he would still lose. So the only reason why Canelo lost is because he's 5'8". Did Dmitry Bivol fight a physical fight against Canelo Alvarez, or did he out finesse him? How did Bivol beat Canelo? Did he beat him physically, or did he beat him with skill? And did he outmaneuver him? outthink him and outpunch him and beat him to the punch and use timing against Canelo. How did Bivol beat Canelo? Did he beat him with size or did he beat him with skill? How did he win? Caleb Smith wasn't unified. Yes, he was unified. Yes, he was unified. He had 2 of the belts. What are you talking about? He was unified. Don't be ridiculous. He was in the tournament. He was unified. He beat freaking George Groves, who had one of the titles, and he had one of the titles. He was unified. Stop it. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. So, do you think this rematch with Canelo is going to happen now, or what do you think is going to happen?
The thing is now, after he's beaten Zerdo, it's like, I mean, I think if Canelo faces him again, the same thing happens again. I don't think Canelo can come in as a different fighter in this fight. I think Bivol will probably have an easier task with it as well. I think, to be honest, I wouldn't even want to see Bivol come down to 168. You know, I think he should just stay at 175. I know he said he can make 168, but I'd like to see him just stay in his weight division. You know, it might weaken him to drop, you know, so I'd like to see him in that weight class. You know, look, the thing is, if Canelo wants to try it again, go for it. You know, he's already had a belt at 175, so I don't know why people are saying he's too small. Was he too small when he went up and beat Kovalov? So he's had a belt at 175. He was a champion, but now all of a sudden people are saying, "Oh, he's too small for Bivol." Don't give me that. He's won a championship in that weight class. So if he wants to fight Bivol again, he should go back up to that weight class and challenge him again. I don't think the outcome will be any different. What I'd like to see though, because I don't think Bivol's going to get Better Biev next, is maybe he could have a fight, a meaningful fight, but not. He can't get Better Biev. I'd like to see Callum Smith against Bivol. You know, I think Callum Smith will put up a good fight, but I think Bivol will beat him definitely. But I think that's a good fight to stay ready, because Better Biev ain't going to happen till, I don't think, at least after the summer beat, to be honest. You know, I think he's had surgery, and also now he's got the Anthony Yard fight as well. So it's not going to come into the later half of the year, but Bivol's going to need a fight. So it's just that who's next really for Bivol.
So Caleb Smith had the WBC Diamond title. And then when he fought Canelo, I guess they had the regular title vacant. But technically, he was a unified champion. I mean, because same thing with Sergio Martinez. When he had the WBC title, then they stripped him and they made him the Diamond title. Again, whatever you want to say, you want to grasp at straws. At the time when Canelo Alvarez fought Caleb Smith, he was thought to have been the best super middleweight in the world. Is that correct, or am I wrong here?
Absolutely. He had the Ring Magazine belt, and he had won the world.
The Ring Magazine belt. I mean, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Yes, D Styles' prediction was pretty spot on. He said it would be 10-2. One judge did have it 10-2. Two other judges had it 9-3. It could have easily been a 10-2 fight.
How did you score it, Big?
I scored it 9-3. You could have easily had it 10-2. I gave him the 10th. I gave him the 10th. You could argue that Bivol could have gotten the 10th. It could have easily been a 10-2 fight. It's a 10-2, 9-3 fight. But once again, see, this is how I am. I picked Ramirez to win. And I can come on here. I'm not going to make excuses. I'm not going to be like other. There's going to be a guy who's going to call into the show today, right? And he's going to say the fight was competitive. You know why he's going to say the fight was competitive? Because he wants to try to justify his prediction. Listen, if you make boxing predictions every week, you are going to be wrong 50% of the time. It's just the way it is. Because if that was not the case, then guess what? We could all retire tomorrow and just become professional boxing gamblers, and we would just make money off of that. Why do you think that's not the case? Because we're going to be wrong. We're going to be wrong 50% of the time. But some idiot's going to call in tonight and say, "Oh, well, Ramirez did better than expected. That fight was close. That fight was competitive." You know why some idiot's going to call in and say those things? Because he wants to be right. He doesn't want to obtain knowledge and get the right information. He wants to be right. Personally, he doesn't want to become more knowledgeable about a topic, more knowledgeable about an issue. He wants to just be right from a personal standpoint. He needs his ego to be stroked, because some people have fragile egos. and they have to be right. Guess what? I was wrong. I was extremely wrong, clearly wrong on this pick. But guess what? I don't care. I don't care, because now I look at Bivol and I say to myself, wow, I thought Better Beef would beat Bivol, but now I have to second guess that. Now I have to second guess that. That's going to be a pick 'em fight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beeb is
I agree.
projecting big time with this ego wanting to be right talk. How can you make, kid, didn't I just say I was wrong?
Listen,
So-
I listened to the show where you picked Zerdo, so I don't know what this guy's talking about.
What does this comment mean? This is an attack on, this is a personal attack on me.
Yeah,
you have
absolutely.
to have if you're talking to me like this after I admitted I was wrong, and you're saying Beeb is protecting his ego, well, guess what? Then I suck at protecting my ego then. I'm
If
not
you
good
was
at protecting
your ego, you'd be justifying how Zerdo was still in the fight in that. That would be trying to protect your
how am
win,
I
so don't
protecting
know
my
what-
ego? How am I protecting my ego? No one self-deprecates more than me. People say, Beeb, you're an idiot. Guilty. I am certifiable. I am not a normal human being psychologically. I will give anyone that point. Beeb, you're loud, you're emotional. Guilty. I'm telling you all my flaws. I'm accepting my flaws. Every day I got to deal with my flaws. Am I loud? Guilty. Am I emotional? Guilty. But guess what? I control my emotion. I allow my logic to trump my emotion. I've apologized to several people on here when I've yelled at them and cussed them out. You've heard me do it. You've heard me apologize to several people on here. You've heard it. You've heard me say I was wrong several times on here. I've never heard any of you guys in the chat say you were wrong. I never heard anyone apologize to me. Stacks will tell you. M Stacks has come on here and he's proven me wrong on points, and I've said, you know what? You ended up being right here, Stacks. You were right. That's the thing, man. David Haye is not more skilled than Tony Bellew. He's not. Kid, do you think David Haye is more skilled than Tony Bellew from a technical standpoint of boxing?
No, actually, I don't. I think Bellew's got better fundamentals. You know,
He's got much better fundamentals.
Yeah, David Haye had the athleticism. You know, he had the speed, he had the power, he had the reflexes. That's the athleticism. You know, and it all shriveled up once his age showed, and he had the injuries come into it. He didn't rely on his skills. So, absolutely, I think
no one's ever gonna take David Haye and use highlights of David Haye as a instructional video on how to box. The guy threw one punch at a time. And again, I love David Haye. He threw one punch at a time. He leaped in. He looped with most of his shots. Here's the reason why Klitschko beat him, because straight punches beat looping punches all day.
Mm-hmm.
All day.
Mm-hmm.
So don't sit there and tell me that Klitschko was not a more skilled fighter than David Haye. He was an amateur standout and he won an Olympic gold medal. Stop it. So it is what it is, man. There's no way you can say that David Haye was more skilled than Klitschko, and I don't think he was more skilled than Bellew. David Haye was a different league to Bellew. Again, because David Haye was a bigger puncher. He was thought to have been more dynamic, more explosive, right? But again, he was not a better technically skilled fighter than Tony Bellew. He just wasn't. How did Bellew win then? How did Bellew beat him twice? Did Bellew out punch David Haye? He wore David Haye down. You see how he's not a bigger puncher than David Haye. That's why the fights went long, right? Now you could argue David Haye, you know, his leg went out, whatever. That's fine. But Tony Bellew could not knock him out. He had to get a TKO on him, basically, because David Haye was the bigger puncher. You know, David Haye got KO'd in 6 by the mediocre Carl Thompson. Again, I'm not going to dismiss David Haye. David Haye was a highly accomplished fighter. He did great things in the sport of boxing. But no one's going to sit there and say when people think of David Haye, they think of how dynamic and explosive and how big of a puncher and how athletic he was. No one's going to say, oh, this guy was Willie Pep. This guy was Pernell Whitaker. That's not how people talk about That's not how people talk about David A. Except Lennox Lewis. Excuse me, Lennox was best in the chat, who wants to just try to prove a point. Stop. Hay was injured, clearly a shell of himself. Yeah, but he was the much bigger guy. So he was much bigger than Tony Bellew. So how did he not? Like he outweighed Tony Bellew by 20 pounds. How did Tony Bellew beat him then? I thought size wins fights. Keep proving. I mean, these guys just keep proving. I can't even. You know what? I can't argue with them anymore. They're embarrassing themselves. Why am I even arguing? They're just trying to troll at this point.
Yeah.
They're just trying to troll at this point. I mean, I've given examples of how skill has beaten size more in the history of the sport. And you know what else too? Guys who are smaller, why do they fight bigger guys? Because they feel as though they have such an advantage in skill that their skill advantage will overcome the size disadvantage that they're going to be facing. And that's why when you look at guys, right, who beat bigger guys, like Sugar Ray Leonard fighting Donnie Lalonde, the reason why he took that fight against the bigger guy is because he knew he was more skilled. Most of these smaller guys don't fight guy like Roy Jones would never fight a Lennox Lewis. And you could say, oh, well, because Lennox Lewis was too big. But again, Lennox Lewis was extremely skilled. He was an extremely technically gifted fighter. He had a beautiful jab, beautiful right hand. He knew how to box. So if Lennox Lewis was a Nikolai Valuev, Roy Jones would have fought him. But Lennox Lewis was not a Nikolai Valuev. Look how much size. Now you could argue David Hay was more skilled or more gifted than Valuev, right? But if Valuev had the skill of a Vladimir Klitschko, David Hay never would have won that fight. But Valuev was not a highly skilled guy, with all due respect.
Facts.
So that's why David Hay was able to beat him. So once again, he was giving up almost 100 pounds in that fight. Even Holyfield arguably beat Valuev. Once again, why? Because of skill. Skill beats size. Just does. So, and now everyone's like, oh, well, saying Roy Jones is not as skilled as Lennox Lewis is laughable. Is it really?
I don't think they understand. I don't think they understand the difference between skills and athleticism.
They don't understand the difference between skills and athleticism. Okay, when is size the deal breaker? You're not giving me. You're giving me a few examples. I'm giving you many more. I'm giving you many more examples where skill has beaten size. So statistically, your argument is insignificant. Statistically, my argument is stronger than your argument. So that's that. I mean, it is what it is. So how did Joshua not be able to beat? Is Joshua a skilled heavyweight? Yes, he is a skilled heavyweight, but he's not as skilled as Usyk. Usyk beat him twice, and Joshua is much bigger than Usyk. So how did Usyk beat Joshua then? If size wins, if size wins fights, then how did Usyk beat Joshua twice? So it is what it is. It is what it is. So Lennox, give me 10 examples where size beat skill. And I'll give you 10 examples when it didn't. Roy Jones, Johnny Ruiz. Bernard Hopkins, Kelly Pavlik. Bernard Hopkins, Antonio Tarver, right? Pernell Whitaker beat Rivera. Usyk beat Joshua twice. Bivol beat Ramirez.
Floyd Canelo.
Floyd De La Hoya. All right, that's 9. Pacquiao Cotto. Yeah. Pacquiao Clottey. Pacquiao Margarito.
Margarito, yeah.
I mean, so give me 10 examples. I just gave you 13, right? And I can keep going here. Sergio Martinez, Kelly Pavlik. Sergio Martinez, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., right? I can keep going here. I can give you, okay, Canelo Khan, but Canelo, you could argue, is more skilled than Khan. Khan was another guy who was skilled, but he wasn't the most technically gifted guy because he didn't have great defense, right? Did Canelo beat him because he was bigger? You could argue that, but he was also more skilled. That's one. I've given you 15 examples. Give me 15 examples. Okay, is Canelo more skilled than Cotto? Again, you could argue that the skill that Canelo is just as skilled as Cotto. That's 2. Come up with 10. I got 15 right now. Come up with 10. Oh, Holyfield versus Riddick Bowe. I forgot to throw that one in there too. So you guys, Cotto, Canelo, the skills were close. Canelo was bigger. Bad example. Yeah, Canelo and Cotto, the skills were comparable. You could argue that Canelo is a more skilled fighter than Cotto. You could argue that you could at least argue that the skill level is even in that fight. Could we argue that the skill level is even in that fight, kid, or do you think Cotto is more skilled than Canelo? What would you say in that instance?
I mean, I would say they're around about the same, or I'd lean to Canelo a little bit more. But yeah, I'd say they're around
exactly. So Canelo won that fight with skill, and it was a razor close fight on my card. I had it.
Yeah, absolutely. 12 rounds. It went,
razor close. So he's got one questionable example that really isn't a good example because you can't definitively say that Cotto is a more skilled fighter than Canelo. I would disagree. I would think I would actually argue Canelo is probably more skilled than Cotto. He's a better counterpuncher because Canelo was a good counterpuncher and he was an offensive fighter. Cotto wasn't a better counterpuncher than Canelo. So that's a bad example. The Khan example, Canelo was better defensively than Khan. So I'll give you that. We can. I don't know. Would you say Khan is more skilled than Canelo? I don't even think Khan's more skilled than Canelo.
I don't think so at all.
Khan won because he was quick. He won because he had fast feet. He was athletic. I'm not saying he wasn't skilled at all.
But Canelo timed him, didn't he? He timed him.
Canelo beat him with skill. Yeah, he beat him with a counterpunch, so he wasn't more skilled. If you watch when Khan threw a punch, he crossed his body with his right hand and he was off balance and leaned right into the punch.
Yeah, so similar to the Danny Garcia knockout that he had as well.
Khan, Team Batman Boxing said Khan is nowhere near as skilled as Canelo. Thank you, Team Bat. So again, and Cotto isn't more skilled than Canelo. He can't give me one example. How many? I've given him like 15, 20 examples. Cotto KO'd the much bigger Sergio Martinez. Yeah, but once again, Sergio Martinez didn't win because of skill. He won with athleticism. He had his hands down. He wasn't a technically gifted boxer. He won because he had quick feet. He was fast. I don't think Sergio Martinez was more skilled than. Would you say Sergio Martinez was more skilled than Cotto? Cotto had a better jab. I wouldn't say that either. Lomachenko Lopez, I would disagree with that. Lopez Lopez won that fight with skill. He didn't knock Lomachenko out. He outboxed him.
Yeah.
He outboxed him. Darrell Benavidez, another bad example. I don't think Darrell's a better. I don't know. I don't think Darrell's a better boxer than Benavidez either. These are all bad examples. And Darrell and Benavidez are very similar in size. So I don't think Benavidez is slightly bigger. These are all bad examples. I'll give you the Lomachenko Lopez fight though. I'll give you that one. That's one. Lomachenko's more skilled than Lopez overall. I'll give you that one. We'll give you that one. These other ones are bad. I won't give you these other ones. These other ones are bad examples. These other ones are very debatable.
What about Ward Kovalev when he moved up in the second fight when he knocked him out?
Yeah, Ward's smaller than Kovalev. Kovalev was like 200 pounds.
Yeah.
Kambosos beat the much bigger. Come on. Was Kambosos?
You're reaching.
Come on. Was Teofimo Lopez much bigger than? Stop. Come on. They were the same size. They were the same size. Stop. Cut it out. It's not a combination of size and skill. The skill will trump size all the time. If you don't have the skill to use your size, if you have, like Paul Williams was bigger than everyone he fought, but he didn't know how to use his height and reach. So that's why smaller guys beat him all the time.
Beep, look at Tyson. Tyson was smaller than all of the heavyweights. He was fighting some monsters. You know, Tyson's what, 5'10"? He was fighting Bone Crusher Smith. He was fighting these giants out here, and he was knocking them out. Why? Because of the skill.
Once again, Spence versus Mikey. Spence, you could argue, is just as skilled, if not more skilled than Mikey, because he's more versatile. Spence is a better outside fighter than Mikey. He beat him with skill. How did Spence win that fight? He outboxed him. He beat him with skill, not size. That's another bad example. Tyson versus Holyfield. Holyfield's more skilled than Tyson. You're going to say Tyson's more skilled than Holyfield? Holyfield was an incredible counterpuncher. He had a good left hook. He could fight on the inside. He was decent on the outside. These are all bad examples. I'll give you the one example. Lomachenko all around is a better fighter than better technically sound fighter than Teofimo Lopez. I'll give you that one. We can argue that one. Lomachenko is probably more technically gifted than is technically better fighter than Teofimo Lopez. But let me ask you this, kid: who would you pick in a rematch, Lomachenko or Teofimo Lopez?
I'd pick Loma. I'd pick Loma.
I'd pick Loma. I'd pick Loma too.
Getting to him. Yeah, Loma was getting to him in them late rounds, you know.
Yeah. I'd pick Loma in a rematch.
Yeah.
But we'll give you that one.
I actually had that fight a draw, to be honest.
That's fine. That's fair. I had it 8-4, but that's fair. I'll be honest with you. I'll give him that one. I've given him about 20 examples of how the skill beat the bigger guy. They've given me one legitimate example.
Wow.
Spence does not have skill. That's why he would lose to Thurman. I don't. Okay. Now we're going to make excuses. Holyfield kept illegally clinching against Tyson. How many times has Tyson done illegal tactics in the ring? For Christ's sakes, he bit him on the ear. What the fuck? How many times has Tyson hit guys low? How many times has Tyson grabbed guys' arms and tried to rip their arms out of their fucking sockets? How many times has Tyson elbowed guys? Dude, this isn't ballet, bro. Stop. These guys are ridiculous, kid.
Yeah. They're reaching.
What does this have to? If you've ever followed listen to this one. If you've ever followed MMA, you'd never be naive enough to make these arguments. What does that mean, kid? Does that have any relevance to? I mean, are we talking about? Are we talking about rear naked chokes here, kid? What are we talking about here, kid?
We're not talking about that or flying arm bars or nothing like that. I mean, we're talking straight boxing. We're talking about the smaller fighter moving up and outclassing the bigger fighter based on skills.
So history has shown us that the smaller guy wins. You know what would have been that's why that Eubank Jr. Conor Benn fight was so intriguing. That was so intriguing because you can I don't know, man. Like some people would argue Conor Benn is a technically better fighter than Chris Eubank Jr., but I don't know, man. I don't know.
That's tough.
Listen to this one. In MMA, it used to be open weight with the skills trumped against bigger guys. But then the big guys started getting as skilled. And you know why? This is why, because again, in MMA, there was many examples where the majority of the time those big heavy guys lost because they gassed out. You know why MMA? There's one reason and one reason only why MMA went to weight classes. Do you know why that was, kid?
No.
Let me see if you know why. I'll explain to you why. MMA why did MMA have weight classes and why did they have all these rule changes? Why did they structure MMA and change it from the way it was to the way it is now? Why do you think they did that?
Because they needed a sanction in it.
Thank you so much. Excellent. If they would never have been able to get sanctioned in all these states if they didn't have rules. They weren't.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why they did that. But once again, these guys are trying to make an argument against me, but all they're doing is supporting my argument. Because if you go back and you look how many times the heavier, bigger guy lost in MMA when it was open weight class, because those guys weren't as skilled as the smaller guys. They weren't in as good a shape as the smaller guys. And what happened? They would gas out and get knocked out.
Well, sometimes it's just the style, and sometimes it just the size. They had the styles and styles, and for instance, Jose Aldo had more skills than Conor McGregor, but he had the size and the counter punching, and he knocked him out.
But how did Conor McGregor beat him? He beat him by timing him and hitting him with a counter punch.
Yeah, but Aldo has more skills as a fighter.
You could argue that Aldo was more well-rounded than Conor McGregor, absolutely, because he had a ground game as well as a striking game.
Well, what I'm trying to get at is when you have two skilled fighters against each other, usually the bigger fighter that's more skilled is going to win.
Well, again, how do you determine that? Because history hasn't shown us that. So when Holyfield beat Bo, who was more skilled, Bo or Holyfield?
I mean, we already went through that, but yeah.
Who do you think is more skilled? Bo is as equally as skilled as Holyfield, in my opinion, but he lost because Holyfield was more disciplined enough to be able to maximize his skills where Bo didn't. At the end of the day, when you look at these matchups, when the smaller guy moves up to fight the bigger guy, he's usually the more skilled guy. Why is that the case? There's a reason why that's the case. You know why? Because the skill compensates for the size disadvantage. I've named almost 20 fights, and I can probably name 30 fights where the smaller guy beat the bigger guy because of skill. Right? You guys can't name more fights where the bigger guy beat the smaller guy. They're out there, but more often than not, the smaller guy moving up beats the bigger guy. History has shown us that it's irrefutable.
I think Loma's more skilled than Teofimo Lopez, but
I agree with that.
Won.
I agree with that. But once again, can you name 20 or 30 times when that happened like I did?
Hey, babes.
I would have to go through the fights.
But would it be a fair argument to say that you couldn't do it?
No.
You couldn't do it, possibly, right? Is that? I mean, I'm not trying to coach you here. I'm not trying to.
No. Like I would have to
Would you agree that my argument statistically is stronger than the other argument that's being presented, the opposing side? Would you agree with that?
Majority, yes, I can see that you're right. Majority of the time, statistically.
Yeah, because we deal with probability and reality over possibility.
But we're talking about a skilled fighter versus a bigger fighter. Or are we talking about a skilled fighter, small fighter versus a skilled bigger fighter?
Let's be honest.
We got to be meticulous in depth here.
Let's be honest, because skilled is subjective, right?
Yes.
Everyone has their own interpretation of what skill is, right? Because everyone is biased, and in fairness, unbiased towards certain styles. We're all biased towards styles that we have a preference to. So we may say that a style that we're more we have an affinity to more, that we're going to favor that style, and we may say that style is more skilled than another style. That could be as equally like Devin Haney. I can admit objectively that I'm not a huge fan of Devin Haney's style. But I know his style is effective, so I give him credit for winning. I wouldn't
go out and say that it's that skilled. I mean, if you really think about it, his style is based on Muay Thai, and that's a Muay Thai type of strategy. If you really think about it,
and I'm not going to dismiss that. If that's what you believe, that's true.
No, it's not what I believe. This is based on the Muay Thai strategy of clinching. When he gets close enough.
But here's the thing.
He just clinches.
I got in this debate with Kenny Porter once when Kenny Porter was arguing when Kell Brook fought Sean Porter. And Kenny Porter said all he did was clinch, 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 clinch. There's a difference when Amir Khan and may he rest in peace, Hector Camacho used to grab guys. They would hold guys in desperation. They'd have that wide-eyed look in their face, and they would look over to the referee to come break the clinch. When you got a guy like Haney and you got a guy like Kell Brook, and even Shane Mosley in his fight with Antonio Margarito, when you got a guy who grabs to freeze the action and he's walking the guy back as he's grabbing him and releasing the clinch and punching off the clinch, you could say that's a technical strategy. There's certain instances where a guy will hold just to get the referee to break, and another instance where a guy will hold so he can grab and disrupt the guy and walk him back and position him to line him up with his shots. If you go back and watch how Devin Haney and Kell Brook, when they clinch, they actually will walk the guy back, right? And they will release the clinch. They will release the clinch.
Yeah, they do that in
walk the guy
Muay Thai.
back.
Yeah, they
They'll walk
position
the guy
them
back.
in a preference style.
So you
They
could
position
say,
them. Yeah.
you could say that is a skill, correct? You may,
No,
and again,
I could say that's a strategy. They do that
okay,
in
but
Muay Thai a lot.
what is skill? Skill and strategy are kind of very similar. It's a skill. It's a skill. Now, with all due respect, you don't like. Is it safe to say you don't like that tactic?
I don't mind watching Muay Thai when I'm watching a Muay Thai fight,
But you don't like when people do that tactic in boxing.
Bout. It's a boxing bout, and it's illegal in boxing.
Well, it's not. It's not.
It's not a debate. It's against the rules. You know it, Beeb.
It's against the rules, but what is the punishment for it?
Well, none of the refs are none of the incompetent refs or corrupted refs are doing anything about it.
So 30-something refs are incompetent?
So I'm wrong, is what you're saying?
You're right.
Am I lying?
You're not lying. Two things can be right at the same time. I'll explain to you why. It's illegal, but what is the punishment for it? If you release clinching is illegal in boxing, 100%. But if you release the clinch before the referee can get in and break you, and he doesn't stop the action, can you punch off the clinch? Yes or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayweather used to do that all the time.
So it is illegal, but what is the punishment for it if you're releasing it? Is there a punishment for it?
No, not if the ref is not doing anything about it, which he should be.
How many times? Again, that's your opinion, and I'm not discrediting
your
opinion.
That's not an opinion.
It is an opinion.
How many times?
Because how many times has Devin Haney been disqualified for holding?
None.
How many times has Muhammad Ali been disqualified for holding?
None.
How many times has Amir Khan been disqualified for holding?
How many times have they should be disqualified for excessive clinching? That's not subjective.
Yes, it is.
No, that what you're saying is subjective.
It's not subjective. What you're saying is subjective. Guess why?
No, you're using that as a cop-out.
No, statistically, your argument is irrelevant. You know why?
Why?
Because very rarely do referees take points away for holding. Very rarely do referees disqualify fighters for holding. Can we argue that?
So you're using the popularity fallacy.
No, I'm using the probability.
No, you're using the popularity fallacy.
No, in reality,
corruption.
No.
No, this is the reality. The popularity fallacy is the reality.
So you need to give me examples.
You just brought it up.
No.
You just strained my argument.
No. You need to give me examples where fighters have been, majority of times, been disqualified for holding and have had several points taken away during a fight for holding.
They do this in ONE FC.
In boxing, how many times have guys who have known
they do this in ONE FC, they do this in other combat sports, but for some reason they don't do this in boxing.
Okay, so again, holding is part of the sport of boxing, and it's illegal. But once again, a parking ticket is illegal, but are you going to get punished the same for a parking ticket as you do for a DWI? So once again, the word illegal, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But statistically, your point is insignificant. You have to understand that. Just like I had Bradley beating Pacquiao. Statistically, my opinion is insignificant because 99.9% of the people, right, had Pacquiao winning. So statistically, my opinion is virtually irrelevant. right, Little Penny?
Yes.
So you have to be objective enough to have an opinion. And I don't disagree with your opinion one iota. I
No, it's
think
not an opinion. Excessive
it is
clinching is illegal.
okay.
It's
But
in the rules. I didn't make the rules.
Okay. But is it tolerated?
Yes. Now that's the
So
question you should be asking.
is it tolerated? Is
Yes.
it punished? Is it punished?
No.
Okay. So
That doesn't
statistics.
make it. That doesn't mean that it's illegal or legal. I mean, it
If you
doesn't make it legal. Let
if
me
you
rephrase.
could
That
do
doesn't make it legal.
something, if you could do something, illegal or not, and get away with it, would you do it? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, then you're more of a virtuous person than me. If someone said to you that you could get away with paying without paying taxes for the rest of your life and get away with it, would you do it?
Yes.
Well, I mean, there's ways around that, but I mean, that's
Would you do it? Yes or no? Would you do it? Yes or no?
There's legal ways to doing that, but yes. If I'm doing it a legal way, yes.
You would do it, right?
Yes, you can do that through donations.
Okay. Well, there's other ways you can do it illegally,
no.
and
You don't
I've done
Yeah,
things
but
illegally.
there's
I've done it-
I'm referring
I've
to
done
the
it-
legal way.
I've done it.
The
I've done
legal way
things.
you could do it.
I've done things technically illegal to not pay taxes. I'm not bragging about. Maybe I am bragging about it. Okay, I'm bragging about it. I'm humble bragging right now. I apologize. And I've gotten away with it. You know why? Because the IRS looks at me as statistically. I've had tax people tell me what you're doing right now is illegal, but the chance of you getting caught is less than 1%. You know why?
The
Because
sample size.
at the time I wasn't making enough money
Yeah,
for them to even want to look at me.
correct.
So if you were in that situation, would you do it? Yes or no?
Still no.
You would say no. Oh, fair enough. And I will admit, with respect, your opinion is statistically insignificant, because if I asked
It's
100
not an
people,
opinion. It's still illegal.
I'm not saying it's not illegal. I'm asking, would you,
Well,
if you
you're implying
get
that it's
away?
you're
I'm
implying
not
that,
saying.
and you're saying it's
Listen
my
to what I'm
opinion.
saying.
Not
If you
my
could do
opinion.
something that was technically illegal, and you had a less than 0.5% chance of getting caught, and you could get away with it, would you do it?
I just answered.
So you said no.
No.
Now, if I asked 100 people, do you think they would answer the same way you did?
Majority would answer differently than me.
Okay, so can we argue with respect, your opinion is statistically insignificant?
I would say I'm the minority would be the correct term.
And minority would anything that's the minority, an overwhelming minority is usually statistically insignificant, correct? You don't like how it sounds. It's not the way you want it to sound, but statistically,
No,
your
that's
opinion.
you're projecting now.
How am I projecting?
Because you're adding, for some reason you want to felicitously add insignificant when it has nothing to do with that.
If you have a less than 1% probability of something occurring, you would not say that is statistically insignificant?
No.
Okay. I don't know what to say to you. If you think that something that is less than 0.5% correct, see what you're doing right now is
No. What you're doing right now, like
no.
For instance, like one of my buddies who actually
several
studied quantum physics,
No,
they
no,
want to
I
know
have-
what is this
I
anomaly.
have-
They want to try to figure
I
out.
have several opinions of my own that I could agree with that are statistically insignificant. As a human being, you have to be able to accept that sometimes your opinion is statistically insignificant. You have to admit that if you want to be objective in your life. You have to have the emotional intelligence enough to know that sometimes you are going to be on the side of an opinion that is statistically insignificant. You have to accept that. If I say Bradley won that fight, and there is, like, I've seen polls where 95% of the people think Bradley won that fight. Statistically, my opinion of that fight is insignificant. I can admit that. How am I projecting, sir? When I'm admitting that my opinion, how can I be projecting? And when I'm telling you my opinion
Because I'm telling you the correct term would be the minority.
Okay, so let's look up the word insignificant, right?
Okay.
Okay, because this is the problem with society today. We don't like how certain things sound. Too small or unimportant to be worth consideration. So once again,
And I'm going by the last definition that you just mentioned.
so if you have an opinion that is so small compared to the rest of the public, statistically, right? Your opinion is insignificant. You don't like the word insignificant. That's a problem you have, right?
But I guess I can make this two-way argument that you don't like the way minority sounds from a philosophical standpoint.
I think it's a synonym. I think they're
No,
very
I
similar
don't.
words.
It's
Minority
similar. Yeah,
is-
you're right. Yeah, it's similar.
They're
Minority
similar.
is not the right word for this issue. If you look at minority,
Here's the problem with your argument. If something is 51% to 49%, right? The 49% is the minority. So you can have a minority, but not be. You could still be in the minority and not be statistically insignificant. Being statistically insignificant is when you're in such a low percentile to not really be. It's so small that it becomes meaningless at this point. Like if someone told you that you could cheat on your taxes and there's a 0.003% chance of you getting caught, right? You can still get caught. You could still get caught. But to me, the percentage is statistically insignificant. Now,
So
the
you're telling me that majority of the people want to see excessive clinching is what you're telling me?
what I'm trying to tell you is the majority of referees will tolerate the holding. So that's why if Devin Haney was disqualified for fighting the way he fought, would it be safe to say that he would change the way he fought?
For sure, definitely.
Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is I'm not disagreeing with your opinion. What I'm trying to tell you is statistically your opinion is insignificant because the majority of times fighters get disqualified and lose points for holding is in the single digits. So your argument is statistically insignificant with respect. I'm not saying that to demean your argument. I'm saying your argument is statistically insignificant. So when you use the word minority is a horrible word to use because once again, if I'm in a 49 percentile going up against if I'm a 49% owner of a team, I'm a minority owner, right? But I'm still a significant owner because I own 49%. So that's the thing. Minority is the wrong word that you're using.
yeah.
I hope I explained myself properly.
Yeah, completely understand. But what I'm
Okay.
trying to get at is majority of us know it's illegal, and
Can I
majority of
say
us don't want to see the excessive clinching.
and guess what? And
just because the corruption allows it to happen.
Well, it's not. Is it again? You can call it corruption if you want, but it's been going on for over 100 years, bro.
Yeah.
So
Switching started the game.
I'm not doubting that, nor did I doubt that.
Statistically, if you were to ask 100 people, did they like how Devin Haney fights? Guess what? You'd be in the majority in that regard, because if you were to poll people and ask is Devin Haney an exciting fighter?
Nice.
I would say 95 out of 100 people would say no. So
but
you'd be
the rematch beefs is very
but again, with respect, your stance on this your stance on this is insignificant because Devin Haney is allowed to do it, win fights, and he's the undisputed lightweight champion of the world. And he became the undisputed lightweight champion of the world doing what you quote unquote call illegal. So why would he stop doing it is what I'm trying to say to you. Go ahead, Penny. I'll let you go because I've been kind of.
But just to make it a bit of a balance. Devin Haney's rematch against Kambosos, I thought that was a pretty exciting fight compared to the first one.
Yeah, I thought that he clinched. Here's the thing, and you could argue with me all you want and disagree with you all you want. I think Kambosos was the one who was initiating more of the clinches in the second fight than Devin Haney because he was getting tagged more. So, I thought Devin Haney landed a lot more power punches in the second fight than he did the first fight. I mean, again, it's subjective. I don't think Devin Haney.
I disagree. That's not what ESPN was showing when they were counting the numbers.
But so you're saying that Devin Haney did not land more power punches in the second fight?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about the clinching part.
Again, I disagree with that, but
you can disagree all you want. ESPN was even showing it.
So ESPN they had clickers and they were counting each time someone clinched?
Yeah, each time Haney was clinching.
Really?
I don't do you recall that, Penny, that the ESPN had someone counting every
No,
clinch?
they only do CompuBox for punches.
They were counting CompuBox numbers. And who had the advantage in CompuBox numbers in that fight? Haney. So was he punching more or was he clinching more? If he was clinching so much, how did he have the advantage in counterpunch?
He was doing both.
Okay.
He was clinching.
I'm not saying he wasn't holding, and I'm not saying he doesn't hold a lot. But I can argue Kambosos was holding in comparable numbers in that second fight because he was getting tagged too much and he was bleeding and he was getting busted up in that fight. And he was holding because he couldn't defend.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. I mean, I think I don't know. I don't recall anyone counting clinches during that fight. I don't remember anyone saying Devin Haney clinched this amount of times and Kambosos clinched that amount of times. And unless you can show me statistical data where someone did that, then again, it's your opinion, and I'm not discrediting or disagreeing with it. I'm saying you don't have the statistical facts to back up what you're saying.
Okay, so I would like to see the video of what you're saying.
What video of what I'm saying?
Oh, what the claim you just made?
I'm not making a claim. I'm stating that's my opinion.
Okay, I see.
I'm not making a claim, and Little Penny is not making a claim either. It's in our opinion that probably Kambosos clinched just as much, if not more, in the second fight. Could we agree with that, Little Penny, or am I wrong?
Yeah, he did, because he was in trouble there in the 8th and 9th round. He had to clinch.
He had to hold. He had to hold it because he was getting. I'm going to be honest. Again, I'm not the biggest fan of Devin Haney's style.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm not. I like boxer. My favorite fighter of all time is Sugar Ray Leonard. He was a boxer puncher. He could fight inside, outside. He could box. He could move. He could knock you out. He's my favorite fighter of all time. I love him. I prefer. Go ahead.
But Bibbs, the Haney Kambosos 2 and the Haney Linares fight. I thought both of them were quite exciting. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think Haney can be exciting at times, but again, he doesn't have the most fan-friendly style. I agree. We can argue that.
Well, the Linares fight was exciting.
I was at the Haney Kambosos 1 fight at Malva Stadium, and it was boring, man. Like after about the 4th round, everyone if you saw in the crowd, because I was on the second tier, most people were on their phones, man, because there was no action. It's because Haney kept holding and kept clinching.
I'm of the opinion, and again, this is just my opinion. It is not at all factual. I honestly believe Devin Haney has had problems making 135 for a long time. He looks tall. He looks like 5'10". He looks like he walks around at about 155, maybe close to 160. I think he fights the way he fights because I think he's concerned about gassing out later in the fight. I think he picks and chooses. I think he fights at a slower pace sometimes because I honestly believe when he moves up to 140, I think his style will change a little bit. Just like when Shakur started moving up, his style changed. He started sitting down more in his punches. He started becoming more of a puncher. I think you'll see, in my opinion, Haney change his style a little bit. I think he does what he does because he's concerned about maybe gassing out late, because he wants to preserve his energy.
But Joe, I don't think his power will carry at 140. I
don't think him and Shakur will never be one-punch knockout guys. But I do think as they get bigger, they will get stronger, and possibly they will be hitting guys harder. Kid, did you want to jump in with something?
No, I think Haney's had to move up for the longest time. I mean, to be honest, I know he just wants to really just get that win over Loma, but I'd say move up after that fight. But yeah, I think as he ages as well, and as he moves up in weight, he'll definitely, like you said, he's not a one hit kind of KO artist. But I think as he moves up, yeah, I can see Haney going up to 147 eventually, and he's a big boy, so I can see him moving up. And definitely, I think his power will carry up. But I just want to say thanks, Beeb. Thanks for the shout out. I'm gonna drop off right now. Salute, man. Keep up the good work as always, brother. Thank
you, brother. So let's listen to this one. Why is he killing himself to make weight, Beeb? Surely not for a weight advantage. He's killing himself to make weight because the bigger fights were at 135 for him. He became undisputed lightweight champion of the world at 135. So did he do it because he wanted to be the bigger guy, or did he do it because he wanted to make money? Let's be objective here. He did it because he wanted to make money. Fighters do what they do. At the end of the day, the major motivating factor for any fighter's decision is to make money. We can argue if we want. We can pretend we're not. We can pretend that everyone fights for honor and for legacy and all this other stuff.
There's two big fights at 140 for Devin Haney, though. There, Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez. Those are pretty big fights for him.
Well, again, what division is hotter right now, 140 or 135?
135, but the problem is at 135, because they don't fight each other. Like all the big.
Are they fighting each other at 140? Fortunately, Bob Arum had all the guys at 140, so that's why Josh Taylor was able to unify.
Yeah, Ramirez and all those guys, and Regis Prograis, they're all fought.
Prograis is a free agent. Ramirez was a top-ranked fighter. Josh Taylor is affiliated with Top Rank as well. Ramirez had 2 titles. Prograis had 2 titles. The reason why that fight was made is because, they're all Top Rank. Now Devin Haney is working with Top Rank. Maybe he'll re-sign with Top Rank. Who knows? But now 140 seems to be good, but 135 a year ago, and even now is still better than 140. But 140 is starting to become an interesting division because you have Ryan Garcia moved up. Teofimo Lopez moved up recently. Ryan Garcia moved up recently. So now the division's getting exciting. But once again, who's Ryan Garcia going to fight? Right? There's talk about Showtime becoming defunct and not doing boxing anymore. There's talk about Fox they're going to stop doing boxing, right? There's talk about all that stuff, right? So I argue that would be a good thing because then, you'd have less of a logjam. And then you're like, oh, well, where are all these fighters going to go, B? Why are you rooting for that? Well, all the good fighters are going to find a home, whether they go to DAZN, whether they go to Top Rank, whether they go to Golden Boy. I think I'm going to say this, PBC, as Steve Kim has said, has been the common denominator. They're the biggest obstructors of making big fights, in my opinion. And if they were cut off, if they didn't have Showtime and Fox, and they weren't, if they went out of business, I think it would actually be better for the sport of boxing. H, go ahead, brother. What's up, man?
I heard you guys talking about Devin Haney, so I had to join the panel. What's good, Little Penny?
Uh-oh.
I heard you guys talking about 135 pounds. Devin Haney is the undisputed champion. These guys, they have been fighting each other. Lomachenko fought against Teofimo Lopez. Devin Haney fought against George Kambosos Jr. So they have been mixing it up. There's been some good fights at 135. And now we got Shakur Stevenson. He just moved up to 135. And I would like to see Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson.
But the cash cows of 135 is really Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. They haven't fought any of those guys that you've mentioned or each other.
Well, George Kambosos, he just made, I believe, about around $10 million in the undisputed fight against Devin Haney. And Devin Haney has been making a higher guarantee than Tank Davis and Lomachenko.
Oh, yeah. Well, You know, Devin Haney's the man at lightweight right now.
Yeah.
What about Shakur Stevenson, Beeb?
He's
Well,
unproven.
Shakur just moved up, but I will say this. I think he will be the man at lightweight. I think
Yeah,
I believe, and this is debatable. This is debatable. I think Shakur Stevenson will end up being the best fighter in the world
Yeah.
at some point in his career, and I think
Yeah.
he'll end up dominating 135, 140,
Yep.
and before it's all said and done, he'll probably dominate 147 when he moves up.
I agree, Beeps. The eye test tells you.
Yeah, I think Shakur is going to be the man. That's just my opinion. But again, I could be wrong because Haney's right there. But I just think Shakur is more talented.
Shakur's got too much talent, skill. His toolbox is just his ceiling to me is higher than what Devin Haney can go to. You know what I mean?
I agree. I agree with that.
It's kind of like, when Jordan and what's his name?
Kobe.
Drexler started out in the mid 80s. You can tell that Jordan.
I love when you use these basketball. I love when you use these basketball analogies.
You know what I mean? You can tell that both of them play shooting guard. You can tell that Jordan had a high ceiling from the eye test. Now both of them were unaccomplished, and in fact, Drexler probably achieved more in terms of playoff success because Jordan kept getting out of the first round every single time until 1988, I think. Whereas Drexler, at least he won a few first round. You know what I mean? But I agree with you. I think Shakur will be the pound for pound fighter once Canelo drops off.
Well, right now,
I'm predicting Canelo to beat Bivol in the rematch in May or September, whenever they fight.
I mean, he will never beat Bivol because Bivol is a better boxer with better skills.
Dude, he didn't beat him, dude, in the rematch, in the first fight.
No, he did not, man. Bivol beat Canelo easy. That was an easy fight, man. Come on now. I don't know what fight you was watching. I don't know what fight you was watching, Little Penny, but that fight
was it a majority decision, Edge, like that victory on Bivol? It was.
I mean, it doesn't make it right. Like, we seen Floyd Mayweather dominate Canelo, and one judge said it was a draw. It doesn't mean it was right.
I was at that fight, right? I was at that fight. And I was thinking, man, Canelo's going to pull this off.
You just like Canelo, but I mean, Dmitry Bivol, he dominated Canelo.
Amok, that was a good video you sent me, but I'm going to have to refute some of the clinches in that because some of those clinches, it actually looks like Kambosos is initiating those clinches as well. Like some of those clinches, they're both meeting in the center of the ring and they're grabbing each other. And if you notice when Devin Haney is grabbing him, see how he's like locking him up and walking him back. He's kind of wrestling with him more so than just clinching him and hoping for the referee to break him.
Well, but, I mean, I'm gonna have to like counter the counter.
Okay.
Because in Muay Thai, because that's the strategy. It's a Muay Thai strategy. It becomes instinctively. It becomes instinctively. If you know that your opponent is gonna clinch on you, you might as well, accept it because that's your opponent's strategy.
Yeah, but in some of those clinches, you can argue that it's like they're both. It's hard to determine who's initiating that clinch.
That would be Haney because that's part of his strategy.
Fair enough, and you also have to argue that BDA boxing really do not like Devin Haney. So obviously that is going to kind of be a biased video, correct?
No,
those are one of the racist channels, dude. That's one of the racist.
I would have to disagree.
I'm looking at this video. I'm looking at this video right now, and I'm seeing George Kambosos literally get Devin Haney in headlocks. He's initiating a lot of these. He's initiating a lot of these clinches.
Exactly. I watched the fight. Devin Haney dominated George Kambosos, man. It was an easy fight.
Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about Haney, which is part of his strategy.
Are you not going to admit honestly that are you honestly not going to admit that BDA boxing is not biased against Haney? Are you going to really admit that they do not like Devin Haney? You can agree. You have to agree with that. I like the beat, and again, I like.
What I'm trying to get at is I can't speak for someone else. I can't.
I like BDA. I've had him on this show before, but he's biased against Devin Haney. They don't like Devin Haney. They're big
Right.
Lomachenko fans over there. They
Well, I
actually,
mean, if you think
they
about it,
actually think, they
we
actually
have
think.
H Money here who's biased for Haney, but I can't. The
I'm
problem
not
is that
biased for Haney. You don't even know me,
H,
bro.
the problem is
You don't
once
that I
even know
again,
can't
me,
speak
bro.
for another
The
person.
fuck?
once again,
Yes, I do,
brother.
man. We were
I don't
talking
know
about.
you, bro. I
Every
wouldn't know you
single.
from a bag of rice,
What do you
bro.
mean?
I wouldn't know you
Let
from
me
a
jump
bag
in.
of rice, man.
Communicated
Let me
before in the chat.
let me jump in real quick, please. This is what you have to understand, Amok, and I know you don't like when I do this because you think I'm doing word salads here and I'm manipulating the human vocabulary. But I'm going to be honest with you. We're all biased, but you have to have some sense of objectivity, in your analysis. You can admit you're like, I am biased against Devin Haney's style, but objectively, I respect the effectiveness of it.
Yeah, I definitely respect the effectiveness of the Muay Thai
Okay.
style. I'm not
So
disagreeing with that.
the
The only difference is that in Muay Thai you could actually counter with the a flying knee or an elbow, or you can actually just push your opponent back and throw a front kick or kick them in the leg.
now
But
H
the
and
problem is that you can't do that in boxing.
I, right, are both biased. I think Little Penny would admit he's biased. He has his favorites, but for the most part, because we do videos on here every day, we have to be somewhat objective, or we're going to lack credibility.
Yeah, correct.
Now, other people won't be objective if they can monetize their bias. I can't really I mean, I make very, very little dollars on here. I probably make $200 a month on this channel, which is shit, right? But I love doing what I'm doing, right? I would do it for free if I because this is a hobby to me. I like talking to people. I like the conversations. But at the end of the day, you could be biased all you want, but if you don't have any semblance of objectivity, if you're constantly contradicting yourself and applying double standards to your opinions, then people are going to see that, and they're not going to take you serious, and they're not going to really respect your opinion. Now, there are some guys on here that will hold themselves out because they're getting paid to hold themselves out, and they make the majority of their money in life on here, so they'll hold themselves out because they're getting paid to do it.
Yeah,
just like that.
And I'm just like you. I'm not getting paid to do it, and this.
Yeah, I don't.
It's a passion. I love
Yeah,
combat sports.
so
I grew up doing it.
so I have no motivation to cape for anybody because I don't receive any benefit for it.
Same here. I
So
get absolutely zero benefit. I don't get any money off of it.
so
It's
it is
just
what it is. It is what it is, man.
Hey, Emma, dude, you're a smart guy, man. You should come in here more often.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not discrediting any of your opinions. I'm just, I'm trying to statistically quantify them. I'm a numbers guy, bro. That's what I like to do. I deal in percentages and probabilities because I'm a gambler.
Yeah.
So I'm constantly breaking down things statistically. And I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just saying some of your points have been proven, figuratively to be statistically insignificant. Like
Well,
Haney's going to consistently be
like which one?
When you're saying that what Haney's doing is illegal, I think the point is irrelevant because statistically it's been proven that he's not going to get punished for it. So
you're just talking about that they're getting away with it.
Okay, but again, for him to get punished for it, he would have to do it. See, if you go back and watch all those clinches, you see how he's wrestling and he's moving his arms around and he's pushing Kambosos. He's clinching, then he's walking Kambosos and he's pushing him off. Before the referee is going to even be able to get in there and break them, the clinch is already going to be released. You see what I'm saying? So he's pushing the envelope just enough where he's going to be able to get away with doing it, is what I'm trying to say to you.
Yeah, I understand.
That's all. That's the argument. We could sit there and say it's illegal all we want. Just like there's so many things that people do that are illegal. I do. I'm not proud to say this, but I do a lot of just illegal things in this world, and I get away with them, and I justify them with I believe that I'm morally right. But that's my opinion, right? I can still go to sleep at night knowing some of the things I do that are quote unquote illegal. It's like life
Well,
is all
you're
about making.
comparing something illegal and getting away with it. That's
Well,
that's not what I'm
the
referring
word
to.
illegal is, it has a negative connotation to it, right? But we have to agree that there's just like in life, all infractions are not created equal. All acts are not created equal. You just because something is illegal, right? There's different levels of wrong in this world, is what I'm trying to say. So, like the word you just say, oh, what he's doing is illegal, and automatically
It
like
is
that.
illegal. It's not a debate, but he's getting away with it. I'm not
But
disagreeing.
but
I'm
you
not
have to
disagreeing
but you
that
have
he's
to look at the level of illegality of the infraction.
and this is where I disagree with you, Beeb. This is not a video game where we're talking about levels from a Mario Brothers game. This is reality, and it's illegal, and he's getting away with it. It is what it
But
is.
but you're
There's no
trying.
way. There's no need to sugarcoat it.
What it sounds like you're doing is you're making, to me, I'm not saying you're doing it, but this is how it sounds to me. You're making a false equivalency of infractions in the sport of boxing, and you're trying to paint this picture like everything that's illegal is the same. Like what he does is it the same as hitting a guy intentionally low in the cup? Is it the same as hitting headbutting somebody? Is it the same as biting somebody? Is it the same
Well,
as
to an
hitting
extent,
someone
you can
after
make an argument with low blows. If you think about it, when you're hitting someone with a low blow, you're depleting someone's cardio. If you're doing with excessive clinching, when you're doing that in Muay Thai, usually they do that because they're trying to tire
okay?
out their opponent.
So
So I mean, to a certain extent,
Floyd Mayweather, Vladimir Klitschko, Bernard Hopkins, Johnny Ruiz, Devin Haney, right? Hector Camacho.
Floyd,
Yeah,
Ward at
I already
times,
said
yes.
Floyd.
Okay, yes, I didn't hear.
Andre Ward, right?
Yes.
We can go down the list of people who do this in the sport of boxing. And I have to ask you, right? If this was such a horrific act, then why don't these fighters have disqualification losses on their records for holding? Why don't they have fights where they've been taking points away? Because once again,
The common denominator, yeah, you're
put this
referring to the
you,
common denominator
you
of the
put this word
referee.
illegal. You put this word illegal on something, and again, you're correct in your analysis of the word illegal. That's not debatable here. That's
So
fine.
you're saying excessive clinching isn't illegal?
I'm saying I'm saying the fact that it's illegal technically is irrelevant because statistically that fighters have not been punished excessively for it. That's why it's done in the sport of boxing. So the
Yeah,
argument of you saying it's
understand.
illegal, you could say it's illegal to
It's
the
not an
cows.
argument, though. That's the thing.
Okay, correct. The statistical factual point that you just made, right? Statistically, again, you don't like to hear it.
No, I'm hearing it. I don't have
It's
an
an
issue.
uncomfortable truth. It's an
You
uncomfortable
can say it
truth.
1,000 times. It's still not going to change the fact that it's still.
That's
Hey,
one of
what's
my-
up, Beebs?
Hold on for 1 second. I'll let you jump in real quick. I have a tendency to repeat myself because I'm trying to hammer my point home, and I admit that. But I'll repeat it once again. Statistically, the point you make, your statistical fact, right, is irrelevant because fighters do not get punished for it. So who cares if it's illegal, right? Because fighters do it just enough where they can get away with it and not get punished. So it's a strategy.
Yeah, it is a strategy. That's why there's certain reps that you usually see, like for instance, Kenny Shameless, who made this a gold standard.
But again, if someone, right, if someone like fouling is illegal in the sport of basketball, correct?
Yeah.
But you can do it 6 times, and you can get away with it 6 times before you get ejected from the game, right? But if you punch someone in the face 1 time, you're ejected and suspended. So once again, the word illegal has to be put in context. There's different levels of infractions in everything you do in life. And the point, and maybe I'm misconstruing your point, but you're making this blanket statement about just because something is illegal, everything has the same punitive result at the end of a committed illegal act.
So
and that's not the case.
I just want to know, how is it a blanket statement? The other issue that I have, that what you're saying is, do you realize when you're excessively clinching and you're making your opponent hold their weight, they're depleting their cardio? You do understand that, right?
100%.
Man, this is why it's done.
Okay. But will it ever change is what I'm trying to say.
No.
I think it will. I think
Go
it
ahead,
will.
Alfie.
It will. I think
Go
it
ahead.
will once it leaves America.
Yeah, that's a good point. No, LT, that's a good point,
hold,
because
hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Because right now, Beeb was saying that he's a statistical guy, or he likes numbers or whatever, and he named, like, I don't know, like 15, 10 max, right?
30.
So 30, right? That's the minority. That's irrelevant, because in the rest of the world, the rest of the boxers are not used to clinching. Like, if you go,
Vladimir Klitschko wasn't a clincher?
oh, that's like I said, like,
that's
it's
an
one.
exception to the rule.
I mean, like one. Like I said, you're naming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but there's so many other boxers that are not clinching.
Kell Brook wasn't a clincher?
So you're naming 1 or 2 boxers, but can you name boxers that can't clinch, that don't clinch, bro? I mean, you can cross the border, and I'll tell you how many.
Jack Catterall didn't clinch it. Wasn't clinching a lot in that.
So
Josh.
okay, you're gonna name me 100 out of how many boxers in the world have been clinching, bro? You're gonna name me. You're gonna name me, like, out of the whole names that you know that clinch. What, you're gonna name me like 100 boxers?
Hector
Are you gonna
Camacho?
No,
Hector
that's my point.
Majority of the
point
boxers that you're gonna mention are American.
My point is, bro, you're naming boxers that clinch, but there's so many more boxers that don't clinch. So what you're saying is you're a numbers guy. Well, your numbers are wrong, bro. Because, well, look at these guys. These guys are all clinchers. No, bro. Like, that's a very few percentage.
LT, guess what? Once again,
what's up, bro?
You're 1,000% correct as well.
Yeah.
But once again, just like a muck, you're missing the plot. The
No,
majority.
I
of-
get you.
No,
I get you, bro.
we totally get you.
No, I get. I totally get you. And now, will it change? Let me finish, bro.
Please,
And
please, LT,
okay.
let me just make this point, and you can burn for the rest of the show.
Okay.
My argument was never that the majority of fighters fight like Devin Haney. What I am trying to explain to you is the fighters that do fight like Devin Haney statistically will get away with it. You're missing the argument, sir. I am not saying
I get you. Hold on.
fighters fight like Devin Haney. Once again, you're trying to create this balloon animal and twist and turn things.
No. Let's go there. Let's go there. No. That was my first. No. Amok. Hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me go there. That's just to what you said, right? So let me continue. Let me continue, right? So we also said, will it ever change? Yes, it will ever change once the sport leaves America. Okay. So what's the root of the problem? Yes, because it benefits a lot for the American boxers. It does. That's why. So
that sounds a little xenophobic to me, brother.
No. I mean, it is. No, hold on, and let me give you an example. Because
I won't cancel you. I won't cancel you because I believe in freedom of speech. But I'm just telling you, some people are going to listen to this, and you may get canceled for being xenophobic.
Bro, it seems to you, bro, because you're in America, bro, and you love this. You love this. I mean, look at you. You're taking pride. You're taking pride in not fighters. Like, oh, it's just statistically correct. And I see you taking pride. Hey, he can get away with it. You're taking pride and taking away the strength of some styles. Hold on. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. Hold on. No. This is just debating. Beep. This is just debating, bro. That's it, bro. Nothing more.
Your virtue signaling.
All right. So you're taking.
You condone this? How
I thought you were gonna let me burn, man. I won't come back again, Beeb, and argue with you. So okay. So you're taking pride. You're taking pride in taking away the ability of the strength of some styles of boxing, like the inside fighting, which it's not actually the strength of the American style of boxing, bro, because they suck at it. That's why they turn to clinching. So it's I mean, I could rebuttal what you're saying, xenophobic. Well, I mean, would it be? You know what I mean? Because that's
also vice versa.
Right. That's your opinion, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you know. So what I'm saying is, bro, you love it, and you seem like you take pride on it, on fighters not knowing how to inside fight. You know what I mean? Which is actually very fucking important. Inside fighting. I mean, many people say, wow, look at the masterclass of Chocolatito. Look at the masterclass of Estrada, El Gallo Estrada. I mean, bro, look at who the fuck they are, bro. How many fucking clinches? That's the prime dime. That's like the fucking gold standard when they fucking fight. How many fucking clinches do you fucking see? So that's real fucking boxing right there in your fucking eyes. So when you turn and you say, I mean, look at these. I mean, it's fine. I mean, it looks kind of, in my eyes, come on, bro, that's bias, bro. Oh, it's okay to clinch because they're getting away with it. Or statistically, bro, you know the sport of boxing correctly, and you probably know it more than I do. Which is why I'm telling you, yeah, your point of view is biased. Thank you for having me, B. Much love, man.
Of course it's biased, but here's the thing. Amok, did I or did I not say that I'm not a fan of Devin Haney's style? Did I not say that?
Fan, but let's bring up statistics.
So how am I endorsing his style of fighting when how can
because you're subliminally defending it.
I'm not defending it.
You're subliminally defending it.
I'm not defending it. I'm saying it's part of the sport, and it's Muhammad Ali was considered the greatest fighter of all time in many people's eyes. He was no one held more in the sport of boxing than Muhammad Ali. He would grab guys, pull their heads down behind their head. And he's considered the greatest fighter of all time in a lot of people's minds. So what I'm trying to tell you is, whether you like it or not, you have to accept that it's part of the sport and it's not going away. Muhammad Ali is not my favorite fighter. I am not a fan of Muhammad Ali's style. I love Muhammad Ali as a person. He's not my favorite heavyweight of all time. He's not my favorite heavyweight of all time. Here's my favorite heavyweights of all time: Tyson Fury, Lennox Lewis, George Foreman. Muhammad Ali is not in my top 5 favorite heavyweights of all time. So here's the thing, man. This is what you guys do on social media. This is why the world is fucked.
I love social media. Besides YouTube,
I love mango better than oranges. So you know what you guys are going to sit there and say? Why do you hate oranges? You guys, this is what the social media has done to you guys.
I don't really use social media, baby.
By me pointing out a statistical fact, automatically you're taking that as me endorsing something. If I say that 80% of the divorces in America have been initiated by women, right?
True.
Then you know what you're going to
over 70%.
So then someone's going to turn around and say, "Oh, well, why are they divorcing them? What's the reason behind it?" Like you create these straw mans and these other arguments that have nothing to do with the argument. I'm not debating on why they did it. Okay? I'm debating on what is, not what I want to be, not why. I never said I'm endorsing. Oh, Beeb, you seem like you're endorsing it. How am I endorsing it when I'm saying I'm not a fan of it?
Yeah, I thought you were against clinching before Beebs. Like, I didn't.
But but I'm not endorsing it. All I'm saying is I've never endorsed it. When have I ever said that this is that I love Devin Haney's style of fighting?
You're just stating the facts
I'm
and
just
the probability.
saying that it's part of the sport.
Yeah.
I think he does it in a smart way where he can get away with it.
Yeah.
And if you don't, if a fighter doesn't like it, like Chavez, for an instance, he was an inside fighter. Many fighters tried to hold Chavez. You know what Chavez used to do? He used to bounce up and down like this every time someone grabbed him. You know why? Because every time someone grabbed him and he bounced up and down, the top of his head would hit the guy's chin and he would release the clinch. What was another thing Chavez used to do? He would sit down and slip underneath the clinch. Like, it was hard. Like, Tyson was the same way.
Yes. Once again, we're going to go back to, where this strategy came from. The clinching, it's just Muay Thai. These are anti-clinching techniques for Muay Thai.
Okay.
But but the issue though, babe, is that most boxers are not trained in this strategy of Muay Thai. And I'm glad you brought that up, because I wish trainers would teach their boxers these
Gennady Golovkin was taught those techniques. I've seen Gennady Golovkin do those techniques because he's a very hard guy to hold.
But Bibbs, you know what LT was saying? The reason why I was saying that, because in Mexico, even in Philippines, hardly any boxers clinch. That it's not part of like their culture per se.
But did anything I say? Did any like LT and Amok once again are trying to say that I'm endorsing?
Which you're not. I know. I mean, I've been watching your videos for a while. I know what you mean.
It's an unfair characterization of what I'm trying to portray here.
Yeah,
I don't.
You're also bringing up social media. I don't use social media, and the reason why I say I don't, because but here's the thing. What I was on YouTube when it was considered a public platform.
See what I just did? See what I just did?
Generic.
I apologize for lumping you into that, because if you say you're not on social media, then you're not. But I will say this.
Well, the thing is, YouTube is considered social media nowadays. But I was on YouTube before it was considered social media. At the time when I joined, it was considered a public forum.
Okay, but can I ask you this question? Are you aware that is a tactic on social media? What I just said. Are you aware of that?
Like I said, I don't like. If you considered YouTube, I can understand you make the argument for YouTube being, considered.
You don't see how people when every time you make a statement, like you'll say, I like mangoes better than oranges. You don't see in today's world how everyone will say, well, what's wrong with oranges? You don't see how everyone goes out of their way to try to like nitpick and be offended by something you say, or mischaracterize something you say as negative when you're just making a point. You don't see how that's the world that we're living in now.
Well, maybe that happens in social media, and I do see that it happens on YouTube, the YouTube platform. But then again, people also do that in person. People also do that in person.
Do you listen to the news on again? But that's a product of
I don't
society.
listen to mainstream media.
That's a product of how society has changed today, when everyone has this outrage about every little thing, and people try to, be angry about any little thing you say, and they mischaracterize. Like, how could you determine from anything that I've said today that I'm endorsing Devin Haney's style? How can you do that? I don't understand how that's possible.
Because you're saying it's my opinion, and it's not my opinion that it's illegal.
No, it is your opinion that you don't like it. Some people don't have a problem with it.
So if a tree falls in the middle of a woods, does it make a sound?
Yes.
But by your standards, you're telling me it doesn't make a sound.
No, I'm not telling you that.
That's what I'm saying. And we keep playing this little cop-out game, babe.
What am I copping out about?
Because you're saying it's my opinion that it's illegal. It's not my opinion. It's in the rules of boxing. I didn't make the rules of boxing.
I told you your opinion is statistically insignificant, because what you said was they should be punished for it, right? And you're telling me
according to the rules. I'm not the one I'm not the rules of boxing. Me as a person, I'm not the rules of the boxing.
Punishment for holding. if you're a ref, would you disqualify Devin Haney in all of his fights, or would you try to break him up? Would you try to break those clinches?
A ref that's supposed to be following the rules should disqualify Haney.
Okay.
Nah, man,
Now you have to now is that a fact or is that an opinion?
That's a fact. The question is, are they doing it?
No. Is that a fact? You're saying that the refs should disqualify Devin Haney every time he fights when he clinches excessively.
If he's excessively clinching, he should be given a warning, maybe 2 at the most.
Okay.
And then DQ'd.
Now you're changing your assessment.
I'm not changing.
You said he should be disqualified.
Yes.
You said factually that that it's a fact that the ref should disqualify him. That's not a fact. That's an opinion. I don't know why this is hard for you.
It's not hard for me.
I don't understand why this is hard for you.
The problem is that you want me to enable the refs not doing anything.
Yeah, you're missing.
And it's nothing I as a person, obviously me,
It's an emotional response. It's not a logical response. It's an emotional response.
I mean, that's a two-way argument, Beeb.
Guilty. I am emotional sometimes, but again, I have to control my emotion in some of these debates, and the logic has to take precedence over the emotion. Of course, I'm a human being. I am extremely flawed. I have the emotional intelligence to know my flaws. But once again, I address my flaws. So from a logical standpoint, you're saying that the refs factually should disqualify Devin Haney every time he excessively clinches. And it's just not going to happen. You can criticize it.
There's a process. Obviously, there's a process. You should be giving a warning or 2, and then from there, just
Why haven't 35 refs done what you think they should do?
You're asking the wrong person. You should be asking those 35 refs, Beep. You want me to respond for another man? I'm not that man, Beep. You're asking the wrong person. You're asking the right question to the wrong person.
Why has that not happened? Why do you believe that's not happened?
But Mark, what you're asking is to be excessive too, because I've been watching boxing for a long time, and I can't remember. I know it has happened, but I can't remember the last time a fighter got disqualified for excessive clinching.
Henry Akinwande got disqualified for excessive holding in one of his fights. I can't remember which one it was, but he got disqualified once.
There hasn't been many. A lot of heavyweights clinch. Because they get tired really quick. But it's very rare that happens, though. Like, it's very rare, very rare.
I guess my argument is this: people want to say that what Devin Haney fights in an illegal way, and I'm not debating against that. I'm not saying clinching is not illegal in the sport of boxing. What I'm saying is, just by saying it's illegal is basically meaningless because because the punishment for doing the illegal act has really no outcome in the fight, because
it does have an outcome, the aesthetics of the fight. That's why statistically there's less boxing, there's less casuals watching boxing.
That's a very strong argument. If you were to ask 200 people, do they like fighters who clinch as opposed to not clinching? They would say overwhelmingly, I don't like fighters who clinch.
Well, here's the thing though, Beeb.
I agree with you.
There is a counter to that though. When fighters do that in Muay Thai and they clinch, some fighters actually knock fighters out because they can use knees, they can use elbows. There's other things, but in boxing, you just can't do that.
Well, you can't use knees and elbows, but you can, if you have one arm free and you're holding a fighter, you can most definitely hit with the free arm. The referee will tell you, punch to get out, punch to get out, punch to get out. If you have one arm free, you can punch with that arm. And they have a term in MMA called dirty boxing, where you're grabbing somebody with one arm and you're punching with the free arm.
Yeah, that's usually techniques of the Greco wrestling.
Yeah. Would you argue, and could you argue that some wrestling techniques, some Muay Thai techniques could be applied in boxing to some degree? Because you've admitted that you've seen Devin Haney do those tactics.
What do you mean admitted?
You said Devin Haney fights in a has Muay Thai tactics in his fights. Did you?
He excessively clinches? Does he or does he not?
Yeah, you could argue that. I would say he does clinch a lot. Yes,
So I can't be questioned. I can't be questioned in a way where I have to be responsible for his style.
I'm not saying you're responsible for his style. I'm asking you, does he do Muay Thai? Does he fight with using Muay Thai techniques?
Yes.
Okay. Does he get away with it?
Definitely.
Is it an effective strategy for him?
Definitely.
If you were him, would you stop doing it? If you were winning doing it?
I wouldn't do it in the first place.
But if you were him and you got away with it and you won doing it and you made millions of dollars doing it and you became undisputed champion of the world doing it, would you stop doing it?
I can't do something that I can't stop doing something if I'm not doing it.
I'm going to put a poll in the chat and I'm going to ask everybody if they could fight like Devin Haney and make the amount of money he made and become champion. Would you fight like Devin? Would you fight like Devin Haney if you can get away with it? That's what we're going to do. And we're going to see what people say. Going to start a poll.
I wouldn't fight like Devin Haney, Biebs. As a Filipino, we don't clinch and stuff like that. We fight like Pacquiao and Donaire, Brian Valoria.
Yeah, I agree with them.
But to say that, I don't know, Mark, if you said it or LT said it, where when boxing gets out of America, that's never going to happen, dude. Boxing may have been established in England, but I think boxing is America. That's America's sport, man. Also, Las Vegas has got enormous amount of money. Like they can always beat anybody.
Well, here's the thing, little Penny. I don't know if you want me to refer to you to Little or Penny or Little Penny. Oh, I'll just refer to you, Penny. When you think of the organization 1FC and you have certain fighters that are fighting to disengage, they have a card system. If they give them a yellow card, they lose a certain amount of their purse and they get 1 point deduction. Usually they'll get a warning or two and then they'll start handing out the yellow cards. You don't want a yellow card because obviously you're going to have a purse deduction.
Is this for clinching? That's a bit, I don't know how you regulate that, dude.
Yeah. I mean, just for clinching.
Some clinches can be exciting. Like I remember when Burr and Holyfield fought, especially the first fight, they clinched a lot, but I thought they were good because they were fighting in the inside.
If they're clinching and not like advancing to like when they're clinching and they're not advancing and they're just there to just stall, there's point deductions.
Here's the thing, man. I got in the same debate with Kenny Porter when I was on the Boxing Voice, and he was trying to say that Kell Brook was holding Sean Porter too much, and he was getting away with clinches. He should have had points taken away. He should have been disqualified. I got in this argument with him. And I said to him, I said, well, what you have to understand, Kenny, is before the referee could get in there and break him, Kell Brook was releasing the clinch and he was punching off the clinch. And he was out punching your son. And I said, so how is points going to be taken away if Kell Brook was same thing when Shane Mosley fought Antonio Margarito? If you go back and watch that fight, every time Antonio Margarito got close, Mosley locked him up, but he would walk him back and he would turn him, push him off, and position him where he wanted him to be, and he would line him up with shots. So he would grab him, walk him back. He would turn him one direction, push him off, and then he would throw the right hand and come back with, like, go back and watch how physical Shane Mosley was in that fight. He was basically mauling and wrestling with Antonio Margarito. That's one instance where I thought the clinching was actually very entertaining to watch. That looked to me almost like an MMA fight, as ridiculous as that may sound, to some degree, in terms of strategy, right? Because in MMA, you clinch and you grab and you do it to try to maneuver and position a fighter where you want him to be, and you're knocking him off balance. You're forcing him to have to move his feet and not be able to plant and set his feet where he can punch. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. That type of clinching, I'm actually a fan of. I really am.
That's more like I mean, although it is similar, but that's more like a kickboxing type of clinch minus the kicking, obviously.
So you don't think Devin Haney?
Sorry, Beeps.
No, I'm asking Amok. You don't think Devin Haney clinches in that type of way?
As a Muay Thai type of strategy? Definitely.
Yeah. And you don't find that entertaining?
No.
That he does that?
Not to engage, not to intentionally disengage. Yeah. Especially if it's illegal in boxing.
I apologize.
If he were to do that in Muay Thai, if Haney did that in Muay Thai, sure, why not? Because I'm gonna see some elbows. I might see a headbutt. I might see a flying knee. I'm not gonna see that in boxing.
And statistically, I actually like when Haney does it in certain instances, but statistically, my opinion is irrelevant because most people don't. Okay, Jay Money, shout out to him. I apologize. I missed this super chat earlier. He said Haney is not good for boxing. He did horrible numbers on a flagship media outlet, ESPN, in part because of his illegal style. Amok is the real pound for pound. I concede the point that
MVP.
Amok MVP. Amok, what is it? Amok MVP. Amok is that's what I said. I said Amok is the real MVP.
Oh, okay. I thought you said pound for pound.
Yeah, he said pound for pound, dude.
Did I? I apologize. He's the real MVP. Okay. Amok, again, your statistically your opinion is more important than people. There are some people that are gonna say Devin Haney. They like Devin Haney's fighting style. I appreciate Devin Haney's fighting style. I'm not going to say that my favorite fighters fight like Devin Haney. No. Sugar Ray Leonard's my favorite fighter. Tyson Fury is one of my favorite fighters of all time. They do not fight like Devin Haney. So I just respect Devin Haney's style. I respect the way he's able to implement this style to win fights. I think he's a smart fighter.
Hey, Beebs, I thought the first fight with Haney and Kambosos, I thought they did pretty good numbers on ESPN. Am I not?
I don't know. I mean, I wasn't aware that they didn't have a good viewership, but
the rematch I think didn't do well, but the first fight certainly did, from my understanding.
The rematch was ridiculous. They should have never had it, but they had to have it, so I understand why they had it. I was hoping that they could talk George Kambosos out of it, but once again, if he was going to get paid a shit ton of money for it, then I understand why he wanted to do it. But it is what it is. I can't fault him for trying to get paid. Puro, what's up, brother?
Hey, what up, Beeb? What's up, Penny? What up, Muck?
What's up, bro?
Same, Bo. I just want to say something real quick. It's just it was going to take me forever to type it in the chat. Fans have been complaining about excessive clinching since I was a kid, man. Unfortunately, when fighters use it as their primary means of defense, it's either because they weren't taught proper defense or they're not capable of defending themselves properly, either having to do with style or whatever, man, just not a good fighter. At the elite level, and I wouldn't even say that the elite level, at the higher levels of boxing, there's you can't win a fight if your primary means of defense is excessive clinching. Unfortunately, I think the powers that be, or whoever you want to call it, they know that it's illegal, but they let it slide, because it's been happening since I can remember. I mean, there was a point in time I wouldn't live. I didn't live, or I was very young, where they actually taught proper defense, and instead of clinching a dude when he has you quartered to the ropes, they teach you how to use your legs to do that instead of to clinch, or when they have you in a compromised position to hold on until the referee blocks you. till the referee breaks you up. But unfortunately, it is what it is. And I think a lot of people. I think now that I talk to more people about boxing, I think I hear it from a lot of people, but it's not going to end, unfortunately. And in the case of Devin Haney, like I've been called a Devin Haney a hater before, but for him, like he hasn't got to the level where they haven't tested his defense truly. Cambosis, he's a good fighter, but I mean, not.
I agree.
C+ level at most, so it'll work with these type of fighters. But when you start fighting like the actual like dudes that can
veterans
fucking break clinches and shit, they're gonna lose. So it's really up to Devin Haney, and he's young too, to learn how to defend himself properly or not. That's all I gotta say. Thanks, Beeps.
I agree with you. Even though Devin Haney is the lineal champ at 135. I feel like he hasn't been truly tested yet, because I don't consider Kambosos as even though he was the lineal champ, I don't consider him an A-class fighter. I consider him maybe B-, C+. So, and before that, his best win was against Linares. So that he has to beat someone like Tank or like, I don't know, someone like Shakur Stevenson to say, yeah, okay, Haney's a great fighter. To me, he's not a great fighter yet. He could be.
Honestly, I think Tank is retrogressing, but I mean, that's my opinion on that.
I mean, among those are like Ryan and Tank are my favorite fighters. I mean, but at the end of the day, at least at 135, Tank hasn't proven anything yet. Neither has Ryan.
These examples.
But he's the lineal champ. He hasn't proved, like, I don't know about that. Like, I think he has proven something. Like at 135, he is the undisputed champ there. But
I was talking about Tank. I was talking about Tank.
Oh, yeah.
Skill is obviously there. I mean, like Tank was a champion at a lower weight class, but at the end of the day, like Devin Haney, for me, Devin Haney is the undisputed champion, no doubt about it. He beat Kambosos. He got all the belts. But at the end of the day, there is no true top dog at 135, because the ones that we consider like the best in that division haven't fought each other.
Yeah, correct.
But people can make the argument, and I couldn't fucking tell them no that Devin Haney is number one, because he does have all the belts. But at the end of the day, for me, there is no top dog, but he is the undisputed champion.
Yeah,
these examples are so horrible, because Whitaker was already fighting at 147. He wasn't moving up when he fought Oscar. So it's a ridiculous argument to say that Whitaker was smaller than De La Hoya. Whitaker had fought as high as 154 pounds. Once again, shorter does not always mean smaller. Dawson versus Hopkins, another horrible example, because Dawson boxed Hopkins' ears off in that fight. Okay. And they're virtually the same size. And they were virtually the same size when they fought each other. Hopkins was a full-fledged light heavyweight at the time when he fought Dawson. He wasn't moving up like he was moving up when he fought Pavlik. He wasn't moving up like he was when he fought Antonio Tarver. So these examples are horrible. All right. And Oscar is a highly skilled fighter, and Dawson is a highly skilled fighter. So Oscar did not out-muscle Whitaker. I actually thought Whitaker won the fight, but again, that's debatable. Dawson was a skilled fighter. He was not a big, strong, physical guy when he fought. Maidana beat Broner. Again, Maidana and Broner are the same fucking size, bro. Broner weighs about
bigger, Beeps.
He's taller. It's not bigger. I
think Maidana rehydrates more, Beeps. Maidana will probably rehydrate to what? Maybe 156? Broner will probably rehydrate to only maybe 150.
I disagree. If Broner stepped on a scale, right? Have you seen Broner, man? In between fights, how heavy he gets?
Oh yeah, that's different, because I mean that's I meant like rehydrating after the weigh.
Maidana's 5'8", Broner's 5'7". I mean they're very similar in size, in my opinion. That's just my opinion. And again,
2 or 3 pounds is a big difference in boxing, man. Like, you know what I mean? That's an advantage.
So, did anyone say Broner was a huge favorite in that fight? Did anyone say before the fight that Broner was too small for Maidana?
No.
Did anyone ever say that?
No.
I never
So,
did.
again, did anyone say Canelo was too small for Bivol before the fight? They only waited to after the fight.
I didn't know. I said it before.
I heard a lot of people saying it, but I did it.
I did.
I didn't.
I thought
I
he
didn't.
was too small.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I didn't.
Can we argue that because someone's taller than someone doesn't necessarily mean that they're smaller than someone?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true
I
too.
mean, just because you're shorter than somebody doesn't mean, like Marvin Hagler was shorter than all of his opponents. He was only 5'9". Does that mean he was smaller?
Yeah, that's why we have the term short and stocky.
Yeah.
There's
So,
a difference between there's a difference between size and then like your height. I mean, and then there's like the volume of your body, like the dimensions.
all these they're trying so hard to try to like disprove my argument of how history has proven that the more smaller skilled guys moving up in weight have won more than the bigger guys. And they're trying to come up with Oscar beat Whitaker. And again, Whitaker was already a welterweight champion by the time Oscar fought him.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
So Whitaker was shorter than Oscar. Oscar has a very thin, small frame. Oscar's not a big guy. He's a tall guy. He's not big. He's thin. He's not a big framed guy. You ever see Whitaker's legs?
And Oscar capped out at about 154. You know, when he 160, he didn't have too much success.
Yeah, Whitaker went up to 154 pounds and won a junior middleweight title.
Yeah.
Dawson and Hopkins were about the same size, bro.
And he debuted as a lightweight, right?
Say again?
He debuted as a lightweight, right?
Oscar De La Hoya debuted at 130 pounds. Whitaker turned.
He turned pro at 135, right? Whitaker.
Yeah, Whitaker debuted at 135. Oscar turned pro at 130. How was Oscar able to turn pro at 130? Because he was thin, he was skinny. Again, stop. Being shorter does not mean you're smaller. Stop. Guys are ridiculous. Okay, what's odd to me is that his haters never blame his challengers for not knowing how to defend the clinch. Leonard learned how to deal with Duran. Absolutely. Thank you, Slight Tendencies.
Peace out, fellas, man. Thanks for having me, Beep. Take it easy.
All right,
fellas.
man. Peace out, man. Have a good one.
Peace. You too.
Virtuoso, you jumped in, man. We're going to let you burn for a little bit. What you got to say, man?
Well, what was the topic anyway? I just jumped on.
I'll explain. Well, you just jumped on, man. I mean, damn, you've got to be prepared. But I'll fill you in, man. I'll fill you in. You got to do your homework when you got to do your homework when you come to class. So this whole thing about Bivol, the first argument was this. Everyone was saying Canelo was too small for Bivol, and he won because he was too small. But I thought Bivol beating Ramirez last night proved that he wins this fight with skills because he was in there with a much bigger guy. So you can argue, and I'm going to argue that I think just Bivol's just a more skilled fighter than Canelo. So if Canelo was 6 feet, he would still lose to Bivol, in my opinion. If he still had the same attributes in terms of not being fast on his feet and not using his jab. Like Canelo has abandoned his jab a lot. Like he has reverted to throwing one punch at a time and fighting a slow pace. And I don't think the size is why Canelo lost. I think that the fact that Bivol is just a better fighter. And he proved that last night because he was in there with a guy who was significantly bigger than him, and he beat the guy. He beat Ramirez, who's bigger than him, right? Who's bigger than Canelo, right?
Mm-hmm.
He beat him in just as equally dominant fashion as he beat Canelo. So that just proves that it's not about the size, it's about the skill of Bivol. And then we got into the Haney debate about holding and whether or not Haney should be disqualified or points taken away in his fights, or everyone has this opinion on clinching, and the majority of people hate clinching, and they think that it's a horrible style of fighting. And I'm not here to debate that. What I'm saying is, statistically, referees do not sternly and harshly punish fighters for clinching in fights, because if you look at history, very few fighters have been disqualified for excessive clinching and have points taken away for excessive clinching. So we can argue all we want about it being illegal, But the point to me statistically is irrelevant because the referees have not punished fighters for doing it. So fighters are going to continue to fight that way. That's my only argument. And for some reason, then it turned into me condoning clinching, me being a fan of clinching. That's like me saying, like I said before, 80% of divorces are initiated by women. Oh, you're a fan of women doing that, Beeb? You think that's right that women are divorcing?
Yeah, like you throw out a fact and they think you're supporting it when you're
Yeah,
just pointing it out the facts. That's all it is.
I don't know how this turned into that, but once again, this is what the world has turned into. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's an emotional response, you know, when they don't like the result that they're watching.
Thank you.
So yeah, before I talk about the fight yesterday, because this was mostly what supposed to be focusing on, is I want to thank Oscar, right, for enrolling Zurdo into Bivol University, because that was a fucking boxing lesson, straight up. I thought it was going to be a more competitive fight, but I was mistaken there, and I picked Bivol by unanimous decision. That would mean that he would have to dominate, and that's exactly what he did. But yeah, man, Zurdo had to be more aggressive in that fight. You have to walk through that fire. Forget about how he's better than you, and you know, and moving around, he's more coordinated. You got to basically just run roughshod through it, but he doesn't have the feet for it. That's my only, you know, observation from it.
Virtuoso, I don't think he has the punching power either.
No, like what it does is like he lays on you, you know, with volume, and he really wears you down. Like he hits hard, but not one hitter quitter.
No, I mean, like even so, like you know, guys like Margarito, where Margarito had a bit of power, and he would walk you down like in the 9th, 8th round, like he wouldn't knock you out in the 1st or 2nd round. But I just think with Ramirez, I don't think he can even do that. Like I just never thought Ramirez had the punching power to trouble anyone who's a B+ and upwards type fighter.
I mean, this was a huge litmus test, you know, for him, because you win the belt, you're one of you know, the champions. Only you and, you know, Berterbi from Maine. Elite, that's still left to be decided, because you look at his resume, I don't think he fought all of the top guys at all. It was mostly like just I hate to say it, but it's like mostly like just inferior competition. And when you move up a level, you're gonna find out who you are.
Yep.
Who do you think didn't fight the best competition? You're saying is it Ramirez?
Ramirez, yeah.
That's a fair statement. It's a fair statement.
Yeah.
I mean, this is by far and away his toughest opponent, and he came up significantly short.
Yeah,
he came significantly short, and yeah, I had this fight 9 rounds to 3. Could have easily been 10 rounds to 2. Some people even had it 11 rounds to 1. I mean, even the rounds that Ramirez won, you could argue were you could have swung them to Bivol if you wanted to. Like that 10th round was a swing round. I think it was the 3rd round.
I feel like, say for example, Ramirez had a rematch with Bivol and Canelo had a rematch with Bivol. I feel like from the eye test, I feel like Canelo may be able to pull it off, like a victory against Bivol and a rematch. Whereas Ramirez, I can't see that. I just felt like he had that look of resignation about him. Whereas with Canelo, I feel like he may be able to improve in the rematch and pull off a victory against Bivol. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the comparison for Canelo Bivol weight debate would be Bivol going to cruiser 21 pounds above like Canelo did from super welter and undisputing. Again, you know, guys start out like Roberto Duran turned pro at 117 pounds when he was a kid. Canelo turned pro when he was 15 years old. How many of you guys weigh the same amount of weight you weigh now than when you were 15?
No.
I mean,
your body's just grow.
Guys are making horrible, with respect, guys are making horrible examples. Like Manny Pacquiao, and again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful here, Little Penny, but Manny Pacquiao turned pro at 105 pounds. Could we argue that because he was poor and malnourished?
Yes, definitely.
Mhm.
I mean,
100%.
you know, was he 105 pounds by design or because he was too poor to eat?
Too poor to eat.
Roberto Duran was also poor. He grew up in Panama, weighed 117 pounds. You think if he was properly nourished, do you think he'd weigh 117 pounds? So again, you guys' arguments are ridiculous. You know, just because someone turned pro at a certain weight and they ended up in a certain weight, once again, are you guys the same weight you are when you were in fucking middle school? I mean, you grow, you get bigger. People get bigger when they get older. The bone density increases. You retain more fat. You know, the argument that your metabolism slows, that's probably not the correct way to put it, but your body becomes less efficient at metabolizing glucose and stuff. So as a result of that, you put on more weight. I mean, your body just slows down in terms of its efficiency. And because of that, you tend to get heavier as you get older. So this argument about, oh, well, this guy did this, he was that. Again, I mean, we don't want to deal in reality.
Hey, Bibbs, what chance would you give Canelo of beating Bivol in May or September, whenever he wants to fight the rematch?
65-45 fight. Actually,
that's 110, isn't
110. Yeah.
65-35.
55-45. Excuse me. I'd give Canelo a 45 chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, no
I have
problem.
a
Yeah,
question.
I was confused. I was like,
Yeah,
that
55
sounds right, but I was thinking somewhere along.
45. I actually agree with Little Penny. I still think Canelo loses, but I'm gonna make an excuse for Canelo, and I normally don't like doing this. I think probably he had some nagging injuries going into that fight. I think because he fought so much in that year, I think he had the wrist injury. I think that was part of it. He's had an ongoing knee injury. Now you could argue even with the rest, maybe his body's just breaking down in general. But I do think he can be better than what he showed in the first fight. And you can also argue maybe he underestimated Bivol a little bit.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it'll be a more competitive fight. I would still edge Bivol, but I'd be shocked if Canelo won. I'd be surprised. I don't think I'd be shocked, but I would still favor Bivol. But I
don't be, because Canelo is a pound for pound fighter. I think he's got it in him. I really do, and he's been tested so much of his career, like before with
Yeah, you're making some good arguments, Penny. I'm not going to say that you're not. I would still favor Bivol, though. Anyone else disagree here, or do you guys kind of agree with Penny here? What do you think?
I agree with you with the 65% for Bivol.
That's still a significantly high chance.
Yeah, I see it as paper. You know, it's when it comes to styles. You know, basically, sum it up in 3: paper, rock, scissors. And Bivol just has the style advantage, and he's a skill fighter as well. I just don't see it.
Yeah. I just wanted to ask 2 questions. Well, first you mentioned that Canelo did regress, right? Would you say that Julio Cesar Martinez tried to fight that same way against what was it, Roman Gonzalez, and that backfired on him?
What do you mean? Like, you think that
like that he tried to do that one punch KO thing, like he tried to load up his shots and he just kept getting caught. Would you say that was kind of like similar to what Canelo would face against a Bivol?
Here's the thing. Again, now we have to keep this in context. Canelo has a decent jab, but I think there was a point, and you could argue that maybe it's all depending on the opponents. If a guy's taller, longer, and has quick hands and jabs a lot himself, that forces Canelo to keep his jab at home, because you can't out jab a guy who's a better jabber than you. And Bivol proved to be a better jabber than him. But Golovkin, who's also a great jabber, who I believe out jabbed Canelo in the first 2 fights. In the third fight, Canelo actually really made a concerted effort, it looked to me, to use the jab and really set shots up and try to put shots together. Now, you can argue he was in there with a faded Golovkin, right? But he looked like he took a different approach to that fight. So Canelo has shown the ability to fight in different ways. He makes adjustments. D-Style made a great point. Like he can make adjustments from fight to fight, but he hasn't shown the ability to adjust during the fight. So he can come up with different game plans, but he hasn't shown the ability to switch up game plans during fights. So can Canelo come up with a different game plan and try to implement a different game plan in the Bivol fight and maybe try to jab more? Yes, because to me it looked like he just tried to barrel his way in and load up. Yeah, so I think that's a good point you made. Yeah, but Martinez isn't. I think you could say that they fought similarly in both of those fights you mentioned. But the one different thing about Martinez is he's always fought that way, whereas Canelo has shown to be, more technically versatile than Martinez.
Right.
So that's the difference I would say. But they did fight in a very similar way, right?
Yeah.
Now, so you can argue that Canelo kind of started falling in love with his power and he reverted to that way of fighting because he was getting away with doing it. So he wasn't throwing, he was winning fights by exerting less energy and exerting less volume. Like he was reducing his volume. He never was a fast-paced guy, but in recent fights he seems to have even slowed his pace down even more. Now you could attribute that to maybe the wear and tear in his body, maybe fighting so many times in 1 year and kind of maybe being tired. But can Canelo be better off of a long break? I suspect yes, but only time will tell. Because then the argument will be even with the rest, is his body still breaking down? Because that's why Andre Ward retired, because his body was breaking down.
Also, Biebs, Bivol is not like Sugar Ray Leonard or like Floyd Mayweather, who's like this super special fighter that you can't beat. Bivol is beatable. Canelo touched him up a few times there in that first fight. So that's where I see. I think maybe Canelo will probably make the right adjustments in the rematch, and I think he can pull it off. Plus, the judges in Las Vegas are on Canelo's side, so he doesn't have to like knock him out.
I have to disagree.
Let me question that judges are on Canelo's side again, because if you go back and watch that Golovkin fight, that was a 10 rounds to 2, 9 rounds to 3 fight.
Yeah.
And now I think judges are getting sick of hearing that. So now they're probably going to overcompensate and go the other way and maybe be stricter on Canelo and try to give the other guy the benefit of the doubt now, because no one wants to be called that judge that gave Canelo a decision. People are getting sick of that. The same thing happened with De La Hoya when De La Hoya was getting these decisions where people questioned, like when he got that win over Ike Corte, he got that win over Pernell Whitaker, and there were a lot of people that thought he lost both those fights. So then
Penny,
I have to disagree, because first off, what makes you think that Bivol wants that fight again? He's already shown that he's better than Canelo. He vehemently rejected that fight, which leads me to this question that I wanted to ask you, Joe, is since he wants that fight, do you think that Eddie Hearn will deliver? And if he won't, will he leave Matchroom?
You made some outstanding points right there, and I'm kind of going to make you think a little bit. If you listen to that interview after the fight, he was basically saying what I want and what my team wants and what my team is going to instruct me to do could be two different things. So I'm going to tell my team what I want. They're going to tell me what they think I should do, and then I'm going to make my decision based on that. I agree with you 100%. I don't think I think not with every fiber of his being, he doesn't want that Canelo fight. I think he is vehemently, strongly against that Canelo fight. But guess what? I think everyone in his team, I think the promoters, I think DAZN, I think everyone wants that Canelo fight, because guess what? Everyone wants to get paid.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Everyone wants to get paid. So in my opinion, because he's not going to be able to get that undisputed fight next, because there's really no one else out there for him, right? What's he gonna fight? Who's he gonna fight? Buatsi? No, I don't think so. So what I think is going to happen is that Canelo, he'll be talked into that Canelo fight. He will take that Canelo fight.
Maybe he's just using it as a negotiation.
But also Bob is also the one being difficult, because like he doesn't consider him exciting, based on his take. That's basically saying like when a fighter says like, oh, he's boring, that's just saying like, oh, it's a difficult style to break down.
Well, let me ask you this.
That could be code word.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
That Lomachenko fight was so hard to make when Devin Haney was at the zone, right? Bob wasn't beating the drums for that fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now all of a sudden that once Bob got Devin Haney, even before, now you can say, oh, baby, that's because he's a champ. Now, even before Devin Haney beat Kambosos, what was Bob saying? Oh, Lomachenko could get the winner. Lomachenko could get the winner. Now all of a sudden, Bob wants Haney versus Loma. Why is that? Because none of these guys want to do fighters co-promoted fights. They all want to do the in-house fights.
Yeah.
The one reason why Bob doesn't want to make that fight, it's not because Dmitry Bivol is boring, because the same things are being said about Devin Haney. Devin Haney's not exciting. It wouldn't be a great fight. The fight with Teofimo would be more exciting. It would be better for blah, 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 blah. And now all of a sudden, now Devin Haney's better than sliced bread because now he's got to deal with Top Rank, and he's got one more fight left with Bob. And of course, Bob's going to make that fight now. So the reason why it'll be hard for Bivol to get that fight is because Bob knows that Bivol has a chance to win, and he doesn't want to give up the titles and have someone take the titles away and go to another promoter. That's the reason.
Bivol's purse will significantly increase against Canelo in the rematch. He'll probably make double what he made in the first fight.
He'll at least make 10. He'll probably make 10 million. What did he make?
Beeves, that pay-per-view will do really well too, because now the reason why the pay-per-view didn't do so well in the first fight is because everyone thought Canelo was going to win. Now it's like a lot of people think that he won't win, so people are going to want to watch that fight.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to this theory that pay-per-view is dead. I think as a whole, pay-per-view is taking a significant hit, but I think Canelo will always do respectable numbers.
Yeah,
I think people will. I mean, if you look at the states of California, the states of Texas, the Arizona area, the West Coast, where boxing is very popular.
Yeah.
You said it a long time ago, right? It's like a ritual to families. Let's get together. Let's pay for something and have a good night. A good night of family reunion.
Yeah,
that's what I used to have I used to have those family reunions. Back in the early aughts. My family watched HBO boxing on Saturdays.
You guys,
I would have that in my Filipino side of the family, those kind of reunions, and I will also have that in the Mexican side of my family in those reunions, and they want to see two fighters fight.
And you can get back the pay-per-view because you can charge $5 for every person that comes in, or they bring food, right? So you can always
you put your little number in a hat and you pick around.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
You put $5 into the pot.
Correct.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean,
but Beeves, the reason why we haven't had that for a while is because a lot of these pay-per-views, they're not 50-50 fights, or they're not even 55-45. So I'm not going to invite my friends for a pay-per-view for a fight where it's like one-sided. But I will for the Bivol Canelo rematch, because now that's a pretty close fight. Like it could go either way.
Yeah, it's an interesting fight. It's definitely an interesting fight. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the rematch because I have to ask myself, let's just ask this question. Who would you rather see, Bivol versus Buatsi or Bivol versus Canelo?
I mean, it's not close, man. It's Canelo.
I feel like I'm being strawman here. I want to see Bivol versus Better Beef.
Me too.
Yeah,
no, but that's not going to happen next because Better Beef's going to fight. What's his name?
Anthony Yard on January. Yeah. No, but there's still room for that fight. Next year. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is he won't be able to fight Better Beef next. So obviously, I would say Better Beef would be the fight if it was possible, but it doesn't look like it's going to be possible for next because again he's got a mandatory against Anthony Yard. So,
you see, Canelo, he landed a lot of shots to Callum Smith's shoulder, which probably hindered him. And he did. That was a good game plan. But Bivol's tougher, and you could say that the shots that he landed on Bivol's shoulder, although they landed, they weren't scored, and he wasted them away. If he would have gone for the head, he probably misses more, but then he lands some, and he's still got 5 rounds. Whether you think that was accurate or not, which it wasn't, but still, that's what the judges gave him. If he lands some of the shots that he put on Bivol's shoulder that had no effect in on the head, hey, that could make a difference.
Mm-hmm. If you saw those pictures, Gonzalo, like post fight, he had all that redness around his forearm, so he was basically using his arms as a shield.
Yeah.
But I think Bivol's a hard man. He's like, that shit didn't have any effect on him. His arm wasn't failing to work. It was probably still working at 100%.
Maestro asked a question. Don't unifications trump mandatories? It all depends if you file if you file for the exception. But once again, Better Beef is going to be advised, and his promoter is going to tell him, and his promoter and his management does not want the Bivol fight next. I mean, he's not going to get the Bivol fight next, in my opinion. So, can unifications trump mandatories? Yeah, if the proper paperwork is filed and you file for an exception, but I don't, to my knowledge, no one on that side has taken the steps to enforce that mandatory that unification. So,
well, even then, that's not guaranteed. If you remember the White and Wilder situation, I don't know if it's true or not, but I remember reading a thread about White supposedly signed petition to fight Wilder, and it never happened. And then some other mess happened along the way.
You can file an exception, but that doesn't mean all the time you're going to get it. It depends on the sanctioning body whether or not they're going to give you the permission to do it or not. So,
also Canelo has a rematch clause with Bivol.
Hey, what's up, Boti?
12 months.
Yeah, he was Gonzalo. And I also wanted to say, I think I agree with Little Penny. Canelo definitely has a chance fighting Bivol at 168. Beating Bivol at 168, definitely. If he puts, he brings him down to his weight and then put rehydration clauses, definitely, man.
No, I think 170. Yeah. What? Also,
No,
Canelo.
because after the interview, they asked Bivol, whatever his name is, would you be willing to fight Canelo at 168 for the rematch? That was his question, and then he answered what Joe Habib said. Let me ask my team. I don't want it. I want to unify, but let me ask my team. But that was the question. The dude asked him.
Canelo has already said that he'll fight Bivol at 175. Plus, it would be like a weak move if he asked him to come down to 160.
Yeah,
trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
The reason why I think Canelo will win this rematch is because Canelo has shown before that when he fights in the rematch, he gets better. Like,
definitely. I agree.
G?
I agree. No, I agree with you, Little Penny. I agree with you definitely. But if you recall, before Canelo fought Bivol, I remember Bivol saying, "I'll go down to his weight and fight him at his weight." So it is possible. It is possible. He said it once before. I mean, and I don't think Canelo's gonna risk going back at that weight again. Honestly, I don't think he will.
But LT, I don't think he's gonna do it like a Mayweather, where he's gonna hold him to it. I remember when Eddie Reynoso and all those guys were just joking around about that 152 catch weight, and all of a sudden Mayweather made it official. Like they said, is you guys that are supposed to. You guys are the ones that said it, but. The reason why Mayweather took a lot of flack for that is because, dude, this is for the lineal 154 champ, right? And Canelo's a baby, man. Like, why put a catch weight on it? Like, everyone knew that you're going to win anyway. So, but that I don't think Canelo will do that. I think he'll fight him exactly at 175 to get that full revenge. Because if he puts him down to 168, everyone will start everyone will start complaining. Why did you do that? Blah blah blah. I think Canelo.
Yeah, I think he'll go up to 175. I don't think it'll happen at 160.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think Canelo's has that sort of a mindset. I think he's got that. Like
Canelo said he wanted to fight at 175.
I'm gonna say this. If he fights Bivol at 175, I don't think he wins. But if he fights him at 168, I think
he has a chance.
Definitely.
This might sound stupid, but if somehow he can retain some of that size, like he showed up at 75, but without so much muscle. I know that sounds weird because the muscle is the one that ends up like making your arms tight. And when you throw a punch, most likely you're gonna cock it back even more. You're gonna telegraph yourself. Think of a bodybuilder throwing a punch. That shit's like fucking. It comes with the territory when you got all that muscle. So somehow you can keep some size, but still be more loose, free flowing. Because that's what Bivol does. He doesn't load up.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Let me ask you this, guys.
Oh, and remember, he turned vegan, so if he maybe eats meat and does some other type of training, like what do you? Yeah.
Let me ask you this, guys. Is anyone gonna say if Canelo gets ready to say Canelo ends up fighting Benavidez at some point? We all know that Benavidez is significantly bigger than Canelo, without question. We all know that Benavidez is bigger than Bivol. We all know that Benavidez is probably arguably the same size, close to the same size in terms of weight of Ramirez. Are we going to say that Benavidez is too big for Canelo going into that fight?
I remember an interview with Bivol saying that they asked him who hits harder because you sparred with Benavidez and you fought with Canelo, and Bivol said that Canelo hits harder. He puts more emphasis on it.
Fair enough.
No, I don't think he's bigger. I don't think Benavidez is bigger, man. That was the question, right?
You don't think
Canelo?
You don't think Benavidez is bigger than Bivol?
No, I don't think so.
By the time he rehydrates, they're about the same, man. About 205. Yes, they are, man.
Because if you look at like David Benavidez, he doesn't have muscle, bro.
They were saying the night of the fight, Bivol weighed like 183 pounds when he fought Canelo.
And how much Canelo was weighing in that fight?
Probably about the same.
About the same, brother.
Really?
You looked at what's his name, Ramirez last night. Looked like he was like 200 pounds last night, and then you looked at Bivol. Who looked bigger in that fight?
Ramirez,
yeah.
I just don't think Bivol's a big guy, bro.
Hey guys, that Benavidez Charlo fight, is that at 168 or 175?
They're not fighting. Benavidez is supposed to be fighting Caleb Plant at 168.
Oh, sorry, Caleb Plant. Sorry, Caleb Plant. Is that 168 or 175?
That's 168.
Yeah,
Benavidez can't make 168 anymore.
Made it his last fight.
Okay.
He made it his last fight. Who do you guys like in that fight?
I got Plant.
I got Benavidez. I think I'll punch him.
I got Benavidez.
I'd say Benavidez, but Plant made it more interesting because now he understands that if he sits down on his shots, he can actually hit harder. And it's true. When he went low to the body, he bent the knees and basically his feet were like they were getting a foothold of the canvas because he wanted to throw to the body. But then when he changed levels,
super washed up, dude. Like he's supposed to do that. I bet if Benavidez fought Darrell, he would do the same thing.
Yeah, good thing. That's good thing.
Also Benavidez also Caleb Plant chose the size of the ring. So
because he dropped Uzcategui too. I personally know Uzcategui. I seen him spar like at ringside, down at the gym in TJ before I came over to the Philippines. Man, he's a big dude and he's a good fighter. And Dude, fucking Caleb Plant. If he couldn't punch, he wouldn't have dropped that dude. But he dropped him like 2 times early with the speed and the timing. And I mean, he's a normal size 68 pounder. He's strong though. He's fucking
Gonzalo,
he's got a washboard ab. He's got white lats. He's fucking strong. Caleb Plant.
Gonzalo, the reason why Plant was
he's got a strong core.
Yeah, but the reason why he was punching hard is because he knew that Durrell was washed up, man. Like he had nothing left, so of course he's gonna like.
That punch.
Who do you have, babe, on that fight?
Plant versus Durrell. Plant versus Benavidez.
Yes, sir.
I like Benavidez, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this, and maybe I'm in the minority here, because I was very impressed with Caleb Plant versus Canelo. I thought Canelo was going to destroy him.
Me too.
And I'm going to be honest. I do think Plant, maybe people are going to say I'm crazy. I know the fight was definitely turning in Canelo's favor, but I think Plant banked enough of those early rounds where I had it even on the scorecards right before the point of the stoppage. I know some people had it 6-4 Canelo. I thought it was a very, very competitive fight before he got stopped. Whether that matters or not doesn't matter because he got stopped anyways. But I thought he held his own in that fight, and he showed me a lot more than I expected in that fight. So I got to give him credit. And he also impressed me in that Durrell fight because you can say what you want about Durrell. I know he wasn't what he once was. He's older, he's faded, whatever. But I haven't seen anyone do that to Durrell ever. That was like one of the most beautiful left hooks I've ever seen. So
yeah, but the way he changed levels, it was textbook. It was like the Povetkin punch on Dillian White, but different. That one was uppercut. This one was a hook. Like he waited. He went down. He hit him to the body. Then he took a second. Then he fucking went upstairs. He launched all that body weight. His knees were bent. He raised his body up and he put all the weight behind it.
He won't do any of that stuff against Benavidez.
But if
he'll get hit too, man. In this boxing, he's gonna catch some punches as well.
But I also think the opposition of Benavidez is shit.
I mean, and if you're Benavidez and you're
if someone tells me that they're picking Plant, I don't think they're crazy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Look, what Benavidez did against, for example, this is kind of famous. The 19 punch combination he landed on Porky Medina. When you throw 19 punches, obviously you're going to be sitting somewhere in the pocket close to your opponent. I know he's a tall guy, so he's not right on your chest. But basically, you're holding your ground to throw those punches because you know what they say about Benavidez. He's flat-footed. So within that volley of punches, that's a perfect time to counter Benavidez. So he's there to be hit as well. Let's not pretend that he's not going to get hit at all.
Yeah.
That Clamp's not going to have his opportunity to land punches as well.
His punch resistance is good though. Benavidez.
Man, I saw Benavidez being knocked down by a jab, bro. By a jab. His footwork is shit, bro. His footwork is shit, bro. Come on, man.
Well, I don't know. Here's the thing. Benavidez, in order to beat that style, Plant style, is volume. Benavidez has that, and I don't know if Plant's chin is gonna sustain all that onslaught. So I'm gonna go Benavidez.
Also, I also think I know it's a little bit irrelevant, but man, seeing those $10 million and then wanting another $10 million give you that extra. You know what I mean? Fuck. You know what I mean? And that's me.
Yeah, I know. Caleb Plant got knocked out, but people were saying something, and I don't know if you guys agree. I think Plant is tough. He's a tough dude, and he's stubborn. He's kind of like determined. You can see it by his attitude. People think he's kind of actually him and Canelo are similar in personality. I guess that's why they hated themselves before the fight took place so much. They got the same mentality.
He impressed me.
Also, man, and Benavidez hasn't seen those $10 million, so he has no idea what it is to have $10 million. But Caleb Plant does.
The only reason why I'm picking Benavidez because I'm kind of banking on Caleb Plant, like fading in the championship rounds. Like he's like once he gets tired, his punch resistance, is up in the air, man. It's like I don't know, man, and he keeps his hands low. So He's elusive, but not that elusive. You know, he can get hit.
Nah, I also, man,
You know, it's
I don't think Benavides' technique is. I think Benavides' technique is shit, bro. I think
it's not the
he's,
technique though, LT.
yeah. I
He
mean,
he has
I
the
mean,
style advantage. You need volume in order to
yeah, I
overwhelm that
understand about the
style.
style advantage, bro. I understand about the style advantage, but also, bro, Benavides has always had opponents that stay right in front of him.
That's
This
true.
guy won't. That's
That's
why he
true.
chose. That's why he chose the ring size. I mean, trust me, that's the game plan.
Yeah,
Benavides
it's
won't
gonna
be
turn
able
it
to
into a
catch him.
track meet.
Of course, of course. And
yeah.
we've seen and this is the game, and this is Benavides. This is Caleb Plant's game. He's used to going 12 rounds. Benavides doesn't. He doesn't know what it is.
I'd say Benavides, he's dangerous if you let him overwhelm you. And how can I say that? Well, yeah, if you he knocked out what's the Canadian dude, the small guy. He got David Lemieux. Yes,
Yeah.
David Lemieux still was dangerous. I think whether he was older or not, because David Lemieux had a lot of knockouts and throughout his whole entire career. Like most of his KOs were in the first and in the third round, I believe. And he had like an 85-90% KO ratio. Yeah, but he was old. But what I'm saying is like David Benavides, I do think his power is overrated, but he knocked that dude out with the first flurry he threw. That's if you allow yourself to get overwhelmed like that. If you show some resistance, you can deal with this punching power. Because I saw what's that dude, Kyron Davis. That guy was actually a 54-pounder, and David Benavides was wailing away on that dude, and that guy was going anywhere. Why? Because he didn't allow himself to be bullied. For some reason he was able to put up with the punches. Now he got adjusted to Benavides' work rate, the volume, and he dealt with it. He went down to like until the referee stepped in, but basically he remained tough. I think Caleb Plant is tough. He's a true 68-pounder, not like Kyron Davis 54, and he's got the footwork. Now you mix it in with sitting down on your shots when you're supposed to. This newly found power that he's with the new trainer. Okay, mix that up. When you're supposed to sit down on your punches, and David Benavides tries to bully you, punch him between his combinations and make him feel something in return. He'll feel it.
Yeah, Plant's got a style that it's an interesting mesh of styles. Really is.
Yeah.
You got the counter puncher, slick boxer, versus the volume guy who has a pretty decent punch himself. It's going to be like a very strategic match. You know what I mean? It's going to be like almost like a cat and mouse type fight. And I think I think it's a can't miss. I think the way the styles mesh, I think it's going to be a exciting, intriguing fight, man.
Yeah, it's a 50-50 fight. I'm actually surprised that they made this fight. It's kind of cool. Like it's rarely seen in boxing. Like the 135-pounder should take a note out of this, like, and fight each other.
Yeah,
Babe, I got a question for you, babe. Since you know more, bro. After every fight, are they supposed to take off the wraps?
Every fight, this is what happens.
Bro, like on the ring or on the site?
Yes, every fight, this is what happens. And this is why these fucking goofballs that want to talk about Glovegate, they're just ridiculous in their analysis. The gloves get taken off, the wraps get cut off, then the wraps go on the table, and someone from the commission actually takes the wraps and inspects the wraps. So yes,
someone that's certified.
I brought this up, and thank you for. I brought this up because the fight with David Morrell yesterday, he didn't take off the wraps. He walked off with it.
He walked off with the wraps.
He walked off with the wraps, not taking it off.
He went to the locker room without the wraps being cut.
Yeah, yes, sir. I saw it. I saw the camera was pulling out, and David Morrell still was walking out with the wraps.
But for the most part, when you put on the wraps, they're already signed. They're inspected before you put them on, and they sign the Nevada Regulated Commission.
What would that be like?
We don't know, but here's the thing: we don't know if his wraps were cut off in the back and then they were given to someone in the commission. But after the fight, the wraps are looked at by someone in the commission. That's what the rules are. So, but more often than not, you see them cut off in the ring.
Right.
And now where was that fight yesterday?
At Minnesota.
Again, that's a different commission. So
Maestro just commented that the commission followed him, to
he
the
walked
locker
out with
room.
the refs, but the commissioner followed him to the locker room. Yeah, so
Aren't they called MSAG or something like that?
No, that's Nevada State Athletic Commission.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Michigan.
yeah.
No, this is Minnesota.
Oh, Minnesota. There you
Maestro
go.
was there last night. So from what I've been told by people who actually work in the industry, that the wraps are inspected after the fight. So whether or not they're cut off during, like, most of the time you see them cut off in the ring and then they're just put on a table, and then the inspector grabs them and inspects them. But they could inspect them anywhere. They could do it in the locker room. They could, but they do keep the wraps for a while, and they do check the wraps.
Even the trainers checks the gloves before they walk out. So
whether it's cut off in the ring or sent back to the commissioner, always is there. A commissioner is always there and collects the wraps. Yeah. So
Maestro is still in Minnesota.
Good to know, man, because that was just very suspicious to me, man. How all of a sudden this guy, it was very suspicious. I mean, he didn't knock out his last opponent, but this guy that has 0 losses, man, he looked like he ate fucking, I don't know, Cheerios with nails or something, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
He can punch, man. Morocco can punch.
Yeah. I don't.
Look what he did to Mario Abel Cáceres, the guy that beat Canelo in the amateurs and beat Julio Cesar Chavez. He KO'd him like in 1 round.
Pero Mario Cáceres no es nadie, güey.
Well, he's knocked out the last 2 guys he's faced. Dave Morrell.
Each corner has an assigned commissioner, and then there's a supervisor as well. Yeah, that's what I was always told. But yeah, I don't. Again, in today's boxing world, with the current systems in place, where you have people checking the gloves, that's why you have the gloves meeting, and when both guys are picking the gloves, there's a guy from the opposite camp looking at the gloves even before the gloves are put on in the locker room. There's just so many people watching, and there's just so many layers of security that, or so many layers of inspection that the gloves and wraps go through, that in my opinion, it's virtually impossible to load gloves or load wraps or cheat with loaded gloves in today's boxing. I think it's almost.
What happened with the Margarito then? If that's the case, well, what happened with the Margarito Mosley fight?
Again, that was misreported. So what happened in that situation was Margarito used a piece of gauze. Right, they have this foam gauze thing, right? This foam pad, and in the state they were fighting in, the pad can only be a certain size, right, and could only have a certain amount of tape on it, right? So his pad was bigger than the regulation allowed, and there was more tape on it than was allowed, right? So was he in the process of committing an illegal act? And plus, you asked me what happened. Well, he was caught. He was caught. So it's not like he got away with it. That's number one. But people are acting like they're trying to compare this to the Louis Resto situation, where the padding was taken out of the gloves, and Louis Resto actually had plaster wrapped on his wraps. Now everyone's like, oh. Everyone's like, oh, well, there was a trace of plaster of Paris in the glove. But but again, scientifically, you have traces of plaster of Paris on your body too.
The minerals that you sweat.
Yeah, the minerals, so that whole thing honestly was blown so far out of proportion. And let me finish real quick. Was that piece of foam padding bigger than was a regulatory the regulation allowed? Absolutely. Was there more tape on it? Absolutely. But people are acting like, oh, he was trying to go into the ring with bricks in his gloves. It's like HBO fucked up that whole thing the way they presented it, and I get attacked all the time for this, but that whole thing was blown way out of proportion.
But didn't Margarito always fought in like California? Like, didn't he know, and his trainer know that that's the size you're supposed to put, that's the amount of tape? Because apart from the Miguel Cotto fight, didn't Margarito usually fight in California?
Fought everywhere, yeah. Fought.
And another shady thing, when Nassim Richardson grabbed the pads, from what I've heard, he walked away with them. And
Listen,
what's that guy from the Nevada State Athletic Commission or his people? They Bill, whatever his name. They didn't follow him. They allowed him to have. Yeah.
Nassim Richardson changed his story 20 times when asked about that whole incident. Oh, we checked his gloves and he had a block fell out of his glove. I mean, that didn't happen. And he recanted that. And then when they had a hearing, Nassim Richardson didn't even go. Right? Like Margarito had a hearing and he was suspended pending an investigation, and he was allowed back in. Luis Resto was given a lifetime ban and went to jail for 3 years. So it's not the same thing. Like, again, going back to what Amok PVB said, there are things that are illegal, but there's levels of the significance of the illegality. So people were making false equivalencies on what Antonio Margarito did and comparing it to what Luis Resto did, and it was nowhere near.
Luis Resto took the padding off his gloves, so that actually would make the glove lighter, which you would be able to wing your arms even or pretty much the same as you like would be fighting like normally under normal conditions. And mind you, when you're fighting and your reps start getting sweaty, your hands become heavy. My whole thing, just this is me personally, if you put something in your gloves, even by ounces, your hands are going to get like really, really heavy. That right around the 9th or 10th round, you're not even going to be able to pick up your arms. Because just normally, just wearing wraps and gloves makes your arm heavy with all the tiredness that you get up from fighting. Imagine putting like a roll of quarters in your hand and pick up your arms at 9th. You're not even going to be able to punch the same. And another thing, you're probably going to end up hurting your hands. Try punching with brass knuckles and see if you don't hurt your hand. You got to grab them a certain way. And you can't throw like a punch like full force. You got to do like these little taps with the brass knuckles. People will tell you because you'll fuck up your hands.
Some of the good high-end ones that have cushion in between the metal. Not that I'm saying that encouraging it.
No, it's just an example.
Yeah.
Oh, but there's pluses and minuses to everything that you do, right? So people use those Reyes gloves, which are considered puncher's gloves, but then you have the Grant glove that is more of a protective glove for your hand. So there's a lot of guys that have used those Reyes gloves and switched to the Grants. Why? Because they ended up breaking their hands because there's less protection on your hand. So some guys are lucky enough where they don't break their hands, and other guys, and like Deontay Wilder stopped using those MX gloves from the horsehair gloves from Everlast, because he broke his hand using them in the Chris Arreola fight, and then he wanted to try to be like Tyson Fury because Tyson Fury was using them, so he said I'm going to use them. And what happened? In the third fight, he ended up breaking his hand again because the glove. And then he switched. And then when he fought Helenius, what did he end up doing? He switched to the Grant gloves because they're more protective gloves because he didn't want to break his hand again. So again, Antonio Young makes this statement that is ridiculous once again because no one can present the facts. There are a lot of cases where smaller guys beating bigger guys, but there are way more cases where big guys killing smaller guys, not close. Again, you're just making a statement. We what did we do today, Penny? We named about 30 instances where the smaller, more skilled guy beat the bigger guy, and we've only come up with one case where the bigger guy beat the more skilled guy, and that was Lomachenko and Teofimo Lopez.
Teofimo.
Yeah. So again, statistically, you're incorrect. How many fights did we name? We named like almost 30 fights, right? Where the smaller guy beat the bigger guy. Because he was more skilled.
Well, I'll give you another one. Isaac Cruz versus Tank Davis. Tank Davis is a bigger guy.
Tank Davis, you could argue, is more skilled than Isaac Cruz. Tank Davis is a very skilled boxer. You can't say that Isaac Cruz. And again, they fought in the same weight class. It wasn't like one guy was moving up. So once again, they're very similar in size.
No, I thought Cruz was a little smaller. Although they're small guys,
He's shorter.
Yeah, I still think he's smaller.
Yeah, I think so too.
Not just shorter, but smaller.
Can you make an argument that Tank is just as skilled, if not more skilled, than Isaac Cruz?
More skilled.
I think Cruz catches a lot of shit because he throws hooks. And in my book, I'm just gonna say this is my opinion. Okay, it's good to throw jabs, but if you can naturally throw good hooks, people shouldn't criticize the arc punch, the punch that like a hook, overhand, even the uppercut is a form of a hook. That comes natural. He's built to throw hooks. So I'm not gonna say he's limited because he throws hooks, because a lot of people will perceive hooks as wild. Because you got the overhand, like I mentioned, the haymaker. You got your hook, your uppercut. Hey, the shovel hook, that's a fucking. Then you have to play technique to throw that punch.
You can make an argument that the skill is equal, or you may edge it to Tank. Is that fair or no?
Yes.
Well, I thought Isaac Cruz's defense was pretty fucking incredible that fucking night.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tank doesn't want to leave.
He kept his elbows tight, and when Tank extended his right arm, because he's a left-hander, like to align Pitbull Cruz so he can throw that left uppercut. This is Tank Davis. Pitbull Cruz was not biting on that. He wasn't moving his head, and until fucking Tank Davis punched, then he moved his head on the swivel. So pretty much he didn't bite for that.
Also, right? Why isn't Tank getting more criticism that he doesn't want to give Isaac Cruz a rematch? I don't get that.
Jared Hurd is another example.
I agree with that.
Jared Hurd was not as skilled as Lara, and he beat Lara. Once again, exceptions aren't the rule. Here's the thing: Vernon Forrest is bigger than Mosley, but exceptions don't make the rule. You can argue.
Maestro, do you want to jump off? Because I'm about to jump off right here because my battery's dying.
Good. You can make an argument that Vernon Forrest is taller. I don't necessarily think he was bigger.
The same size. Didn't I fight in the Olympics?
No, I don't know. I don't know if they fought in the Olympics. Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that Forrest was taller. I don't necessarily think he was bigger, but you can also make an argument that I believe Vernon Forrest was an overall better fighter than Mosley in terms of skill. I think he was a better skilled fighter than Mosley, in my opinion.
He was good.
What I'm saying is the more skilled fighter beats the bigger guy the majority of the times in history. I think history has proven my point.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
It's like the Brian Castano-Charlo one fight. I thought Brian Castano won.
Again,
styles too.
It doesn't matter where you start your career because nobody is the same weight at a certain age. Everyone gets bigger. Mosley was never going to stay at lightweight his whole career. He was just too bigger. When you start your career when you're young, some guys start their career when they're 15, 16, 18. It's an irrelevant point. Manny Pacquiao started his career at 105. Why? Because he was a teenager and because he was suffered from malnutrition. Same thing with Duran. Doesn't matter where you start your career. That's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant in my opinion. Because there was no way Mosley was going to be able to stay at 130. No one finishes their career except on rare occasions like Marvin Hagler. No one stays in the same weight class their whole career. Everybody moves up. It's because you get older, your body grows. Doesn't matter. Mosley was not. It wasn't like Mosley was moving up and fought. Like Mosley was already fighting at welterweight, and so was Vernon Forrest. Both guys moved up to 154. I disagree with the argument.
Beeb, I got a question for you. So if Bivol was as short as Canelo and stockier as Canelo and stocky just like Canelo, you think Bivol would win? His style?
His style, if he had
with the dimensions of Canelo?
Yeah, if his feet were still as fast as if Canelo's feet were still slower, yeah, I think he would win. Now the question I ask for you is if Canelo was 6 feet, if Canelo was 6 feet and still fought the same way he fought, would he beat Bivol?
Yeah. I think so.
I disagree. I think Canelo's Achilles heel. I think he has 2 Achilles heels. First of all, he has slow feet in comparison to guys at the top level.
Right.
He has slow feet, number 1, and he doesn't fight at a fast pace. He can be outworked.
So you think Lara is better than Lara on his prime is better than Bivol?
No, don't.
Thank you.
I don't. I thought Lara beat Canelo, but again, it's debatable.
Yeah, that fight was close. I thought Canelo did enough, to be honest. But it could have gone either way. It was close.
When you look at Lara and you look at Canelo, you could say, I don't necessarily think you can say Lara is more skilled than Canelo, because one thing Canelo can do a lot better than Lara is fight on the inside. Lara wasn't a great inside fighter. I think Lara was a better outboxer, but Canelo was a better inside fighter. Here's the mistake a lot of people make. Because Chavez was an inside guy, but he was probably one of the most skilled boxers of all time. People tend to take an outboxer and automatically say an outboxer or a guy uses a lot of movement, and they tend to say that guy's a better boxer than the in boxer. That's subjective. That's subjective. So if you want to argue that Lara is more skilled than Canelo, you can make that argument, or you can make an argument that Canelo is more skilled than Lara, because they each have their strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: let
me finish. I think Canelo's strengths, kind of cancel out Lara's. I think their strengths and weaknesses kind of cancel each other out. Where I think they're kind of close to the same level in terms of skill, in my opinion. But it's debatable. It's debatable.
But Biebs, Canelo probably thought that he was a very dangerous opponent because he never gave Lara a rematch, because the fight was close. It could have gone either way.
I thought Lara won. I had Lara winning the fight, but if someone tells me they had Canelo winning, I'm not going to argue with you. I thought it was a fight.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even though Canelo older and probably more well-rounded, seasoned, when he fought Bivol, the Canelo that fought Lara was not the same Canelo that fought Bivol, because when he was that smaller guy, even though he was younger, he could throw more punches. He could let his hands go more. He could even throw straighter punches, like the punch that he landed on Amir Khan. When he started getting bigger, he was throwing more hooks because of the muscle. His ability to throw straight punches, to throw straight right hands wasn't there anymore like it was before. So you could kind of see that he didn't necessarily regress, but he adapted his style to perform against the bigger guys, and some things were good, but a lot of things were never the same. He was better before.
When he moved up, he fought guys who weren't as quick on their feet. Like he moved up, and the guys were slower. They weren't as quick on their feet. But again, one thing Canelo has done over the years is he's used a lot of feints, and he's tried to minimize his weaknesses by throwing feints, by changing levels, by trying to.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah, changing levels and utilizing feints and becoming a better counterpuncher, just having experience with timing and stuff like that. No question. I think he's
that body punch.
I think he's gotten better. I think he's gotten better as he's gotten older. I do think people think I think they kind of overstate that a little bit. I think he's gotten better through experience, but I don't think he's like 1,000 times better than he was when he was younger. But he was very inexperienced when he fought Floyd. I mean, that's fair to say.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, also, when he was smaller, he could throw more combinations. The one that I like from Canelo, he kind of made it popular now. When you said changing levels, when he appears that he's gonna throw a hook to the body, but it ends up going upstairs, and you can't really read where it's going. Point. He changes levels with that.
Excellent point, because he'll dip down like he's going to go to your body, and then he'll throw like a 45 half hook, half uppercut, and sneak it through your guard. Because once he dips down, what do? You bring your elbows in like you're going to protect your body, and when you do that, you leave that opening up the middle. So he's become a lot more creative and savvy with his offense as he's gotten older, without question. I mean, everyone calls me a Canelo hater. I'm not. I mean, I just think some of his fans go a little overboard. That's all.
Yeah. People also think that he's not old either. Like a lot of people think that, oh my God, Canelo is now like.
Yeah, but he turned pro at 15. He's got a lot of miles on him. His body is starting to break down just a little bit.
But Biebs, it's not like back in the 80s and 90s where he fought 5 times every single year. Like since he fought Floyd, he fought twice every year, with the exception to maybe 2 years ago, right? Like where he fought 3 times a year.
Yeah, but the caliber of the fights.
Here's another misconception.
That's true.
Here's another misconception everyone makes. Oh, well, these guys, they're not like the old-time fighters who fought 10 times. When Sugar Ray, like in the 70s and 80s, Sugar Ray Leonard, when they started fighting better competition, Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali, George, all those guys were only fighting twice a year. Okay? So when you want to go back to the days of Sugar Ray Robinson, he fought 10 times a year. Yeah, look at the guys he was fighting. He was fighting guys who were 0-20. He was fighting in non-title fights, 8-round, 10-round fights. And those guys were fighting so much because they had to, because they couldn't get paid like these guys are getting paid today. So if you hear guys on the internet, oh, well, fighters don't fight. Again, fighting once a year is not good. You should at least fight twice a year, in my opinion. I get that. But when you expect a guy to fight 4 times a year and fight top guys at the same time, here's the thing, guys. Every fight has an 8-week training camp, right? So you're talking about 32 weeks. So you mean to tell me you're only going to give a fighter 4 months off? Like basketball and football seasons aren't even that long. Cut the fucking shit, guys. Let's be real about it. Like when Canelo fought that 4 times, he paid for it. He'll never be doing that again. He did it just to prove a point.
Canelo's only 32. It's not like he's 38 or something.
He's 33, brother. He's turning the corner.
With the water, 33, 32. Yeah, but I feel like he's not older. Like, because I know there's some people think that he's old now. Like, I don't know how. Like, just overnight. I think he's got a lot left in it. I reckon Canelo fight until he's maybe 39, 40. Who knows?
Well, the main thing, what happens when you're fighting against world class competition, even though you slow down a little bit on the trigger, and the other guy's quicker, that means he's landing and you're second, you're landing second, or you're missing. That counts, because that means you're getting hit. You're getting fucking hit. So even if you slow down by a little bit, man, that counts.
Yeah.
It's like some young guys they won't even think about it. They'll put it in their mind, a jab, and they'll fucking throw a jab. Next thing you know, it's fucking popping your head back.
Canelo's not over the hill. He may have aggressed a little bit.
No, he's not over the hill, but I don't know where people started thinking nowadays. They think that 33, 35 is young for boxing. I get it. Science and medicine, people are improving their quality of lives, and we're living people are living longer. But before, like in the 90s, look at Julio Cesar Chavez's career. I know he had a lot of fights. By the time he was 32, 33, he was washed up.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but that involves a lot of cocaine use.
And he did fight a lot too, man.
You know what's crazy? And I hate to say this, but you know how many fighters in the history of the sport used and abused cocaine over the years? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Cocaine has been the drug. That's why everyone's like shitted on David Benavidez when he tested. That was so fucking dumb that they stripped him for using cocaine, man. That was ridiculous. I mean, you're going to take the title away from him because he used cocaine. Like, is cocaine really a performance enhancer? Get the fuck out of here.
Not at all.
Probably the other way around.
They fucked him when they did that. That was so wrong, bro. Okay, it's like, again, now some idiot out there, Beeb, why you endorsing cocaine use? I'm not endorsing. I'm just saying that. Once again, let the punishment fit the punishment fit the crime. That's all I'm saying. Let the punishment fit the crime. That's all I'm saying, guys. But some fucking jackass, Beeb. What are you doing, man? I bet you're a coke dealer in your in real life. Like they're gonna fucking like again. This is what fucking social media has done.
Beeps, what about marijuana where it helps you to sleep, like what Julio Cesar Chavez did against I think it was Martinez, right? What do you think about that?
All right, let me just tell you this, Penny. If I'm gonna be like, I was in the military, right, and I used to have to take PT tests, right. I never said to myself, "Damn, I gotta grab myself a joint just so I can do better on my PT test tomorrow." I mean, again, just like that whole phentermine argument. Again, I am not endorsing phentermine use. I'm not saying Oscar Valdez did not break the rules. I'm not saying he did not cheat. I'm not saying any of that. What I am saying is all of these PEDs or these illegal substances are not created equal. I said, I believe that the phentermine, and I said this before the fight, I got receipts. I believe the phentermine can worsen Valdez's performance instead of helping his performance. And I believe I was correct because that was a bad performance. I thought that I had the fight a draw in rounds, but the point got taken away. I thought he eked out the decision by a point. A lot of people had him losing that fight against Conceição. My argument was this, because I know the drug. Everyone's trying to say, oh, this thing's a stimulant, blah, 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 blah. Here's the argument that I have against stimulants. If you drink a cup of coffee every day, right, and you get dependent on that cup of coffee, yeah, you feel great every time you drink that cup of coffee. What happens when you take the cup of coffee away and you can't use it anymore? You feel like shit.
Yeah.
You feel like shit.
Well, here's I got a counter argument to that though, baby.
Let me just finish this argument, because I know I'm not saying this is going to be your counter argument. This is why I disagree with Vada. So Vada says, oh, stimulants should be illegal all the time, right? But here's the thing. Oh, well, when you're using the stimulants, it helps you get through your training and it makes you get in better shape. Yeah, okay, but you can't use the stimulants the night of the fight. So once again, you're like, if you don't have that, if your body's dependent on that stimulant and you take it away, what happens? You crash and it worsens your performance. So unless you're taking that stimulant before the fight, it offers you no benefit. That's number one. But here's another argument I have for the phentermine. You can drink a cup of coffee and get a more stimulatory benefit than you can take in phentermine, because phentermine, I've talked to several doctors, is a very weak stimulant. No one says I'm going to take phentermine and I'm going to go out and run a marathon and I'm going to win. I'm going to be great at running this marathon. The greatest benefit of phentermine is it's a incredible appetite suppressant. But here's the problem with that. If you're already cutting weight and you're restricting calories and you're also exercising, which further causes you to burn more calories and put you more in a calorie deficit, you're already depleting yourself. So then you take the phentermine on top of that. All you're doing is really depleting yourself to a higher level, right? So yeah, you're gonna make the weight, and you're gonna make the weight by cheating. But just by stepping on that scale and making that weight, that doesn't mean you're going to be better at that weight or perform better at that weight. That was my argument. And everyone's like, oh, B, what are you doing? All right, go take phentermine and think you're going to be able to run a marathon after taking phentermine. I'd rather take an ephedra caffeine stack, if you ask me. I think you could drink a Red Bull and get more of a stimulatory effect than taking phentermine. That's my only argument. But you guys go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm also thinking, and I heard Dwyer talking about this a long time ago, the lawyer guy that does unboxings about video. Yeah. Psychologically, if you depend on enhancing drugs, but then you don't have them the day of, what's your mind going to tell you? I need that. And if I don't have it, like you said, I suck. Psychologically, it affects you too. Look at Big Baby Anderson. It's now it's not even one thing. He had to take three things. And if he didn't take the three things, look at him now. He probably doesn't believe in his mind that he can compete with all those things. Psychologically, without the drugs, he's nothing.
Yeah. So, sorry, you didn't answer my question. So, what do you think about marijuana? Like, do you think that, like, with the Chavez issue, I think he took it because he couldn't get to sleep. So, what do you think? Or even Mayweather's illegal IVs, right? Which is not typically like a performance enhancing, but technically it is cheating.
Well, Floyd also took pain medicine for his wrist and hands.
Yeah, Floyd's a fucking hypocrite, man, and I've always said this. I have a very controversial stance on PED use. I don't have this moral high ground against PEDs like everyone else, but what I do say is if you agree to something and you break the contract and you break the rules, then obviously you have to be punished for it. So once again, Beeb is condoning PED use. No, Beeb is not condoning PED use. Beeb just doesn't have this moral fucking opposition to PEDs as everyone else does, all this virtue signaling. I think it's more dangerous to put a guy like Rod Salka in the ring with Danny Garcia, and that's more life-threatening to me than getting in the ring with someone who's on phentermine. That's my opinion. But no one cares about that, but they're going to care about this fucking drug thing, whatever, because it's more of a sexy story where everyone, again, give me one example where someone has tested positive for PEDs and actually killed someone in the ring or hurt someone in the ring. I can give you examples where people tested positive and actually lost fights, actually got knocked out in fights after testing positive in PEDs. So this whole notion that just because you're on PEDs, you're gonna beat somebody or it gives you an advantage. I'm not saying it doesn't help you, whatever. But once again, a PED is only going to make you as good as your body's potential will allow you to be. Once again, to me, the more skilled guy will always win, regardless of PED use. But again, that is an opinion. That is not a fact. That is an opinion. So the whole stimulant argument, I believe, can be scientifically proven, right? Even though VADA argues against it. That's why USADA, WADA, UCAD, everyone doesn't ban stimulants out of competition, because once again, stimulants are in and out of your system quickly, and once your body builds a dependency upon it, once you take it away, you crash and you don't have that advantage anymore, and you can actually worsen your performance because you crash so hard that you could even be worse off than you were before you started. But go ahead. You had a point, Emma. Go ahead.
I could say that PEDs definitely improves a fighter, and one thing that comes to mind is, although it's not boxing, it is another combat sport, is Vitor Belfort, aka TRT Vitor Belfort.
Yep.
He definitely had way more finishes when he had the TRT exemption.
Agreed.
I might have an unpopular opinion, but I say just make them all legal. Put everybody on the
Yeah, I've always said that, because people are taking them just because they know everyone else is taking. You think people are just taking them? A majority of people are taking them because they're saying to themselves, the other guy's taking them. But let's look at some other examples. Let's look at Chael Sonnen, who abused PEDs significantly, and let's look at Brock Lesnar. Those guys were juiced to the gills. They had a lot, and they still lost.
Especially
Brock Lesnar.
Well, he was definitely
I can make the argument that his technique, a lot of the missing technique of why he was losing. Chael Sonnen, I could. That's a good example. I can agree with that one.
Yeah. But once again, the skill still won. Correct.
A bunch of opponents
but then again,
cheating.
Chael Sonnen did have a lot of good wins when he was taking it.
I think he always lost when he stepped up, though, didn't he?
Most of the time, yes.
You know where he got fucked? What was that one fight where he was going to fight for the title, but I guess that they didn't make it a title fight? I really felt, what was that? I'm trying to remember that fight when he beat somebody. Who did he beat? And the guy was a champion, and I guess the guy I'm trying to remember the guy. The guy got stripped or something, and it actually became a non-title fight, and he actually won. What fight was that? Do you remember?
Oh, the you're talking about the steroid cheater losing, and he was the champion.
No, I'm not even taking steroids. I'm taking steroids out of the equation here. I think because everyone will say he never became a champion, and that's the big knock on him. But there was one fight where it was supposed to be for the middleweight title, and the guy actually got stripped. And I can't remember the reason why. Did the guy get stripped because he tested positive for PEDs or whatever, and then the fight became a non-title fight? And yeah, that's what I think happened. So I think his opponent tested positive for PEDs or whatever, and then I think the fight. I forget what happened. Do you remember that? You know the fight I'm talking about?
I don't think it was middleweight. I'm not too sure if it was, because I remember Anderson Silva, but he wasn't the champion at the time. He tested positive for PEDs, and he's a middleweight. But
let me Google it, see if I can find it. if I can find it.
Not off memory.
Thank you for having me, Beeb.
All right, man.
Peace,
I'll let
man.
you go, man.
Thank you.
I'll let you go, man. Thank you so much for coming on, man. Appreciate it.
Later, T.
But there was one fight like because I feel bad for Chael Sonnen because he actually became a champion. And
was this in Bellator?
No, it was in UFC. I think it was when he fought Mauricio. I'm trying to remember the fight that was supposed to be a title fight, and then it ended up not being a title fight. I'm trying to remember that was. Did he ever become champion? Let me just double check this. Because he was a good. I think he was a good fighter, man. He was a good fighter. But I'm trying to remember the fight, but I'll figure it out later. I don't want to.
Hey, Bibbs, you know what we were saying before, where just make PEDs legal in boxing. I could see that with other sports, like say cycling or like say track and field, where they don't try and hurt each other. But with boxing, even though there's no direct evidence that PEDs will help you to win, I think because in boxing where you try to hurt each other, I think boxing will probably be the last sport where you want PEDs to be legal. Maybe basketball or something, like something that's non-contact sport. Like it's just too dangerous, Beebs. Like,
can I ask you a question? If Paulie Malignaggi was going to take all the steroids he can in the world, right? Do you think he would become a more lethal puncher than he ever was?
Maybe.
Yeah, he might have some snap similar to Bivol, but he won't have knockout power.
Yeah, I agree.
Once again, there's no evidence to suggest that steroids will increase hand-eye coordination,
Vitor Belfort,
and reflexes.
Vitor Belfort. That's why I brought that up earlier.
Well,
if you compare Vitor Belfort when he was on TRT compared to when he wasn't, he was getting more finishes, his reflexes, his power.
You're 110% correct. But can we also argue genetically, and this is my opinion, Vitor Belfort was blessed with a lot of fast twitch muscle fibers. He was always an explosive guy. Can we argue that?
I'd say he's more like a miner. You know, he had consecutive punching power, just not one hitter quitter.
My argument is this: if you don't have the base to work on, the steroids will only enhance what your potential, your human potential allows you to have. So Paulie Malignaggi never was a fast twitch muscle fiber explosive guy. The steroids would never have made him that, in my opinion.
But Beebs, I'm not worried about Paulie Malignaggi. I'm worried about guys like Wilder and like Julian Jackson. Like, if you give those guys PEDs,
okay. Now,
you know what I mean?
Once again, this is a controversial argument. Would Wilder have beat Tyson Fury if he was on PEDs? Would it have increased his skill enough where he would have been able to beat Tyson Fury? Because listen to this now. He bulked up for the Tyson Fury fight. He was more muscular for the third Tyson Fury fight, right? You could argue that maybe he was physically stronger. But what happened? He lost stamina. He got tired in that fight. And you saw in the very next fight, what did he do? He ended up losing weight and weighed in 214 for his next fight. Why? Because bigger is not always better, right? Excessive muscle can sometimes hinder you, not help.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but there's also PEDs that help with stamina, though.
Oh, EPO, yeah.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. So I mean, I have the unpopular opinion. Just allow it, man. I'm tired of certain fighters having these exams.
I agree.
It's an uneven playing field.
I'd say too, if there's some PEDs, maybe like testosterone that it can help you in a lot of ways too, but like if it makes you overly like aggressive, that'll play against you. I heard stories like the Mexicans, not that I do it, just don't fucking think that I do, but that they fight the Roosters, and they give them the PEDs, the Roosters, and they come out more aggressive and they get fucking killed quicker.
Yeah. Gonzalo in Philippines.
Well, you're Filipino, Benny.
They put steroids on the roosters and they fight harder.
From experience,
but they come out more aggressive and they get killed quicker and they bleed out quicker.
Gonzalo, as you know,
here's the thing, Gonzalo. Here's the thing, Gonzalo. Not to cut you off, little Penny. I apologize, but this is an excellent point I'm going to make right here. When you go to a testosterone clinic, you know what the goal is? We're going to give you the least amount we can to give you the highest benefit, because we want to give you the greatest benefit while putting you in a situation and putting you in a place where you're going to have the less side effects. So a lot of these guys will they will abuse the testosterone, they'll abuse the TRT just to get that advantage. But in everyday life, where someone's taking TRT just to normalize their levels, right? The goal is to give them the least amount to help them and benefit them. It's actually beneficial. It strengthens your immune system. It just gives you a better quality of life. But everyone reacts to the testosterone differently. Some people take the testosterone and they're very uptight, nervous, edgy. Other people take it and it puts them in a good mood. So a lot of that is dose dependent, and it depends on the person. But you're 100% correct. When you give roosters they're probably jacking the rooster up with fucking through the roof with whatever they're giving them, and that's why they're so aggressive.
Yeah, and you know what? You know what? Let me just say this. A person that's normal sometimes says, "Well, I can't hit that hard. I can't take a punch that well." But let's say I'm a professional boxer. I'm gonna work what I got, and the things that I lack will keep me on my toes, so I won't get caught by a punch. So that'll kind of make me fight in a certain way that'll make me more intelligent. If I'm taking drugs and I'm overconfident and I'm fucking coming after you all because I can take a punch, because I got more stamina, maybe I'm running into a punch that much easier because I'm like a madman. I'm not thinking about my skills, how I can circumnavigate around what you're doing to me, that I need to protect myself, because that's the instinct of preservation as a human being. When you feel vulnerable, you're going to adapt to what you can do well, but what you can't do so well, so you won't get caught in that vulnerability that you have. And if you give me extra confidence, then I don't have to think, oh, I have to be worried about what you're doing. I'm just going to walk into your fucking punches. Maybe I'm going after you and I'm disregarding my skill and I'm just running into shots. Get him a head snap back. I'm just saying.
Here's the crazy thing, man. When you talk about these TRT clinics, and I've seen this, I've seen guys, right? I'm going to be 53 in December. In a month, I'm going to be 53. My testosterone's at about 550 right now. The normal level is in between 330 and 850. I'm a little high for my age. I'm not. I'm kind of a little bit above the middle, right? I'm a little bit above the middle.
Why is that?
So I jerk off a lot. It helps up with testosterone. But in all seriousness, I have to bring a little comedy to the thing. There are guys who are like maybe 40 right now. They get tested. They're at about 500, 550, whatever. And you know what they'll say? Well, in order to live the lifestyle that I want to live and do the things that I want to do, I have to be at 1,000. So some guys don't need it, but they want it, because a guy who's 40 wants to be 21 again, and I get it. I remember being 21 and I'd be out I could take a girl home. I could bust 5 nuts in like an hour. Now I can only do twice in an hour. And it's not as fun. I get it. But we got to deal with the reality of life. Go ahead, Penny. I know you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, Bibbs, I just wanted to piggyback what Gonzalo said, because I remember my uncle used to own a cockfighting like business where he would have these roosters. They had like 1,000 roosters. Yeah, he used to put steroids on them to the point where when they get hit by the sword, because they put swords on their
the metal claws.
Yeah, and they would put like poison in there so that when they get hit, the chicken or the rooster dies immediately. But if you put steroids in them, even though they hit, right, they still keep on going because the body thinks that they're still alive. So that's how strong steroids is. I don't know if it's the same for a human being, but I'm guessing it's relative. Like, for example, so that's why it's so dangerous. Like the guy could be brain dead, but he's still there. Because the steroids will let him.
I'm gonna.
I would say that's kind of like overdosing for like volume wise.
There's use and abuse. There is such a thing as use, and there is such a thing as abuse.
For that rooster, it was abuse. Could you
But
imagine, like, a rooster weighs how much? Like 5 pounds. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, 5 pounds.
But as a man, not to cut you off, Amok, but as a man, once you enter that TRT clinic or that HRT clinic, which is hormone replacement therapy, once you do that, you have to understand that your life will never be the same again. You have to do it for the rest of your life, because once you start doing that, you will shut down your normal levels, and
you can't recover from that, Beeps.
I mean, they could put you on that Clomid, but if you've been on it for a long period of time,
yeah, I think something like that happened to Jose Canseco, no Beeps. He took steroids for a long time. That his levels are like really, really low now.
Yeah, it just shuts down. So if you use, even if you go on testosterone replacement therapy, right, and you do it for a long period of time, and you're pumping your body with that exogenous synthetic testosterone, your body's gonna start getting used to that, and it's just gonna shut down its normal production. And once you start doing that long term, you're gonna have to do it the rest of your life.
Oh,
so you got to make a decision what you want to do in life.
That's not worth it, man. I don't think it's,
So you got to make a decision in life, little Penny. Do you want to bust five? Do you want to bust 5 nuts in an hour, or do you want to bust 2?
So you're saying that Ben Johnson is still doing it till this day?
Do I think Ben Johnson's on TRT right now, or HRT?
Yeah, because you're saying that if you go in it, you have to do it for the rest of your life.
I don't know what he was taking. I don't know if he was taking anabolics or if he was taking PEDs like EPO and stimulants. I don't know exactly what he was taking. Was he taking HGH? I don't know exactly. I haven't really researched exactly what he was taking, but depending upon what he was taking, if he was taking anabolics or if he was taking testosterone long term or hormones long term, yeah, he probably shut down his natural production.
Damn.
Oh yeah. You don't think these bodybuilders like Jay Cutler, you don't think these guys like Ronnie Coleman, you don't think these guys like Sean Ray, you don't think these guys like Dave, you don't think these guys are like are on. And you know what a lot of them say? Like even this is a guy, Mike O'Hearn. I don't know if you know Mike O'Hearn. He's on here. He's like a fitness enthusiast. He's like 53, 54 years old. He looks like a Greek god. And everyone's saying that he's using PEDs. And a lot of people like won't be using like steroids per se, but they'll be on HRT or TRT. I mean, you're still using a drug to help you look the way you look. And I'm not faulting you for that, but you have to understand, technically you're at that point.
You're not natural.
You're not natural. But a lot of people, they want to differentiate between steroids and TRT and HRT. And once again, they're not the same, right? There's differences to them. Steroids are illegal unless they're medically prescribed. TRT and HRT are easier to get medically prescribed if you can, provide low levels. And you can even go into an anti-aging clinic, and you can sign waivers or whatever. And it's very easy to get HRT and TRT. So technically, it's not illegal, but at the end of the day, you're not natural.
Yeah.
And people take umbrage with that. People take umbrage with that, like, oh well, I'm still natural. I don't take steroids. Yeah, but you're still taking HRT and TRT, so you're not natural.
Yeah,
and
just bring it back to boxing, and because you mentioned Paulie Malignaggi. Why do you think Paulie Malignaggi is vehemently against Pacquiao, where he thinks Pacquiao actually took steroids?
Changed his stance now.
What is that?
He changed the stance. He said I've changed my stance.
True. Yeah,
he said I've changed my stance on PEDs. I've talked to a lot of people on the sport, and there was some guy in the sport, trainer, that I really respect a lot. He was mentioning names of guys who were on stuff, and he was telling me that everyone at the top level is taking something. So Paulie Malignaggi has finally come around and realized that everyone is taking shit. So he's actually changed his stance on it.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. But because at that time, why did he think that Manny Pacquiao took steroids, even though Manny has never tested positive, even close to something positive throughout his career?
Well, there's two reasons why, if I can answer that. One of them was because he didn't want. He made the excuse. He was scared of needles, and the second thing was he had a big head. And the big head part, I want to counter that because some of my uncles, they're Filipino and they got big heads, but like,
Yeah.
yeah, not to
Well-
make, not to make fun of my uncles, but
Is it
yeah.
fair?
I've met Manny Pacquiao on a few occasions because I'm living over here, and his head, he looks to me body wise, he looks just like any ordinary regular Filipino man. The head thing, like for example, my neighbor over in Tijuana, his name's Hector Velasquez. He fought Robbie Pete and Edwin Valero. He fought Manny Pacquiao. He's older. His head is fucking swollen too, like a fucking pumpkin, because he's fought over 100 times. I think it's one of those things where you start catching a lot of punches. As you age, your head also gets bigger. His head does look big, but just by a little bit, not by a lot.
Here was my argument, because everyone got it wrong when they were talking about Manny Pacquiao and PEDs. Oh well, how is he moving up in weight and he's knocking all these guys out at the higher weights? If you guys remember, how many knockouts did he actually have at welterweight?
2.
Who knew? And again, like they were basically because of accumulation. They weren't one punch knockouts, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, correct.
It's like Dmitry Bivol, the in and out, the inertia.
Yeah.
Bam.
So my argument for Manny Pacquiao and PED use was I don't think he used PEDs to make himself stronger. I do believe he used PEDs. What I believe is he was possibly on EPO and human growth hormone. That's what I believe.
Oh! The only thing that's really like they're the biggest. I mean, I swear to God, man, they're the biggest calves I ever seen on a human being. He's a small dude, but his calves are fucking huge.
So this is why I suspected Manny Pacquiao of PED use. Let's just look historically and let's use some logic here, and let's just use the probabilities and not the possibilities. Generally, when a guy moves up in weight, right, he tends to throw less punches, right? The lower the weight class, the more the punch output.
Unless he's dehydrated and killing himself to make the weight. But yeah.
Yeah. So my argument was this. When he was moving up, he was actually throwing more punches as a welterweight than he was as a featherweight in some of his fights. So I was saying to myself, how the fuck is this possible? You know what I mean? And he was becoming, his stamina looked a lot better. His durability seemed a lot better. So I think the PEDs he used were for recovery and to help him with his stamina, and to make him a little bit more durable, at the higher weight. I don't necessarily think that he became a bigger puncher because he took PEDs. I think as when a guy moves up, every time a guy moves up in weight, like when Hopkins was at middleweight, he was killing guys. But then when he went to light heavyweight, he wasn't knocking guys out anymore. Floyd Mayweather was killing guys at 126 and 130, but you can argue the hand problems too. But he wasn't knocking guys out at 147. So when guys move up, they don't become punchers. They tend to lose their power a little bit, I think. Sometimes, if a guy's too small, and he goes to a higher weight class, maybe he becomes his natural weight or something like that. But when Manny Pacquiao started at that 105, but once he hit 126, 130, and even 135, I think that at 135 he kind of capped out his power, and anything above that he kind of regressed in his power. He was a small welterweight, just like Floyd was a small welterweight, right? So, my argument was, I don't think that the PEDs made him better. I just think they gave him better stamina.
Can I counter that?
I always found it odd that he's throwing more punches at 147 than he did at 126. Go ahead.
Well,
Can I counter it? Like when Pacquiao was fighting Barrera, Morales, and Marquez at 130, if you look on HBO where they show his weight, his weight after the weigh-in, it's always at maybe 146, 147, 148, right around that, right? When he moved and fought Cotto, his weight was the same, right? But 147, 148, as if he was still at super featherweight, right? But the reason why I think he threw more punches at welterweight is because his opponents are slower. So he can throw more punches, whereas at super featherweight, he couldn't throw as much punches because the guys that he was fighting against were throwing the same amount of punches. So he has to be careful, right? And also,
your argument is his stamina increased because he wasn't suffering the weight cuts like he was when he was in the lighter weight class.
Yeah, and also Beebs no, Beebs, you go. I lost my train of thought.
Can I add something, Penny, to what you're saying? Also, Beebs and Emma, I think also, okay, he let's say Pacquiao, he's born a puncher. He hit really hard at the lower divisions. I give him credit because he didn't stick to being like that one trick pony. Oh, I can punch. I'm gonna rely on my punching power. As he moved up, he understood and he learned how. He basically improved his boxing ability by poking at the giant, not necessarily like trying to land his heaviest shot to hurt the guy. No, poke, move, three man, like they say that just like he's like a fucking octopus in the rings, in and out, moving, poking and pecking and rocking the giant off his axis. Maybe I don't hurt him then, but I'm gonna hurt him later. Just the accumulation of not so heavy shots, but still heavy enough to break down the bigger dudes. So it's kind of like that too. I'm not gonna be as active because I probably could have been in the before, but I was relying on sitting down on my shots. But now I just need to box more. So just for the sake of me knowing that I need to move in order not to be stationary for like the bigger guys to knock me out and for me to do the damage, I'm gonna keep it moving. Yeah, and I'm gonna fucking peck and poke you with hard shots that still count and will drop you. Might not necessarily KO, but he was dropping a lot of dudes.
And
right?
also Gonzalo, majority of Pacquiao's fights happen actually in welterweight. I think he's got about maybe 16 or 17 fights at welterweight. He only knocked down two guys, Miguel Cotto and Lucas Matisse. The rest,
can I add to that because you brought up that weight class? He had a lot of catch weights in those fights too. So did that affect the performance or speed of the opponent that he had? I don't know. I mean,
true. But with the Miguel Cotto fight, Miguel that 145 catch weight, Miguel hadn't fought at 154 yet. He was still at welterweight. So that 140, that 2 pound cut, it may have affected him, but not much because there was I think
it affected him significantly.
You think so?
He had to weigh in at 143. It wasn't a 2 pound weight cut. It was a 4 pound.
145.
Was it 145?
Yeah. And Pacquiao weighed in at 143. Miguel Cotto weighed in at 145.
I think the 2 pounds meant a lot because he was already stripped down at 147, and then you try to squeeze 2 pounds off of an already depleted, stripped down to the bone guy, and then you take 2 pounds off of that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought that was so fucked up with Pacquiao doing that to him. I didn't like. I
agree. I used to have the nickname for him, Catchweight King, but that's me.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that about him. So let me ask you this: what destroyed Pacquiao's argument that he wasn't taking PEDs was the whole needle thing. I'm afraid of needles. Meanwhile, he had fucking. I'm
gonna have to argue with that one too.
Getting tattoos and shit. The fuck out of here, man.
Bibbs, it's not like he's only got one tattoo here and a few here, right? But the thing is with needles, I get the flu shot every single winter, right? I always get them.
Are you afraid of needles?
Yes. But before I get them, I have to make an appointment with the doctor 2 weeks beforehand because I want to be mentally prepared for it. I don't like needles. I'm in
the medical field. This is very common of what Penny is saying. Some people, they freeze at a fright, and they can even be in adults. Believe it or not, this is actually a common fear.
I have to look at the needle too. I can't look away because I'm scared. I have to see it. Like,
Well,
I'm actually like,
Yeah,
there's a technique where you're talking to your patient, and that's why they
You
ask
yeah.
you, "Oh,
still,
how your day is going," or
you
and they'll
still,
start talking off subjects because they
But
want
Mark,
you
yeah,
to
but
look at
once it's
them
in there, I'm
when they're.
fine, right? It's just that
but you
beforehand, I
still,
get like
but
an
you
anxiety
still,
yeah,
attack.
but
yeah.
you
Penny, but you know,
still,
Filipinos are very superstitious too, and I think it was something else. He didn't want to get the blood drawn too
That's
close to
right.
the day because they thought it was going to weaken him as
That's
well.
right. That's why he lost that Morales fight, because they took blood off him. And before his fight with
Penny,
Barrera, didn't do that.
Penny.
Well, Beeb, just so you know, there's certain belief systems and religions that refuse to
But
even take needles at all.
I
I don't
understand.
know the
I
belief system
understand that.
of Pacquiao, so
But there's ways to cope with getting the needle stuck in your arm. Correct.
But it's random though, Beebs.
no,
Like
not
for me,
how Floyd wanted it. No,
if I had random flu shots, I
he
would never
wanted
take
blood
it. No
testing. There's no
way.
way.
I would never do that because they can just show up in my house and get a needle. No way. I need about 2 weeks to get
Okay,
my.
so how did
I,
he overcome his fear of needles in 2015 and agree to the blood testing then?
That's a good point.
yeah,
Well,
but
he had
they
to
wanted to
accept
take
this.
like two. I think when they take the blood, they got to take like 2-3 vials, and that's the thing. He didn't want to get 2-3 vials taken away from him so close to the fight. They something like that.
It's because he went to the Bermuda Triangle to cure his shoulder. I'm
And
kidding.
there was
but
a
yeah.
there was a lot of there was a lot of conflicting stories onto why he didn't want to get the blood tests.
Yeah, Beebs, to be honest, when I first heard that he was scared of needles, I was thinking, hold on a second, because he's got tattoos. I did think that as well, right? But when you think about the reasons why he did it, it might
You have
because I'm the
tattoos?
same thing. I'm
You have
afraid of
tattoos?
needles too.
You have tattoos?
No,
Why?
because I don't like needles.
Okay. You just proved my point.
But dude, I get the flu shot every year. I've had it since I was like 18.
Well, I also
I'm
know
44
people.
now.
I know people that are afraid of needles and they still have tattoos.
I don't.
I don't have any either.
I've heard people tell me they don't get tattoos because they're afraid of needles. So usually people who are afraid of needles, they don't even get tattoos.
I know
Yeah,
some.
Beebs,
I know a few people that do. I'm not afraid of needles, and I still don't have tattoos.
Yeah, Beebs, I'm the same. But the thing is, Beebs, with like, if someone says, "Oh, you need to get a random flu shot right every winter," there is no way I'm going to agree to that because I need a couple of weeks to get my mindset for the needles because I'm scared of them. You know what I mean?
Well, the tattoo thing is different because the tattoos.
It's psychological analysis. I don't know, man.
The reason
But that's
why
because you're
people
not
would be
scared
scared of
of
needles, it would be like maybe they don't like to see their own blood, and for tattoos, maybe they think they're gonna get a disease like AIDS or something. There's a reason why, right? I mean, like the fucking needle's not gonna kill you if you get a tattoo, but you're probably fearful you're gonna get hepatitis or something. That's why you don't want to get a tattoo, like
Well,
depending on the needle.
I'm not
Like,
saying that Manny Pacquiao is, but there's certain indigenous people that will refuse, to have any needles in their body because
Is it fair?
because they believe that the blood is life. But I don't know. I don't know.
oh yeah, that's a good one too.
Is it fair to say that it's kind of suspect if someone says they're afraid of needles and they still get tattoos? Is it
Yeah,
fair
it
to
is
say that?
Yes.
That's
I know a few buddies that are like that.
Is it fair? Is it also fair to say that you agree you were afraid of the needles back in 2009, but all of a sudden in 2015 you were no longer afraid of the needles? Or he never said he was afraid of the needles. He said I don't like needles. He never said he was afraid of them. He said I don't like
There was also the thing that he always kept talking about the shakes. It wasn't Memo Heredia. It was just some other guy. I forgot the name. Another strength and conditioning coach. And
That's the reason.
Babes, you know
Yeah.
what I was saying before that if someone told me that hey we need to do a random flu shots, right? And I said no. But if you tell me okay, I'll give you $1 million, right? And we'll do random flu shots, even though I won't like it, I'm gonna do it. For $1 million, of course I'm gonna do it.
What I'm trying to say is whether you don't like something or you're fearful of something, did he or did he not have the ability to overcome that dislike or fear?
He did.
Yeah,
as a professional fighter. There's a lot there's a lot worse circumstances that you could be put in as a fighter than getting a random blood test taken. Can we agree on that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that's why it was harder to believe coming from him.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Also, Big Beeps, you know, when people say, "Oh, he jumped up so many weight classes," you know, from when he won the lineal champ at 112, from there to say 130, dude, he was, as you were saying before, he was malnourished. I think by the time he got to 130, that's probably like he should have started. Like, say if Pacquiao was born in America, I reckon he would have started probably at 130 or 135. Because that's
120,
120,
125, I think would have been good for him too.
Because I'm gonna go full Manny Pacquiao hater mode right now.
Go for it.
You're gonna hate this one.
Yep.
Was Manny Pacquiao truly an 8-time world champion? Because they're counting the Ring Magazine belt and the IBO 148-pound title.
Barrera was the lineal champ at 126, bro. Yeah,
okay, but we gotta count lineal titles or real world titles.
No, you count lineal. Lineal's
we gotta count. We gotta count real titles that you can unify with.
You gotta count real titles. Come on, he was only a sixth division world champion, which is still great. Which is still great. Don't get me wrong. He wasn't a division.
Otherwise, he actually technically, well, yeah, but you know, he could have even been a 10 division because he actually skipped 2 divisions.
Correct. He skipped 115 and 118. But I would count that 126 with Barrera because Barrera at the time he was the number 2 pound fighter in the world, and he had the Ring Magazine belt. Hey man, all belts.
Yeah,
hey,
I agree with Beav. I only count real titles that you can unify with.
Come on,
Penny, fair enough, but look, fair enough, but like,
okay, let me ask you this, Penny. Let me ask you this, Penny.
Yep.
When I was 14 years old, we had backyard wrestling, right? And we bought one of those plastic WWE titles. Can I count that as an accomplishment?
Yeah, but the Ring Magazine is a real belt, though. I mean, it does exist. I mean, if you look at even like
it's a designation. It's not a real belt.
Well, the Ring Magazine would disagree with you on that. In fact, I remember
they wouldn't. They'll tell you that we don't charge sanctioning fees. We're not a real title per se. This is a designation.
Yeah, you can make the argument that it's a decorative novelty belt.
It's a designation, bro. It's not.
What was the other one? So
it's pretty prestigious, though. It's got some prestige because it's old. It's the old.
Very prestigious. It's the most prestigious belt out of all the belts because that means that you're the
WBC or which
lineal titles really matter. Honestly,
yeah, I think so.
To an extent.
That's a legitimate title.
It's better than the belts that are available now. Like,
no, it's not. So if someone told you, Penny, you have a choice to be lineal or be a WBC champion, which one would you take?
Oh, lineal.
Come on, Penny.
Of course, lineal, because now I'm the man. I'm the man that beat the man. I'm the man.
You have a WBC title in your hands.
Yep.
It is a tangible, subjective thing that you can hold on to and show to people. Whereas you walk around and say, I'm lineal. That could still be disputed because it's not a tangible thing. Once again, it's designations are not tangible. When someone gives you a designation, it's more or less an opinion. Now, it could be a popular opinion, but there are still detractors that will say it doesn't mean anything. No one can tell you you're not a champion, you're not the WBC champion, right? Even if you have the WBC belt. They can't take it away from you because it's tangible.
Yeah, Beeps, you know, in the decade of the 2000s, so from 2000 to 2009, or even a little bit of the 2010s, when Mayweather and Pacquiao were around, they were actually chasing the lineal belts rather than being undisputed. Do you know? I don't think Pacquiao and Floyd were. I don't think they were ever undisputed. Whereas Floyd
they weren't chasing the belts, Penny. They were chasing the money.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. No one chases belts; they chase money.
Yeah, that's basically why Manny Pacquiao was having all this catch weight because he was trying to get a fight with Floyd Jr.
If you ask any fighter, I'll give you $1 million and you can be undisputed champion, or I'll give you $20 million just to fight the best fighter in the division. What do you think they're going to take?
Oh, yeah, the most money. But usually the lineal champ is the one that has the what's it called, the leverage.
How many lineal champs do we have in the sport of boxing today? Like, how many times is someone introduced as the lineal champ right now? There was only one guy. There was only one guy. There was only one guy who was ever introduced as the lineal champ without having all the belts. And who was he? Tyson Fury.
Oh, they're having all the belts. Oh, okay.
Why was Tyson Fury introduced as a lineal champion? Because it's something that he created, and ESPN was fucking propagating. No one else gave a fuck about that. Because there was an argument. There was an argument at the time that Joshua and Wilder. But there was an argument that Joshua and Wilder were still better than Fury, even though he was walking around calling himself the lineal champion. But no one ever said that Deontay Wilder wasn't the WBC champion, because that was a fact. The lineal champion is more or less, it has a degree of subjectivity to it, because a lot of people don't look at it as a meaningful thing.
Yeah, but I say the situation's different because he had multiple bouts at once. Although, we lost him for political reasons. And
because I think he lost his belts because of bad choices. I mean, he tested positive for nandrolone.
Cocaine. I thought it was cocaine or something like that.
No, he was under the investigation. He tested positive for cocaine too, but he was under investigation. But this is why UCOT is so fucked up. So he tested positive for nandrolone in the fucking Christian Hammer fight, and he was under investigation. But while he was under investigation for that fight, instead of suspending him pending the investigation, they still allowed him to fight fucking Fury.
But Beefs, I do agree with you when you were saying, like a couple of weeks ago, you were saying that you didn't feel like Fury had a mental issue. You felt that he used it as an excuse. I agree with you with that. Ryan Garcia did the same thing.
All these fighters, there's a difference between being depressed and having clinical depression. Have these guys been to doctors, been to therapists? Have they been given a medical diagnosis? Mike Tyson is the only professional fighter that I know of. Anyone can feel free.
Akabuchi was a bit mental too, wasn't he?
But we have to, again, let me finish this point.
Did he kill someone?
Let me finish this point because it's very important. Mike Tyson actually came to my state, Massachusetts, and went to arguably the best mental hospital in the United States, best mental hospital, mental diagnosis hospital, whatever you want to call it, best mental health facility in the country, arguably, the Mayo Clinic, and he was diagnosed by a medical professional with bipolar disorder. Now, has Ryan Garcia been diagnosed with anxiety problems, histrionic personality disorder, narcissistic personality? Does he have any paperwork to prove that he suffers from a clinical mental illness? Does Adrian Broner have that? Does Danny Garcia have that? So anyone could come out and just say whatever they want. Oh, I'm suffering from this. I'm suffering from that. No, you need to be clinically diagnosed for it. Yeah. So people are using it as a way to get out of fights. Adrian Broner did not fight, what's his name there, Figueroa, because he wasn't happy with the amount of money he was getting. Simple and plain. That's why he pulled out of the fight.
Correct. I agree.
Ryan Garcia, more concerned about social media than he is his boxing career, in my opinion. That's why he pulls out of so many fights and he fights
he's
the
got
guy.
Talent though, Beeps. I can tell he's so quick and his
I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I don't believe he suffers from clinical depression.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think he's using same thing with Fury, Beeps. With Fury, I think the reason why he used that excuse is because when he won that fight against Vladimir Klitschko, the English public didn't accept him as their champion because he's a boring fighter, and at that time, and also Klitschko was like he was kind of like over the hill, and he was saying a lot of stupid stuff too. So I think that's the reason why he used that argument. I don't think he had it at all.
Well, here's the thing, though. Believe it or not, all fighters have anxiety when they enter the ring. So, what do we?
Everyone suffers from anxiety, and everyone suffers from depression at some point in their life. The question is it clinical? If you
he would have to go to a professional. I'm not fully.
Yeah, there are people who
in that
suffer.
field to make a.
It's an insult.
Opinion.
It's an insult to people who truly suffer from clinical depression. Because
Correct.
you know what happens?
Correct.
You know what happens when people suffer from clinical depression? They don't do what Ryan Garcia. They don't do what Ryan Garcia does.
Yeah.
Go on vacations and take pictures behind fucking exotic cars with hot women. That's not what people that suffer from clinical depression can't even get out of bed in the morning.
Well, believe it or not, I've met some millionaires that do suffer from depression, and I told them, hey, you need to see a professional because how you're acting, you're portraying to be happy, but you're really not.
To me, someone who's got mental issues is someone like Ike Akabuchi or someone like Edwin Valero. Those are the ones those guys, they definitely had mental issues. You know what I mean? Remember those two guys?
Maybe they're just psychopaths.
Yeah. They're all fucking crazy, all of them. Look at Joshua. He started crying. Well, he got crazy after he lost to Usyk. he lost his shit. Was making all these remarks.
Listen, this is an excellent comment. Fury's mental health issues was he retired for 2 years to avoid a suspension. Mental health issues, better story than saying I was drinking, doing drugs, and partying for 2 years. Listen,
that's true.
He was going to get suspended by UCOD pending an investigation, anyways. So how convenient was it that he stepped away for 2 years, and he came back and they gave him a retroactive. They said his ban was retroactive from the 2 years he was away from the sport. So he was going to get suspended. The IBF stripped him. He wasn't going to be. He was in a bad place regardless of whether he retired or not. It was just a better way of putting a happy face on it. So
Bibbs, where before when he fought Klitschko and before, everyone thought that Tyson Fury was a pillow puncher, right? He didn't have a lot of pop. All of a sudden now he's knocking out Wilder and all this. So what's happening there?
Was he ever really a pillow puncher though?
He's huge, man. He's a giant.
Well, I mean,
75.
Part of it, like when they fought in the second fight, Fury versus Wilder, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, part of it had to do with Fury clinching on Wilder and holding him down. That tires you out, believe it or not. That depletes some of your cardio.
He's got good leverage. I mean, I get it. Sometimes there's big guys like that dude that fought. What's that British dude that fought that giant that was 7 feet? Ugly motherfucker.
David Valuev.
Yeah. It's hard to get leverage on your shots if you're like that huge, I think. I gotta, it probably could be. But like, he's also a giant, man. If you could get the right leverage, that's a lot of body mass.
Yeah, you're holding all that. You're making your opponent hold all that excess weight.
Tyson Fury has a 70% KO ratio. I mean, I don't know. I think he's a good puncher. He's got a 70% KO ratio.
It's just imagine the hook that he landed on Deontay Wilder was similar to the hook that Andy Ruiz landed on Joshua, but the difference between Ruiz and Fury is his arms are like way longer. So imagine that leverage that he gets behind the punch. It's a lot of arc. A lot of motion right there. And all that weight, just when you pick up more speed and with all that body mass behind it, man, it's a knockout punch. Even that uppercut that he clipped Dillian White with, he's tall, so he's driving the punch up. It's got a higher ceiling. It's pushing past the opponent's head as opposed to a shorter dude throwing an uppercut. It's going to fly up the punch. So even he just barely clipped White. Dude, man, he could punch.
Hey, Gonzalo, what's the chances of Andy Ruiz beating Wilder next year?
That's a good contrast to styles, because I'll tell you one thing. Ruiz, I think you said Ruiz is not going to offer his head like what's this guy's the nightmare, the Swedish guy on a platter. He's not going to he's very conservative. He's very say what you will about Ruiz. He's not going to go in there and make mistakes, and we kind of blame him for that now, because the Mexicans, they want to see an exciting fighter, especially but at the same time it's a heavyweight division. You make one mistake, your opponent capitalizes on the mistake, you get knocked out. So he's kind of like irresponsible in that regard. He's not going to offer his head on a silver platter like that one guy. I forget his name.
I
The
think he resigned
nightmare.
boxing.
Hellenius.
Hellenius.
Yeah. Because I think Andy Ruiz he has a shot here. I think he might be able to outbox Wilder.
You can make that argument. I would pick Wilder in the fight, but I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, same. I've got Wilder too, but I think Andy Ruiz has got a very good chance.
It's inside versus the outside. If Ruiz gets on the inside, yeah, and Wilder punches, he's going to punch in between his long levers because he's going to get a little reckless.
Wilder's he's very underrated counter puncher too. Wilder.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He knows how to throw that right. He knows how to counter with that right hand too.
But Bibbs, don't you think Wilder is a little bit like that 3 fights with Fury where he got bashed and battered for 3 fights? That would have taken a bit out of him, man. Like
I would say it had to take something out of him, but who knows?
Yeah.
What do I know? I don't know. I don't know what the guy's got inside him. I don't know.
Man, he's got 2 brutal knockouts, man. Like, oh, that's got to take something away from you. And that fight, because I don't agree that fight with Hellenius was fixed. Although you got a very good argument, though. Like for a second there, I thought like I thought you changed my mind because you do have it is a fair point with what you were saying. It's actually more your argument is more believable than the Glovegate stupid argument. I mean, like at least yours, you had you had some facts there where you were saying how like when you throw a punch. Blah blah blah.
I'm not even going to say I had any facts. What I did have was logical.
Yeah. That's what
I had some plausible, logical opinions.
Yeah, based on physics.
Yeah, I agree with that too. I thought that was very suspicious, and to me, because that guy from Hagrid died, and if you remember Hagrid from Harry Potter, and he walked in like Harry Potter, so to me it seemed like he was putting on a nominee performance to, and he was also looking at the clock too. It kind of looked like he was looking at the clock and the screen to make it seem like he was doing a good performance.
Everyone wants to say that the Jake Paul fight was suspect and this and that. And
which one?
The Anderson Silva fight was fixed. A lot of people are saying that. I don't know. I saw the replay from the other angle, and I don't know, man. I didn't suspect that.
Well, they said that about Ben Askren, and honestly, I actually bet on Jake Paul to beat Ben Askren based on his suspicious chin, even before he entered the UFC. I always knew his chin was suspicious.
That knockout was brutal, man. That like what evidence suggests that was fixed? Man, he got knocked out cold.
But certain fans and certain people, that hate Jake Paul, they were saying that when he knocked out Askren, that he was fixed.
The Jake Paul novelty has worn out, in my opinion, and the pay-per-view numbers seem to be reflecting that. If he wants to make a splash, he needs to go fight Tommy Fury in the UK in a stadium. That's my opinion, and they should probably do it on the
Diaz fight will do a pretty good numbers on pay-per-view, don't you think?
No.
You don't think so?
Nope.
I mean, he's graduated already. He could pretty much just start boxing like regular boxers at the lower level. Start from the beginning.
But Tommy Fury doesn't want to fight him.
Well, Tommy Fury can't leave the UK. I'm sure if Jake Paul would agree to come over to the UK, he'd probably do it. He's got to learn. He's got to learn that this novelty is wearing off. People don't want to see him fight old guys in the UFC who are past their primes. They don't want to see it anymore. You can't. He's trying to go to the well too many times, and it's just not working anymore. There's not too many losers like myself who are going to buy these pay-per-views.
How much did that pay-per-view did Beebs the Spider Anderson fight with him?
Let's see. I heard it wasn't good. Silva.
Yeah, I heard it flopped like an IHOP pancake.
Paul pay-per-view. numbers. That's what it was.
30K or something.
I get my kicks when pay-per-views don't sell. Then when there's a fight and people report like there's like real low numbers, I enjoy that shit for some reason. I don't know. Because it's like in your face, you know. We're like, yeah, really, dude.
Yeah,
they're trying to con the public.
Yeah, it's very expensive being a fan of combat sports if you really think about it.
I spent over $1,000 right now on pay-per-views. All right, here, let's give the result to this poll we have. We have 70 votes here. Would you fight like Devin Haney if you can get away with it? 53% of the people said yes. 47%. Oh, it's 54 now. 54% said yes. 46% said no. So once again, Beeb is statistically correct in his analysis.
Marginal this time, okay?
That's kind of a blowout. That's a blowout, in my opinion. It's almost 10.
No, but now
minority. It's minority.
No, it's not minority. It's marginal difference.
Once again, the Beavs is undefeated till this day.
I mean, it's not even about me being right. I just want to put out the logical information. I just want to use logic. I don't want to use fantasy. But if I had a son, right, I wouldn't tell my son he could be anything he wants to be. I said you can be anything that your ability allows you to be. Daddy, can I become president?
That's actually what I say.
Can I become president one day? Daddy, can I become president one day? You could try, son, but it's highly unlikely. We're not politically connected. I don't know if I can get you. I can get you.
Beebs, I had that same story, Beebs. We had we had to do some where we had to work. We had to visit a primary school, or you guys call it elementary school, and you designated a child, right? Like someone who's in grade 3, and the grade 3 guy, he said, "Oh, I want to be an international soccer player." And I told him, dude, don't do that. Just be like an accountant. That way you'll at least be successful. Like how many Australians out there that are great soccer players? There isn't any, right? And then I copped that beef from work. I told people that at our in the office. I told them that I got slated as a bad person. Like, I mean, dude, that was the best advice a young guy could receive. So now he could go and get concentrate on maths and blah 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 and become a great accountant.
Look, you made a great example. You look at a kid and you make an analysis of his strengths and weaknesses. Any normal human being would direct the kid in his strengths, right? Like you said, if the kid's good at math, why not? If he's good at fucking what? If someone's good at geometry, where would you steer them in? Engineering, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Trigonomics. If someone's good in trigonomics or trigonometry, I should say, that would be you'd steer him towards engineering, correct? Like you direct someone into an area where they'll have the most probability of success.
Yeah.
But
you
they
love
also
basketball,
gotta enjoy it,
and there has to be some level of enjoyment for them to want to excel at it. Correct. Very, very true.
But there's not too many. There's not too many people from this area, from our area, that are great soccer players. Like how many New Zealanders or Australians out there?
let's
not reinforce stereotypes now. Come on, we don't want to do that.
I think he's just trying to make fun of us people in the States because we never won a World Cup.
Yeah, fucking with him.
Now, this is pretty good though.
Here's the thing, man. Like I'll make a statement like people will talk about boxing in the UK. Is it more popular than it is in America? Yeah. But financially, does it generate more revenue? No, because of the disparity in the pay-per-view price and the ticket price. You're dealing with a country, right? Where our economy is like 6 times the size of Great Britain's. So all the biggest fights in the world, all the records, all of them have been in the United States. And it's purely because of our economy.
Yeah.
It's that simple. You can say what you want. Oh, well, you're just biased because you're. No, I'm not biased because I'm American. Now, if you were to tell me soccer or football, as they call it in Europe and in other parts of the world, soccer is probably the most lucrative. Like the world, does the World Cup generate more revenue than the Super Bowl?
Yes.
Absolutely.
By a ton.
Absolutely. Now, the people in America like soccer? No. Is soccer popular in America? No. But worldwide, soccer is by far and away not only the most popular, most played sport, but generates the most revenue.
But Beebs, isn't that there's a statistic in America that soccer is the most participated sport in America by kids?
Yeah, I think so.
No,
I don't
think
know
so?
that.
I would argue
I would disagree
baseball.
with
No,
that. I would say basketball.
oh yeah, that
Basketball, because basketball is more popular. I think. I could be
No, not popular. Most participated sport in America.
Let's Google that. Let's Google that.
Well, they got a bunch of AYSO leagues, and women play soccer a lot too in the United States.
But I admit it's not popular. It's definitely like
most participated sport in the U.S. It's actually football.
Okay.
Football has the most participants of any sport in both high school and college levels. The vast majority of participants being male. NFL is the preemptive professional football. Okay. The 12 most popular sports in America. Let's see what this is. See what we got. Yeah, it's football. It's football, and I'm not even a big football fan. I only watch the Super Bowl. Yeah, football is number one. Basketball is football is far and away number one. Basketball is number two. Baseball is number three. Soccer is number four. Ice hockey is number five. Tennis is number six. Golf is number seven, and boxing is number eight. How the fuck can golf be ahead of boxing? That's gross.
Beebs, can you Google women's sports, the number one played?
No offense, but no, never.
Beebs, golf is a worldwide sport, though. Like, I'm not surprised by that. Beebs, if you ask people like I don't know, like 1,000 people in the street, they would know more golfers than boxers.
What is the most female? What is most female? What is the most played female sport?
Probably be basketball, wouldn't it?
Actually, I would assume volleyball, but
he's actually correct. It's most participated women's sport in the U.S.
Or softball, maybe.
Most participated high school sports for U.S. Let's see that. It's actually track and field, it says.
Okay.
All right, so let me see if I can find it. Track and field, volleyball. Actually, I'm sorry, track and field. Track and field, basketball, tennis, lacrosse, volleyball, softball. Soccer is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Soccer is like number 8. So track and field is number 1.
Hey, Beebs, I hear soccer in California is pretty popular. Like the stadiums are full from what I hear. I don't know if that's true or not.
Soccer is the number 1 most participated sport worldwide for women.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's by far.
Most popular women's sport globally is soccer.
In Latin America, all they do is play soccer. That's it. That's all they know. Basketball and beauty pageants. That's what they do in South America.
What are the top 5 women's sports? Oh, okay. Top female sports in the U.S. Some sports are played by individual players, while other team sports. Top women's leagues in North America include the team sports of soccer, basketball, fast pitch, softball, ice hockey. Okay, so in terms of
lingerie football, man, lingerie football is number 1. Has to be. That has the most ratings.
Yeah. What is it? What are the top female sports in the U.S.? Let me see again. Yeah, it is soccer actually. Yeah, it is soccer in terms of popularity for like leagues and stuff. Yeah, it's soccer. He's correct. But I think all of like college and stuff in high school, I think it's track and field. Yeah. Got 74 votes on this poll, man. We got 54% to 46.
Well,
Saying
how
yeah.
did it increase so all of a sudden? Like, damn.
Can we do a poll of is excessive clinching illegal?
Let's do this poll.
I promise you I'd win that one.
You would win that one because it is illegal.
Hey, Penny, Amok, Beebs, see you guys later. Thanks for having me on.
Later, Gonzalo.
Yeah, Beebs, I gotta go too, man. I gotta go too.
I'm gonna be going pretty soon too because we've been on for like how long we've been on for?
Yeah, man, this is like a world record for you, man. Is it like it's the longest?
It's 4 hours.
This is a good stream, and then if it happens again, I'd love to be on here.
Beebs, this is your highest in terms of a number of hours?
4 hours and 44 minutes, man, so far.
Is that your highest?
It's got to be. Let's do one more poll. Let's do one more poll before we get out of here. Should Haney be disqualified for holding?
Nah, man, no. Leave Haney alone, man. He's the lineal champ, dude. Or the undisputed champ, and lineal as well, actually.
Haney
Hey, H is gonna come in here soon, man. Don't.
I'll let him, man.
By the way, Amok, H he's a good guy, man. He knows his boxing. He's got a channel there. That's like,
I disagree. I remember me and him. We had a.
I love H, but he starts a lot of beefs here on YouTube, man.
No, but me and him had a conversation on one of the streams. I can't remember whether it was Ring IQ or some other stream. And he didn't know jack shit. I was telling him about Lito Alvarez, what he thought about. No, man, he don't. There's timestamp. Like,
well, he knows his boxing, man. Maybe he just caught him on a bad day.
Man, I'm willing to gamble to find it just to send it to you guys. And if I do find it, he has to close this channel.
That'll never happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, H got a good channel, dude.
Nah, man, he's got this biased racist channel over there.
Oh no. He's definitely not racist. He's
man.
People that go on it might be racist, but he's definitely not racist. I can vouch for that.
He looks like Steph Curry. You ever see him?
Yeah.
He looks just like Steph Curry, man. All right, it's 80% says no. 83% says no, 17% said yes. So Amok voted like 12 times in this poll.
No, calm down,
so should Haney be disqualified for holding? 83% said no, 17% said yes.
All right, can we do 2 more polls, Beep?
What's the other poll?
Is excessive clinching illegal?
It is. Everyone knows that. It's going to be
okay. And the other poll should be: is excessive clinching in boxing exciting?
No.
Oh, that's going to be no. That's going to be overwhelming no.
Yeah, of course.
I'm going to be honest. This sounds horrible. I'm actually starting to learn to appreciate Devin Haney's style a lot more now. Because
believe it or not, like in Muay Thai, when you see the clinching, it's actually exciting when certain fighters do it, because it's like, wow, you're clinching against the clinchmancer and he's got power. You're gonna get knocked out. He's, or you're gonna take some serious damage.
Listen to this one. When Beeb gets the shakes, he starts hating on black fighters. I will cop to one thing. I go back and watch some of my videos, and I see myself rocking like this a lot. You know what it is? I am a caffeine junkie, and I love it. And sometimes I notice it does make me fidgety. I'll confess to that.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a personal question, Beeb?
Certainly can. Sure.
Do you have an espresso machine?
I don't drink. I take tablets, brother. That's how sick I don't
smokes, man. That's
I love. You know why? This is what I do. This is ridiculous. I'm going to tell you this. I have arthritis in every joint in my body. I like the caffeine for 2 reasons. I take the caffeine mix it with acetaminophen, and I only take like 2,000 milligrams of acetaminophen a day, and I was told that as long as you stay within the allowed limit, you could take it all the time.
You just want to just take marijuana, dude.
I don't like marijuana because
there is CBD oil. I can't take it because I'm in the medical field, but there is CBD oil that doesn't have THC in it. You could try that.
Yeah, I actually like the jolt of caffeine. It helps me work out, helps me with my arthritis. My body is like banged. I have really bad. My right knee is like horrible. Right, I have like at some point in my life I'm gonna have to get a knee replacement in my right knee. My goal is to wait. Yeah, my goal is to wait till at least I'm 60. I'm 53 right now. I'm hoping I could hold out for another 7 years. We'll see what happens. I walk like 6 miles a day, and
that's why. I mean, I hate to cut you off, but I was having similar issues with my knees, and there's this skating company called FP Insoles, and basically they make skating insoles out of this foam from NASA. So these skaters could now jump off bigger stairways and have minimum damage on their knees. And the reason why I bring it up is, hey, maybe you could try that, buy that.
What is it called? Skating insoles?
Oh no, let me Google it real quick because I bought some for myself.
Do they work?
Yeah, man, definitely.
Yeah,
I mean, they might not be as comfortable, but they definitely work. But this is the website.
I take turmeric. Centurion says, "What did you do to fuck up your knee?" For when I was 14 years old, I tore my ACL, and at that time they do not do ACL reconstructive surgeries. So I basically have no ACL in my fucking. I have a severely frayed ACL in my right knee.
I mean, you didn't have any like knee reconstruction. You just let it heal like on its own.
Oh, they did not do ACL reconstructions at the time when I tore it.
And because when I played basketball, I had like ankle injuries where I would hear a click, and I didn't go to the doctors. I just let that heal. I might have the same problem as you, Beeps, when I get to your age.
No, you won't.
No? Okay.
No, that's different. Okay. Yeah, it's not. Don't worry about it.
No, I couldn't walk, Beeps. I couldn't walk for like 2 weeks, but I didn't go to the doctors or anything. I just let it heal.
What do you need an arc? Or are you flat-footed, or do you need an arc?
I am flat-footed. I actually do have orthotics, I do have orthotics.
Okay.
I use orthotics. Yeah, I do use.
I don't know. Maybe it might be anecdotal, but it actually helped me better than the orthodotic stuff that I have. But
I do use turmeric. I use boswellia. I use fish oils. I use everything. But I'm not gonna lie. I walk like 6 miles a day. So maybe I overdo it. If I should probably find that I walk 6 miles a day because it's psychological. You know what I mean? I
used to jog a lot. Yeah, I used to jog a lot, and I used to be an athlete. And
do you have bad knees too, or what?
Yeah, from jogging a lot.
Yeah.
You must drink Coke a lot too, right? Coca-Cola, because they have caffeine as well.
No, I buy caffeine-free Diet Pepsi.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of ironic.
Yeah, I know.
I buy Diet Pepsi, and it's caffeine-free. And again, I'm not saying that's the best thing in the world for you, but it's probably a better trade-off than drinking the regular Pepsi.
I like Coke Zero. Have you ever tried that?
I love Coke Zero, yeah.
I don't drink a lot of Coke, but I've tried Coke Zero and I hated it, man. It tastes yuck.
Yeah, because you're a freaking sugar junkie. What do you expect?
I don't usually drink Coke, or I'm not that. I used to, not anymore. I drink water now most of the time.
Who do you think would win in a rematch? David Tua or Ike Ibeabuchi, if they were to rematch?
Ike Ibeabuchi, I think.
Who was that? Ike Ibeabuchi was he was Nigerian, right?
I can't remember. I think it was of African descent.
Oh, these insoles look good, man. Wow, I may try these.
Yeah, they got arc ones. I guess they have shoes now, man. Black Friday's around the corner, so you might want to try to save a few bucks.
Are these expensive?
They range depending on if you want them custom or not. They can
You have to
range.
heat, you have to heat them up.
If you buy the expensive high tier ones, yeah, you just put it in the oven and stuff. But I didn't buy those. I just bought the low profile ones, so
Oh,
they
this
could
looks
fit in my shoes. And so
pretty sweet.
because I kind of have a wide feet, so like like it might just bulk
What
up my shoe.
size shoes do you wear? Do you wear like 4Es? And here's another ridiculous thing. I have a bunion in my right foot. This pisses me off. I have to buy 2 size widths. I have to buy a 6E for my right foot, and I buy a 2E. I wear a 13 6E in my right foot, and I wear a 13 2E in my left foot because I have that significant difference in width from one foot to the other because I have a bunion in my right foot. It's fucking horrible. I'm fucked up. I have a lot of physical.
I'd say get like I'd say get a regular on one of them and maybe like a low profile on the other one.
So you buy 2 different sets of shoes too?
No, I'm recommending that to you. Like,
oh, okay.
Yeah,
when you go to the podiatrist first, Beebs, just to get it checked first.
I've been to podiatrist several times, brother.
Okay.
Do you think I just diagnosed myself with these things?
No, because you're checking all this stuff. Maybe you should get a professional to do it first and then try it.
At this
and
point,
I didn't ask them to say, "Can I use this?" Blah blah blah.
At this point, I probably can diagnose myself because of all the fucking things that I've gone through in life. But Beeb, you need that Dark Knight Rises joint thing that he had. Yeah, I don't know what that is, but
I'm trying to find that YouTube video where they did this egg test on it.
Hey, Beebs, quick question, Beebs. This is more personal. Beebs, do you have a mortgage?
No, I'm all liquid, bro.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm
about to buy a house, man. I'm not afraid or anything, but I'm just a bit worried that it will affect my life because now I have to divert majority of my salary to the loan repayments. I was thinking, man,
here's what I don't like about buying real estate, especially now. I pay where I'm at, I pay very, very low rent. And the money I'm saving in rent, I just bank it. And I have an account right now where I'm getting like 3.12% interest, and I have a good amount of money in the bank. So I'm getting a lot of interest off my money. I like the fact that if something breaks, I don't have to pay for it. I don't have to pay taxes. I don't have to pay insurance. I don't have to pay maintenance. And if I want to, I can live wherever I want. I'm not a big real estate guy unless you can make money off it. Like if you have an Airbnb or if you have a 2-family, you can rent out part of it. But even then, you got to worry about if someone breaks your shit, you got to fix it. I'm gonna be honest. I'm not a big real estate guy. I think there's
But this is to live though, Beebs, not to rent out.
Yeah. How old are you?
44.
And you're gonna how many year mortgage are you gonna get?
30.
So you're gonna be so think of it. You're gonna be 74 when your house is paid off.
No, but because I'm not gonna pay just the minimum, I'm gonna pay a bit more. So it will be less than that.
What's your time frame of paying that house off? How many years?
I reckon about 15.
15?
Yeah.
So you're 44?
Yeah.
So you'll be like almost 60 when you're finished paying it off.
Yeah.
All right.
But because I lost a lot of money on the share market, I'm probably going to work until about 70. During the GFC, I lost heaps. And then during this COVID thing, I lost heaps too. So I'll probably work.
But let me ask you this. You lost a lot, but did you just lose a lot of what you gained or did you?
No, I lost capital.
Are you below your starting? Are you below your starting point? Like
a lot, especially during the GFC, Beebs. That really, even though I was young, I was still young at the time, but still, I was on my way to something, and then the GFC hit, and then I nearly lost all of it. Nearly.
Yeah, what I've done over the years, and I'm not saying I'm right or wrong for doing this, but you could argue I've been overly conservative with my money.
That's good.
I have my pension from I'm a municipal worker at the city. So I'm always going to have my pension, but I'm also going to get Social Security because there's this law in the United States where you can't double dip. But here's the one exception to that. So I have 28 qualified years of paying into the Social Security, and I have about 6 years working here, and in 3 years I'll be totally vested here. So I'll be able to get Social Security plus my pension, and plus I have my savings. So I've always believed that cash is king, man.
Have you got kids, Beeps? Have you got kids?
I have 0 kids now.
Yeah, I have 0 kids too. Yeah, that helps a lot.
So I'm big on liquidity, man. If I'm being honest, I like being liquid. You know what I mean? I like being able to buy. Like I like to buy certain. Like I buy a lot of supplements. I like to buy. I don't buy a lot of clothes. I don't spend a lot of money.
Same. Because I used to think that. In fact, I'm still in that situation because I like to travel a lot. So you need to be highly liquid, right? But now that I'm at this age, I'm thinking I want to buy a house, man, so that I can just be secure. Also, buying a house makes you save, like it forces you to save rather than like going on holidays all the time. Like, you know what I mean?
But here's the thing, man. The house sucks a lot of equity out of you too.
I know, man. I know.
You gotta add your insurance.
Yes.
You gotta add your taxes.
Yes.
You gotta
Especially
add
the taxes.
You gotta add your maintenance, and you also gotta add your utilities are gonna go up because you're probably gonna have more square footage that you're gonna have to deal with. If I like renting. If as long as the rent is not ridiculous, I like
my
renting.
rent's high, Beeps. Our rent here is high. It's not like in America. I'm not like in your situation. So like
I'm an exception to the rule because I have this place and I live with my brother. And you know what my rent is a month?
How much?
$700.
My Beeps, just in comparison, my rent is about 1,200. If I had to buy a house, my loan repayments would be 2,400, right? So it's like, it's almost double. Like
my rent would be 1,400 if I didn't divide it into 2.
Yeah.
And I have about 1,000. I have about 1,000 square footage here.
Beeps, I can't live with anyone else. I live on my own, so I'm the only one in the house. And I've been living like this since I was about 26. I can't have someone in the house. That's why I'm not married. I get a bit like, I get too
annoyed.
Annoyed, and I'm just not comfortable with anyone in the house apart from me.
You know what I used to always blame everything on like when I was in relationships. I always used to blame everything on the female, but I've learned one thing. It's not the female, it's me. Yeah. I can't live. I don't. This is no disrespect.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you, Beeb. In today's dating society and me actually studying it, wow, just absolute wow. Misandry is at an all-time
it is
high. Insane.
It is at an all-time high. But I will.
You could have all these channels. You could be on TikTok. Saying a bunch of hate man speech.
Yeah, I agree with you.
But if you do the vice versa, guess what happens? Yeah. You get banned off the internet.
Women want a traditional man, but they don't want to be a traditional woman. I'm part of the manosphere. I'm all for the manosphere. But here's the thing. Even with that being said, I just don't get along with women. I understand that I can't deal with the mood swings, and I can't deal with everything is always based off of them. You can't really have a logical conversation with most women without emotion getting in the way. Like we will become emotional in our conversations, but we at the end of the day, we'll always revert back to the logic. Everything they do is based off of emotion. Like if a woman if a woman is so mad at you and you're both locked in a room together and the only way she could kill you is by killing herself, she would fucking put a bomb in that room and kill the both of you just to get back at you. That's how they are. That's their logic. They just don't think rationally, in my opinion.
I don't know. I don't know if this is anecdotal, but I went to a military high school as a teenager, and I had a sergeant. She was a female, and she just happened because we lived in an inactive post, and she happened to sub because our sergeant had an emergency. and she was like, wow, it's so much easier dealing with the males. There was 40 of us in a barracks, and there was 25 females in their barracks, and she was saying it was so chaotic, and how we seemed so much nicer and so much more calm than the females.
Yeah, Beeps, even at work, Beeps, in the office, I tend not to hang out with women anymore because they play too many games. They use you to like
passive aggressive. They're the weaker sex, so they try to beat you with passive aggressive mental games.
Yeah, and they always use crying as an excuse. Like even though it's their fault, they start crying. All of a sudden, I'm the bad guy.
I hate to say this, and this is going to sound very bad, but I have no use for women outside of sex. I don't like talking. Like we have women on the panel, and they're pretty good, but again, I'm
being generic here, by the way. There are women out there who are good. I have met women who are nice people, even better than me.
But we deal in numbers here, and the numbers tell us that the majority we're not going to deal with the outliers here. But most women are they're emotional creatures. Yeah. I just don't get it.
To be honest, Beebs, I'm being generic here again. The females that I meet, they're good liars. Like, and I think it's because they were trained like that when they were younger to get away with a lot of things. I don't know. Have you noticed that, Beebs? Like, especially in the office, man, the women that I meet for some reason, they're just liars all the time.
Well, here's the thing, man. Women like to finesse men. Yeah. They can't beat us physically, so they like to manipulate us mentally. It's the only way they can have an advantage over us.
Yeah.
And then you have the argument that women are smarter than men because there's more females in college now compared to males. Well, college and university, and I'm like, well, maybe because they're going to trade schools instead of universities and colleges. And I also like to say, if women are really smarter, wouldn't they be able to enter like chess clubs and just destroy men like nothing?
Women have no choice but to go to college because men have other avenues. We can go to tech schools. How many women want to do manual labor like men do?
Yeah, but to be honest, I think it's easier to be a man than to be a woman, though. Like in terms of life.
I disagree.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
I think so.
All you have to do as a woman is be pretty, and some guy's gonna take care of you.
Yeah, that's the greatest lie that's ever. One of the greatest lies that's ever told.
Greatest lie that's ever told.
One of the greatest lies that's ever been told.
Here's why you're statistically incorrect. Because men die and commit suicide at a higher rate. Why? Because we're in jobs that are more physical and are more dangerous. That's number one. When we go to war, who goes to war? Men or women? No, men do. Men put their lives on the line. What is the saying?
Now women to go to war too, though. Like that.
No, they don't. They don't see combat, brother. Women and children first. Women and children first. Where does that come from? Right? We have to put women first, right? All you have to do as a woman is be pretty, and some man was going to come along and take care of you. Men have so men have.
I had to catch you up, but that's not true. You don't even have to. She don't even have to be pretty. Social media has even proven that she don't have to be pretty. She could even be average or even a little bit below average.
It helps a lot, though. It helps a lot.
Even the dating apps are favoring women to the point where men have to pay.
Yeah. And the shittiest thing about it is women will love to ask this question. Okay, well, why can guys sleep around and they're considered studs, but when we sleep around, we're considered whores? Because in life, you don't get rewarded for doing something that is easy. A man is wired to want to have sex with anything that moves, right?
Well, yes.
I think so is women too. I think women also want to have sex, but they just don't brag about it like men.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yeah, they hide it.
They don't brag about it. Go on Instagram. What do you see? You see what do women sexualize their body?
No. I meant like in between. Like
you're not going to be rewarded for doing something that is easy. It's easy for a woman to get fucked because a guy will fuck any woman, but a woman will not fuck any guy. A guy has to earn his pussy. He has to have status.
Oh yeah, that I agree with. Yes, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, that I agree with. That I agree with.
A woman will most likely have can have sex with most likely anybody that she wants. A man can only do it to anybody that will let him have the access to. Yeah. This is the common misconception that's always been spread.
If there were as many Lamborghinis made as there were Toyota Camrys and they were the same price, would a Lamborghini mean anything?
And you know, there's a lot of opportunities for women now, especially in white collar jobs. There's a lot of them. Like, also nurses as well. Most nurses, they're female. So
yeah.
Well, here's I remember, I can't find the study, but I can post it to you guys next stream when I join. But there was a survey that was saying that the more partners a female has, the lower chance that she has for bonding.
Yeah. See, a woman chooses who she wants to have sex with, but a man chooses who he's going to marry. Basically,
unless you have money,
it's easy to give. It's easy for a woman to give the sex, but it's harder for her to keep the man. So a guy will use a woman for recreational use, right? And a woman will say, yeah, I got a lot of guys. I got one guy who's my sugar daddy, one guy who I fuck, one guy who I do this to. But once again, you know, she's never gonna have that guy who's gonna wife her up.
Yeah,
right.
But I disagree with you a bit where you're saying when I was said that women like sex as much sex as a man. It's just that the women don't brag about it. Because, you know, there's a saying that, you know, when you ask a guy, oh, how many bodies do you have? And a man would usually say, like, I don't know, like 10, 15. Mathematically, you have to reduce that to about 5, right? Based on those numbers, because a man would brag about it more. Whereas with a woman, they would rather reduce that down. Like if you ask them, how many bodies do you have as a woman would say, oh, maybe about 5, but really you have to increase that to 5 or 10, right? Because they don't, it's not like it's, they don't want to be like categorized as a whore.
Do you ever hear the old saying that a key that can open many locks is a good key, but a lock that can be opened by many keys is a shitty lock?
Yeah, that was an analogy that was posted on Yahoo Answers.
Yeah. So because 1% of the men, because 1% of the men can, there's only 1% of the men usually in society that could fuck anything they want.
It used to be 5, B. It used to be 5, and it's getting smaller.
Smaller and smaller. Why do you think Jay-Z could fuck whoever he wants? Like, let me ask you this: How come Beyonce didn't divorce Jay-Z after she caught him cheating? How come Hillary Clinton didn't divorce Bill Clinton after he was caught cheating? Why do all these high value, high status men get caught cheating, but the woman still stays with them? Why do you think that is?
Because they know.
Because they know they can never get that again. They know that it's hard to get that type of guy and that with that status and that power and that social influence, right? Why do you think that's why? That's why. Again, guys will get mad at women because they'll say, "Oh, all they want to do is take my money from me." But that's what they're wired to do. They're wired to have, like in nature, a woman is going to look for the strongest male out there who can provide her with the most safety, protection, and resources. That's in their nature to do that. So you can't. I don't get mad at it when a girl says all they care about is money. They're trying to get money out of guys. I don't care about that. That doesn't bother me because it's a game. It's an even trade-off because a lot of times we're trying to get sex.
But to be fair, there are women now who have their own careers because of the equal opportunity, which has been good for society. They don't need to really rely on that kind of a theory anymore. Like, because if you go to like New York, for example, there are as much successful women as there are men. Now, there's not a lot of millionaires who are women, but just in terms of like the 300,000 per annum type salaries, that there are a lot of women who are earning that now.
That's true. But here's a problem. Here's a problem with that. When those girls get into their 30s and their 40s, they spend so much time focusing on their career, and then all of a sudden they're on antidepressant medication because they're sad because they're not married, they don't have any kids. Like it's only so far that will take them, and then they become depressed because they want, like, it's in a woman's nature to wanna be married and have kids and take care of the kids. That's it's in their nature to want to do that.
Yes, I agree.
You know what I
I agree.
And when they don't, like, a man can kind of get away with that because we care about that too, but we care more about our status. We care more about our position in life. We care more about being successful, and all of that stuff is like a byproduct of that. Where that is what defines them. That doesn't define us.
And because what I don't really like about the law is that when you have a breakup, the custody of the children goes automatically to the woman.
Yeah.
And then the woman, right? They use that as an excuse to say, they make the relationship so bad that the father can't visit the children. And then the woman would say, "Oh, your father doesn't like you, or they never visit you." Well, that's because you made it hard for the man to visit the children. That I don't like. Like I see that a lot in a lot of relationships where it stuffs up the guy's mind because now he can't see his kids. He wants to, but the ex-wife makes it really hard for the man to visit the children because you know what I mean. It's like I see that a lot.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because this is why I thought Kambosos Jr. beat Teofimo, because he was going through a midlife crisis at a very young age. Because it doesn't matter how strong you are, going through that is not easy. You know, someone's leaving with half your assets. On top of that, you can't even see your children, and he had a son, right?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so that he hurts even more.
Here's the problem we have in society today, and we have a lot of problems, but we live in what I call a revenge culture society. So anytime a group feels as though, and there obviously women have been treated poorly over years. They weren't allowed to vote. They were beat up by men. They were abused by men, and men were able to get away with it, and this and that. So we did have some poor treatment of women, and we have had some poor treatment of women historically in the world.
Yes,
but
true.
we always say, oh well, we want things to be better. We want to be equal. But now it's not even about being equal. Now it's almost like, because we have this revenge culture. Now we're not gonna just meet you at halfway. Now we're gonna switch and turn the tables, and now you gotta be punished.
We're not equal. We haven't been equal for a while.
Yeah.
If you think about it, if a man and woman would commit the same crime, a woman will either have anywhere between 1/4 to 1/3 of the time.
Yeah.
Also, there's a little trick that sometimes that women that I hate is like when they accuse you of something, even though they know that you didn't do it. But the thing is, the damage is done. Once it's been accused, this especially happens in the office. When you get accused of something, even though in the end you're proven to be like the man that was right and the woman was wrong, the damage is done. You can't do anything about it anymore. You have to leave that company.
But getting back to the point I'm making, right? When someone says they want to be equal, and you see it a lot of times, like even with racial things, and we want reparations, this and that, whatever, right? And you see what's going on now, how white men in America now are like being demonized now. Like it's like, because it's not about leveling the playing field. Now the side that fails is the side that has been treated poorly or was wronged in the past. They don't want to be equal now. Now they want to turn the tables, and they want they want to be they want to oppress the oppressor now. They want revenge. They want to punish now. They don't want to be equal. Now it's not about being equal. Now you have to feel our pain now. right?
Yeah.
So it's not about being equal. And if you keep doing that, then guess what? You're always going to have conflict. And when you have constant conflict, you're
the
never going to
power
have.
is always going to be shifting around, and so
I agree.
And you're never going to have harmony. So we live in what's called revenge culture right now.
Yeah, Bibbs. Charles Barkley said it best. Bibbs. Charles Barkley said it best. He said the black people, we as black people, he said we gotta start doing better. And he said this in front of, this is on NBA TV. He said we as black people have to stop blaming white people for all of our problems. And I was thinking, wow, that's so poignant, because I have seen, Bibbs, I'm not an American, but I have been to America. I can tell that, like, because there are actually a lot of white people who are good people. Yeah, there are some bad ones in what do you call them, Mississippi and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think to be fair, sometimes, and the Jewish people have done this too. I think they take advantage of the situation a little bit, where, like, you know, where you gotta look at it in terms of the merits. Like, not all white people are racist. In fact, a majority of them are actually, 99% of them actually are good people. It's just that 1% makes it look bad. But you can't, like, take advantage of that situation. Like, I've seen that a little bit, like, not fully because I don't live in America, but from afar, I have seen that, where, like, some people take advantage of that situation.
Yeah, I mean, like, I just think that everybody wants someone to pay. Like, whenever someone uses the word supremacy, if I was to say that you're using, like, if I call someone a supremacist, right? For me to call someone else a supremacist, I would have to deem myself inferior to that person. Why would I ever do that? Like, I would never say someone is supreme to me. Now, does someone have a higher status than me? Are there people in higher positions of power than me? Yeah. But when I just make a blanket statement like this group of people is supreme over me, then I'm basically saying that that I'm inferior. Why would I ever admit that I'm inferior to somebody based off of the color of my skin? So, just like when women say, "Oh, well, we weren't allowed to do certain things in the past, and, you know, that's why things were the way they were." But in any society, you know, in the world, the stronger groups of people have always taken over. They've always taken over the weaker groups of people, right?
True.
You know, and so if women were the stronger sex, then men could never have put them in the position they did. And I'm not justifying it, but I'm saying is, you never hear a man come out and say, "Well, I'm a strong, independent man," but you hear women say, "I'm a strong, independent woman." Why do they have to say that? If they truly believed it,
because it's an ideology that they're propaganding about.
Yeah. But Beebs, you know what I was saying before? Like,
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to throw in there, Beeb, because we're talking about feminism, and this is the dark history that they don't like to bring up. When feminism first started, it was about white/Caucasian females, women, ladies, girls, whatever you want to say. I like to say females because it includes all of that, wanting to be equal to their white/Caucasian counterparts. And if you were a minority, I hate to say it, they didn't give a fuck. Plain and simple. That's how feminism started. And they don't tell you this, but that's how it is. It was never about equality, ever.
Yeah. I get it, man. I mean, like I said, it's not even about being equal anymore. It's about someone's got to pay for my pain. And we're just gonna flip the sides now. So now we're gonna put you in the same position that I was in before, we were in before, or whatever. Now you got to feel my pain. That's all it is. That's all it is. So now, like, you have this opposite of, you know, you just have this constant power struggle, like you said, and you have race being politicized now.
Yeah, because I've been to London. Was there on a holiday, and there are also a lot of black people also in London. But because I can tell that the white people of Great Britain have accepted black people, because I can tell that there's not a lot of racism there. There is obviously, but I can tell from the naked eye, right? I've also been to America. Racism in America, it's not even like, usually there's like an unspoken racism sometimes where they tell you something, but it means something else. In America, it's full on. It's like, it's so obvious.
Well,
like
because I hate to say this, but it's the truth. The liberal media use it as a way to gain power and votes, and they're going to continue. They're going to continue to propagate it here propagate it here in America, because they use it as a political way of getting votes.
Well, here's the thing though, Beeb, and I know you brought up the word liberal, but they're not really liberals. They're actually socialists / commies, if you really think about it.
Yeah.
Nowadays,
they're extremists.
Before a liberal meant a conservative. Now
Correct.
Conservatives don't even want to say that they're liberals.
Very good point. Very good point. Liberal used to mean tolerance, but it's anything but tolerance now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't say anything anymore. Anytime you disagree, you have to be silenced. You have to be destroyed. So are you really liberal in your thoughts? Right? But that's what it is. That's what it is now. We want people that they in other words, these politicians, they want to create this divide, right? So they can get that specific group of people on their side and against the other side, and that's how they win. And a lot of people just don't see it. They fall for it every time. And again, is there racism in America? Of course there is. Can things be improved? Of course. But the problems are magnified and exaggerated immensely right now. There's just a lot of false outrage going on right now. There's a lot of divisiveness right now, and people are being used as political pawns, and sometimes they don't realize, and sometimes they realize it, but they don't care because everyone wants to be part of something. Everyone wants to belong to a group. We deal now in just people belonging on teams.
How come that doesn't happen, say, in England?
I don't know if it does or it doesn't. I'm not familiar with the.
No, I don't think so, Beebs. I've been to England and I don't see that. Whereas I've been to America as well, and I see the racism. It's so clear. This is from a tourist point of view. Now, I don't live in America, so I don't know what happens every single day. But from a tourist point of view, you can clearly see it. It's there.
Let me ask you a question. Like when you ask someone what a woman is, should they be able to answer that question, or should they say, I don't know?
Of course they could, especially if you're a woman. Yeah, of course.
Ask me what a woman is.
What's a woman?
It's a human being that has a vagina, and has a biological vagina and has an XX chromosome.
Yeah, I was about to say that. I was literally about to say that.
And has feminine traits, smaller bone density. Generally,
well, she don't have to have necessarily feminine traits.
No, she could be a masculine woman too, but
yeah.
Traditionally she would have feminine traits. When I say feminine traits, I mean biological.
Yeah, I know what you're getting at, but general rule of thumb, you are correct.
Like breasts and stuff like that, But then when you have someone who's afraid to say it, and then if you ask these people, okay, if someone transitions, if you had a man who transitioned to a woman, right? And you had a daughter, would you want that person to go to use the same bathroom as your daughter? And then they want to say no, but instead of saying no, they try to just say, oh well, that's not what it's about. They actually get angry, and then they want to end the conversation with you. So it's just about having an opposing view on something just for the sake of being different. That's all.
And it's spread in. I hate to say it, it's spread in because I'm specializing in my field, but I recently just took a break. But I had to take a few anthropology classes, and a few of them got offended because I put my pronouns as master and sir, and one.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a no-no, man.
Yeah, one
A
of my
no-no, master?
yeah
Oh,
yeah
that's a
one of my
no-no, man.
professors had to bribe me to take it off, and it
Yeah.
was well worth it because it
The
saved me.
master, the sir is fine, but not. But hey, Beebs, another sensitive issue. Remember
This
when
poll,
Dwayne Wade?
this poll is narrowing. Look at this poll. It's only at 51% no and 49% yes. Amok must have hit some crazy servers right now because he narrowed this poll for us.
Hey, Beebs, another sensitive issue. Remember when Dwayne Wade's daughter, no, son. It was son. Like I think it was like 12 years old or something, and he
Yeah.
decided to be a female, and Dwayne Wade okayed that. I was thinking, dude, as a parent at 12 years old, you should guide your child to live like the normal way. Okay, if that child was say 17 or 18 years old, yeah, because they're more of an adult now. But at that age, you shouldn't be able to let your child do a sex change at that age.
Well, here's the thing with it, they don't tell you. Majority of them, actually, based on statistics, regret their issue. And the second problem based on statistics is that from the sex change, they suffer a lot of health issues now.
Yeah.
And this is why I don't support puberty blockers, or I hate to say it, the LGBT, because they want to support puberty blockers. Think of this: when you smoke tobacco, how old do you have to be?
I think you have to be what? Is it 16 now or is it 18?
Well, it's 18 in my state.
I think it's 18.
What about alcohol?
21.
Now imagine taking something that's going to change your DNA.
Well,
that isn't child abuse. Think about it.
Yes,
I think
exactly.
it is.
That's why I don't support it, and I hate to say it, but the truth is the truth. At the end of the day.
Here's another thing. Do you know in Canada, if a child is saying that I think if it's a boy and he says I think I'm a girl, and he gets evaluated by a doctor, and the doctor deems that he should be transitioned to a girl, and the parents go against it, legally that parent cannot stop the doctor. That kid legally has to get a sex change.
How about this, babe?
Take the drugs.
How about this? I hate to interrupt, babe, but I know where you're getting at, but I'm gonna have to interrupt you. I was like 5, 6 years old, doing front flips and back flips off the couch. I remember my dad telling me all the time, coming downstairs, screaming at me, stop doing it. And I'd stop for an hour or two, and I'd do it again. And I thought it was a ninja. So, hey, am I a ninja? Was I a ninja as a kid?
No.
I thought I used to be a ninja too. I used to get my T-shirt and put a.
I guess the argument.
Yeah, I used to do that too.
The T-shirt, remember?
I had those little Bruce Lee shoes. No, not Bruce Lee shoes, but the little kung fu shoes and kung fu pants. And I had this luchador mask, octagon, and I used to do front flips and back flips off the couch. And my dad was screaming off the top of his.
Yeah, I would make this argument that a child should at least be 18 years old before they're allowed to transition.
Yes, I agree. Or even 17. 17 is fine. But not at 12 or 13 years old. And I think the reason why I got a feeling that Dwayne Wade probably felt the same way, but because of the social pressure that he was and how strong the LGBT community is now, he had to admit that. And I was thinking, oh my God, like what is the
But come on though, this is worse than drinking. This is altering your DNA. This is altering your makeup. This is not normal.
Also,
he allowed his son to transition at 14 years old.
Yeah, 14. Okay.
That's ridiculous.
And also, I don't know if you guys work in the office, but I don't mind working with gay people. I accept them. I respect their whatever they do, but they just don't include me on like whatever you guys are doing. in the office, man, I don't like to work with gay people, not because they're gay, but they're just so freaking sensitive, man. Like everything is like they microscope everything that you say. And I don't know if you guys have noticed. I was thinking, oh my god, like every time I work with someone who's gay in the office, I try not to like I stay away from them because I don't want to get into trouble.
Yeah, and then they could subliminally flirt with you, and it's like, what the fuck? The fuck is going on here?
Eggshells, because you're concerned about anything you say will be offending them.
Correct. Because they always go to HR and complain about you, and and it's like, and then you get touted as like someone who's a gay hater, and even though you're not, but the thing is, the damage is done. Like I was saying before, the damage is done. Like, you know what I mean? So, anyways,
yeah, they say that you're gay phobic, and I like to say, are you heterosexual phobic? How about that?
Yeah.
But actually, I had the debate with one of them, and he was actually reasonable. He's like, yeah, I never thought about it that way. I was like, yeah, propaganda could do that to you. It could brainwash you.
Also, not all of them are like that. I have a manager who's gay who was good. Actually, I used them as a reference, right, when I moved a company. So not all of them are like that, but I have noticed that there are a lot of gays who are like so sensitive in the office. And whenever I know that person, I try and like not try and talk to them because I don't want to get into trouble.
Yeah, you're playing.
Yeah.
I got you.
Anyways,
but I'm gonna wrap it up, man. We're going on 5 hours and 35 minutes.
Yeah, we're gonna hit the 6 hour mark, babe.
Hey, this is more than H, man. H is gonna complain, so it's taking your business.
Yeah, but H cheats. You know why H cheats? Because H will have like 19 people on the panel, and then he'll go leave, and he'll let like other people run the stream, man. I just go five hours myself, five hours 35 minutes myself. H will step out. H steps out, man. So I love H is my man. I love H, but he don't do it like I do it, man. This is a record.
Hey, thanks for letting me in, man. I haven't been on that long because whenever you guys are on, because we were back in the office now, so I can't go in anymore. I just wanted to come in now to just to say hello, really.
No, I appreciate it, man, and it's always a pleasure having you on, man. And I mean, think it through when you buy your house, man, because even if you decided you want to downsize and save money, the thing is what's your mortgage payment going to be?
2,600.
2,600.
2,600 per month.
And what's your rent?
1,200 per month.
That's a huge jump, bro. Can you afford that?
Yeah, I can, but the thing is, I have to live too, man. And I like going overseas, which I can't do if I get a mortgage. So I'm
gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't buy a house right now.
Yeah, me too. It's not a good idea. Wait till it.
What I would advise you to do, and Amok's a lot smarter than me, but I'm just gonna give you my opinion. Listen to him probably more than me because he's smarter than me. But here's the thing: what I would focus on right now is getting your cash up. Get your cash up.
That's a really good point, dude.
Cash is king right now. There's a lot of.
Well, I don't know, B, but I would say switch your cash to gold, or at least a certain amount of it.
A certain part of it to gold, yeah. See,
I mean, because gold currency is way more valid than the U.S. dollar.
But Bibbs, I also want to force save because sometimes. Bibbs, this, when you're single, you tend to spend stuff on stuff that you're not supposed to spend on.
But don't go from one extreme to the other, and then you're gonna stop buying go out of your way.
I know.
I'm not gonna go out to eat. I'm gonna I'm gonna make everything from scratch. Like, don't kill yourself, man.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Then you're gonna start saying, oh well, I'm only gonna go out once a month instead of twice a month. Like, you're gonna start killing yourself. I've been there, bro. Believe me. I've been there before.
And that's why I asked you, because I know you're older than me, and you've traveled the world as well. That's why I wanted to ask you that question.
I wouldn't. Amok, should he buy a house now, or should he just hold off on that?
Wait, because it's gonna crash soon, and when it crashes is when you buy it. And what I'm gonna do, because I'm on my second, I'm gonna sell it. Well, not let me rephrase. I'm gonna rent it, both of them, and I'm just gonna retire in a mobile home in a community where people are not gonna be loud because
Oh, you mean like a caravan?
No. Like a mobile home community for a certain age, for seniors,
What does that
basically.
mean?
What do you mean?
What do I mean? What does that mean? So I've never heard
I'm going to be collecting passive income while I'm living in a mobile home for seniors.
What is a mobile home?
A mobile home it's basically a home that you can transport from one place to another, and it's not how do I say this?
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
You can attach a mobile home to a car, and it could be transported around, almost like a trailer type.
Yeah, it's basically a mansion version of a trailer.
Yeah, and here's the thing about it: that they're very, very cheap.
Yep,
they're very cheap.
When it crashes, it gets cheaper.
And do you even have to pay insurance and taxes on that, or you have to pay taxes?
From what I was looking at, I believe. Well, at least in my state, in my area,
pay taxes on the land where you park it.
Yeah, unless you buy. Yeah, unless you buy a plot. I was actually looking into that. Maybe buying a plot. Somewhere.
Yeah,
in a smaller city, and just collect passive income, and just live there and live off the grid.
How would you get cable and stuff? Would you have to get a satellite dish?
Believe it or not, what I'm doing right now is I'm using OTA.
What's that?
Over the air.
Over the
so
air.
You make an antenna. You could you buy these converters. You attach it to an antenna. You can actually make a homemade antenna.
Yeah.
And you could get free channels. Basically, what you really need is to pay for is the internet.
Wow.
Internet nowadays, like no one who nowadays really uses cable besides I hate to say it,
you don't
boomers.
need cable, man. You just go on YouTube, dude. I used to have cable to watch NBA or NFL. I just go on YouTube and watch the highlights. It's better than watching the whole thing, because they take out the boring stuff. There's no commercials. Because I just watch the highlights now. It's better.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's funny because I was like, because I was younger, I was like, yeah, there's no way Netflix is gonna make it. Boy, was I wrong.
And all those Netflix, HBO, you can get them online.
Yeah. So that's I'm subscribed to that, to Hulu, and basically you could just download the Zone's an app. Wi-Fi is really what you need.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
that's probably the direction everyone's gonna go, anyways. I got you. All right, guys. I will catch up with you. Take care, man.
Thanks for having me, babe.
I mean, no problem. It's a pleasure having everybody.